Think I'm live. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. It's going to be a bit different today because I'm not playing any games really. Well, I could, but we'll see how we go. I thought we'd just hang out and we'll watch the live stream together. I don't know if they're live streaming the announcement or whatever. I don't mean watch this live stream. But yeah, I thought I'd just chat with you guys. So it's like a just chatting stream for the most part today, and we'll see how we go. I thought you were finished with Total War. Well, you didn't watch my video then, did you? I knew I was going to get a lot of questions like that today. I knew it. And that's fine. It's because I get a lot of stuff like that. We'll wait until a few more people say it before I actually address it, because you know it's going to happen. You need the helmet? No, I got a helmet right here. Nice and thick, so it's all good. When's the announcement? It's from hour 45 from now. Any rumors for what setting? I hear rumors. I don't know if I should tell you the rumors, but I can give you an idea because I'm not under any NDA. But I'm not going to act like I know for sure. You're not Legend. Legend has a beard. Whatever. It's going to be Olympus Total War. Yeah. You could write down the answer on your screen so people can read it. No, I'm not under NDA, so I can say it. I just, look, the only reason I don't want to say it is I don't want to spoil it. And I don't know if the rumors are good. I don't know if it's true. So we'll just have to wait and see. Like, I can just tell you what the rumors are and just say, look, take it with a pinch of salt. Like, I'm not saying it's a definite. Dude, you're balding. Really? I mean, I've been balding for like 7 years. Come on, catch up. What's up? You buying Tides of Torment today? I am not buying Tides of Torment at all. I'm not playing it. No, I mean, you can write down, I said I was going to stop on January 1st. Well, this is my thoughts on it, right? I made the video. I made it very clear when I was going to leave. If anyone comes here and goes, I thought you were going to quit, they didn't watch my video. And if they didn't watch that video, that means they're not a regular viewer. And so I don't owe them an explanation. They probably got their information from Reddit. I can't. It's not my fault if they get bad information. It's not my fault. So I just ignore them. For the most part. Did I lose weight? Yes, I have. I've actually lost quite a lot of weight. Did you try the new Mana Lords beta? No, I haven't. I'd like to get back into Mana Lords, but the problem is that I'm playing EU5 all the time, and I don't want to stop. So I don't know if I'm going to be playing any other games apart from that for a while, but we'll see. Hell's Gate 9748 did a €2 super chat. Medieval 3, Med 2 remake, Empire 40k, just not a saga. Well, good news for you is that one of those things is true. Sorry, two of those things should be true. And the rest are false. Okay, so I'll just talk, right? Because I'm not under any NDA. I'm just gonna say it's just like a rumor, but the rumors are basically consistent with what I've been saying ages anyway. Hang on, Nella 544 did a 35 ZAR super chat. I'm only sending this because my currency sounds like Chaos Dwarf currency. Enjoy the Zara Legend and enjoy the announcement. Cool. You're right, it does. It's Zara as in fire. The Fire Dwarfs, yeah. All good. Thank you for the super chat, though. Okay. Here's what I'm predicting with the announcement today. I think one Total War game is going to be announced. And I think it's going to be Medieval 3. And I think they're going to announce the End Times DLC for Warhammer 3. Is Legend balding? Yes, you got to get over it. Okay, I've been balding for a long time. I think they're going to announce Medieval 3 today. That's what I think. I don't think they're going to announce 40k today. Pax Romana is kind of meh. It depends on how you look at it. I really like Pax Romana, but I really like EU5. So I'm not really paying that much Pax Romana, but I want to, but I can only play one game at a time. Thoughts on transplants? No, because I don't care. and I don't care what you think about me being bald, so it doesn't matter to me. Like, if you want to get a hair transplant, all the more power to you, but I don't care. The current CA is not good enough to make Medieval 3. I completely agree with you. Have you played around with the mass armored horseman regulars in EU5? They are super broken. What I tend to do with Paradox games is that I don't really worry too much about units being broken or being particularly strong. I know regular units, especially when you get into like the 16th century, they become vastly superior to levies. That's by design. The game's supposed to go that way. What I try to do is get like mega fuck economy off. That's my main focus. So I'm always trying to manipulate how to get more crown power and how to strip more power away from the other estates. That's what I try to focus on. So as for specific units, no, I haven't really messed around too much with that. Medieval 2 Remaster? As far as I'm aware, no. What's the latest year you've made it to in EU5? 16th century. I play real slow. Also, another thing that I did, to learn the game, I would constantly start again. So I'd start a new game, and I'd play for like 20 years, and be like, okay, I think I figured out that bit. I'm going to start again. And then I'd start again from scratch, and then I'd go 30 or 40 years into it, and I go, okay, I think I know how to do that better. And then I'll start again. And then I'll go like 50, 60 years into it, and I go, okay, I think I could do better this time. And then, so every time I start a new game, every time I like progress past a bit, I start a new game. And so that means I've played the beginning like 20 times, but I have never gotten past the 16th century. So, yeah. I could show... I forgot to show you guys in my previous live stream where I'm up to with my current Byzantine campaign. I'm at 1560, and yeah, I fight a lot of wars. I'm fighting a lot of wars. So I'm currently fighting France, and I'm absolutely smashing them. Well, at least it seems that way. Ethan Sample did a $1 super chat. Thanks, appreciate that. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Well, I just play the game. Do you know why no content creators are talking about the Nagash tweets? I don't know. Generally speaking, I think discussion has died down a lot with Warhammer 3 since recently, like as in the last 4 years. So I have a pretty vivid memory of how things were during Warhammer 2. This isn't that. Like, this is very different. Anyway, Matt Levens did a $5 super chat. I was heartbroken last night to learn that EU5 updated the levy transportation size, making your hit-and-run English tactics nearly impossible. Yeah. I mean, you just need more ships. If you get more cogs, you'll be fine. I wouldn't say nearly impossible. I just would have needed more ships. That's all. No big deal. Like, this is what happens in every game, especially strategy games. They tweak something which makes your previous strategy invalid, so you have to tweak your strategy to make it valid again. Do you have enough time for all these playthroughs? No, which is why I've never made it to past the 16th century. Are you okay? You really look gaunt. I've lost a lot of weight. I've lost like 20 kilos. I'm still like normal weight now. So I look really gaunt by comparison to where I was. I put on a lot of weight in COVID, and I lost it. Yeah, I lost the weight. It only took me a couple of months. I'm like, all right, I want to get rid of this weight, and then I just lost it. Real simple. I just decided not to eat. Sort of. People still care about Warhammer 3? Well, that's what I'm talking about. People definitely do still care about Warhammer 3. If you like EU5, might like Hoi 4. Guys, I'm a Paradox fan. I've played Hoi 4. I played Hoi 4 years ago. When it first came out, I liked Hoi 4. But I like EU5 better. EU5... Hang on. There was a comment. I disappeared. I couldn't see it. Did you give a guess before we watch this? Just straight. Okay, I'll give you my guess. I don't mind repeating myself. This is my guess for what's going to be announced today. So we're going to get... It's probably going to be a fairly long video, and I imagine there'll be probably a lot of waffle. That's just typical of CA. I think they're going to announce... Medieval 3. And I think they are going to announce the End Times DLC. And I think that they're not going to announce 40k, but 40k is the next Total War game, right? They're just going to announce Medieval 3 first. Now, I think the reason why they're doing... Hang on, let's not go into that. This is just a rumor. So let's just see. How many hours of Warhammer 3 have you played in total? 9,000. Most of which was not this year. Deciding not to eat is literally how I lost weight too. Always find it funny when people complicate it. Well, I oversimplified it. Basically, it comes down to this. About a year ago, I got diagnosed with ADHD. Not a big deal. I don't think anyone's particularly surprised. And I decided to medicate. And what that medication does is allow me to have a bit more self-control. And so I just don't overeat anymore. Because before, I used to I would just indulge in whatever I loved. And I love to eat, right? Love food, and I love video games. And so this, basically, I just don't feel that desire to overeat. And so I eat a normal amount now. Because I was always overeating when I was younger. But only in COVID, really, did I start actually packing on pounds. Probably due to live streaming like 12 hours a day or whatever it was. And also, I'm getting a lot more exercise now because my daughter is nearly 18 months old and she runs around a fair bit. And so I run around with her on my shoulders and stuff like that. That's a lot more exercise. It's not a big deal. Which meds do I have? Vyvanse, 60 milligrams. It's basically meth. But it's good. You know, I just take it when I wake up and it really helps to just keep me not from spiraling so much. Snacking in COVID did me in a bit. Yeah. Your hairline, what happened? If you watch live streams over the past 5, 6, 7 years, you'll notice that it has started from here and it's spread out over time. And eventually it's going to reach here. It's just making its way. It's going to go eventually. Do you live on the East Coast? Well, like 90% of people in Australia live on the East Coast, so yeah. That's an impressive amount of weight to lose. Wasn't hard. So, okay. So yeah. Just take the pill. Well, here's the funny thing though. I would have, but I started going bald around the same time as I wanted to start having kids, and I didn't. It was basically this: either have kids or have your hair, and I chose kids. Want to shave everything off? Just drop it. Who cares? What is left of Tom did a 5 pound super chat? Do you know of any games that scratch the Total War battle itch? Mana Lords is cool, but they're pretty small scale. No, Total War is unique in that regard. I don't know of any. The closest one, yeah, Mana Lords, but also I really like the battles in Age of Wonders 4. They're not real time though; they're turn based, but I do really like them. Yeah, Age of Wonders 4 battles, they scratch an adjacent itch. Why do you think it's Medieval 3? Did they ask you to play a medieval monk for the game? Well, the reason why I think it's Medieval 3 is just based on rumors that I've heard. Now, my rumors have, it's not always 100% accurate. And rumors, this is how it works, right? I don't speak to any devs directly because it's dangerous for me to do that. Well, dangerous for them. So anytime a dev gets in touch with me, I just tell them don't contact me, right? And the reason for that is because if Creative Assembly finds out that a dev is talking to me, that dev will lose their job. So what I do is I use middlemen. So a dev will talk to someone random, right? And then that random might talk to another person, or it might talk to me. And then I talk to that person, right? And so that's how I find the information out. Now that leads to inaccuracies, but it's the safest way for everyone involved. So I hear rumors that way. I've been trying to like pursue them a lot less ever since the Lords of Shangyang stuff, because that blew up in my face so badly. But I still hear rumors. Have you checked for autism? If I'm autistic, it's probably quite mild. I don't need to find out. Have you seen the game Menace from Overhyped Studios? No, I haven't. Do you remember DOW roster leak with Dogs of War? Roster leak with pitiful amount of units as the rest was supposed to be from another faction. I vividly remember my disappointment, but I can't find it. I don't know. It doesn't really matter because it doesn't seem like that's coming anytime soon, so I don't know. Is there a possibility for you to just rebrand into a Paradox Grand Strategy YouTuber instead of leaving, or is that a given now? Look, I don't know. I've got to figure this out. So I'm at a crossroads with the channel and what to do with it, and I don't know what the right call is at this stage. I'm still figuring it out. So one of the things I've been doing with the EU5 videos is just sort of seeing what is kind of working and what isn't working, and just that will the results from those videos will influence what decisions I make after my hiatus. But I need to take a break. I'm thinking of coming to Queensland to work. Would you recommend it? I don't know. I never go outside. Depends what your work is. Look, Australia's a great country. I think we're about to die as a country, though. But I've been naysaying for ages, so don't listen to me. But I also think you can't escape it anyway. When can we play Tides of Torment? It still says NA. I don't know. I'm not Creative Assembly Help Desk. Any chance for Medieval 2 Remaster? I don't think so. I don't think it's coming. Have you tried Master of Command? I haven't had time. Please come with Warhammer 2. We'll see. Is Total War Agartha going to become real? I don't know what that is. Whatever you do not rename. Well, I'm taking that information into consideration and we'll see what happens. There's a number of options available to us and we're just going to try to figure out what to do. Now I know you have ADHD, or I have a tidbit of information you might not have. One of the symptoms of ADHD is seeking conflict when you're struggling. Might explain some things. Yeah, that's not a surprise to me at all. That is exactly me, 100%. Whenever I'm struggling, I pick a fight with someone. Absolutely. Yeah, not a surprise at all. Here's the thing, I love conflict. Love it. I feel great when I'm fighting something. When I've got a mission, basically. And what I cannot stand is stagnation. I cannot sit still and do nothing. And that's basically what Total War has been for the past 4 years. Just sit down, shut up, and do nothing. And I cannot stand it. I've got to do something that's going to actually challenge me. Or I'm just going to pick fights with people in the community. And I don't think that's a good idea. Because that's basically where I'm at. If I was to continue doing Total War into next year, which I'm not going to, but if I was, I would just start fighting people. Not like pitch fight. I would start drama. Because I'm so bored. Would you want to do a local meet and greet? Hell no. Nope. No, why would I want to do that? How does the Age of Wonders 4 content perform on the channel? It varies. The first couple of videos did great, but I think the longer the gap, the better it does. So it just depends. There's various things. Please no online doctors diagnosing. They don't need to. I've already been diagnosed properly by professionals. So and the medicine they gave me, it definitely works. So, and it makes sense because it fits my behavior. So don't worry, I don't trust ChatMD. I just want to say I love the England campaign video. I've been watching your content for years, and the EU5 stuff is some of your best. Please keep it up. Okay. All right, we'll see how we go. I mean, I'm loving the game, so I'm going to do what I want, and we'll see how we go. ADHD won't change who you are. You're an adult. It won't body. Right. Legend is argumentative. Oh yeah. I'm big. I love to argue with people. Love it. I do not like complacency and sitting around doing nothing and just agreeing with people for the sake of harmony. I don't like that at all. I believe in conflict and evolving as people requires conflict. And I think if you're got an aversion to conflict, you will not grow as a person. That's me. Let's see. Medicine. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Custom Gaming. Good to see you. Is it 1.5 hours later? Yeah, it's not for a little while. I started streaming earlier so that we could just chat about things before we get into it. Would you play RTS like Dawn of War, Age of Mythology, or only Grand Strategy going forward? I think the best way to look at it is this. I don't know what I'm going to do, so I can't really tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to do whatever I want to do. And so I might want to do that, but I don't currently. So I don't know. We'll have to see. What chair do I have? It's shit. Don't worry about it. It's just a cheap shit chair. Why do you think Australia will die as a country? Well, I think it across all Western countries. All Western countries are heading towards a very bad trajectory. And I don't know, maybe we'll turn it around, but I'm not seeing it. I don't mind talking about it, but anyone that I talk to about this kind of stuff is usually like, just shut up. I don't want to hear about this. I was like, well, it's going to happen if we don't start talking about it. So, any chance of episode 2 for the Incan campaign? We'll see. I'm wondering about doing longer series. The problem is there's such a huge viewer decay whenever I do that, and I think that if I do it, it's going to be a waste of time. So, I don't know. What would you like to be revealed today, Legend? I would love to be revealed that Creative Assembly is actually getting sold to Paradox. I don't think it's going to happen. Or someone else. It's being bought by Larian Studio. Or Total War has been sold to Larian Studio and it's not being made by Creative Assembly. That's what I would like. I'd actually stay as a Total War YouTuber. I'd be like, my problems are gone. It's not gonna happen. It's delusional. But if you want my like number one item on the list, it's Total War being taken away from Creative Assembly. Have you lost weight recently? Yes, I have lost weight. Yep. Also, whenever I shave, it looks like I've lost weight compared to where I were. I basically look thicker when I've got a beard because I got a thick beard. So funny how your prediction panned out. CA giving Nagash, so nobody talks about a quit mid DLC they needed 1 year to make. Yeah, I don't know. Is it mid? I'll be honest, I have not been paying attention to the Thrones of Decay. Tides of Torment. That's what it is. I don't even know what it's called. I have not been paying to Tides of Torment stuff at all. I want to make a quick statement on this stuff because people do take what I say out of context. I want to give it as much clarity as possible. I think Total War Warhammer 3 is a great game, but I've played 9,000 hours of it. I'm ready to take a break. That's all. That's all there is to it. I just need a break from the game. But I think it is an amazing game that has had a really terrible development cycle. It's also been a very disappointing game. Like, it's not the game that I thought it would be by this point. Even given, like, the most pessimistic predictions that I would have had prior to it coming out, I would not have expected it to have been this sloppy. But I still think Total War Warhammer is a great game. I need a break from it, that's all. You reckon it's going to be 40k? I reckon the next main Total War game is going to be 40k, but I don't think it's going to be announced today. Due to another rumor that I've heard, which, I don't know. Let's just see if this one pans out first, and then I'll tell you the other rumor. We'll see. It might get announced today. I don't know. It's a lot of reskin mechanics from Chaos Dwarves and Ostanki ETC. Well, it's cheaper to do that, so there you go. Your EU5 content is the best because you display the same enthusiasm you had back in 2018-19 with Warhammer 2. That's probably because the game is amazing. That's what I'm thinking as well. This is a big factor. Is that with Warhammer 3, I've just had less and less enthusiasm for it as time goes on. And it's not because the game is bad. It's because it's not progressing very quickly. And playing thousands of hours of it, you just get really worn out, like, quite quickly. And with EU5, like, I feel like such a noob. I just don't know everything about the game. And that feels good to play it. It feels fun. I actually worry about starting a fight with any country, well, various things. But I'm getting more confident at it all the time. And so I just need to figure out how to make the best content I can. People forget that I didn't start making great Total War videos straight away. It took a long time to figure it out. And it's going to take some time with EU5 in order to make the best content that I can. And it's going to require a lot of experimenting. Like the exploit video, for example. That was a fucking mistake. Oh, well, you learned something from it, though. So we'll just move on from there. What do you think about... where was it? Sorry, I missed it. This just the chat moved up. I can't remember. Anyway. Hang on. EU5 community is not as toxic as Total War Warhammer is? Yeah, okay. So it depends on how you look at this. I agree with you, but it also depends on how you look at it. So this is I think, is what has happened with Total War Warhammer community. And it's really unfortunate, and I kind of said that this was happening a long time ago and warned people that you should stop it, but it's only gotten worse. But basically, there's been an attrition of community interactions, and the attrition has come from reasonably fair-minded people who have various different opinions. And what has happened is that anytime that somebody has had a criticism of the game, there's been like this mob that comes in and do a combo stream with Sotek. I am fucking done with Sotek. We are not collaborating with that dude again. Anyway, so... Sorry, where was I? Oh man, that's completely distracted me. Yeah, anyway. So anytime that somebody has a criticism, the mob comes in and beats them down. And what ends up happening with that is that anyone has an opinion. And this could be a fringe opinion or it could be completely reasonable. Rather than people looking at the merits of it, they like try to like push them out of the way. And so there's been... Next time the person has a criticism, they don't speak out because nobody wants to get mobbed, right? And so what's happened is that people who like the game but maybe have criticisms of it eventually gets repressed to the point where they just don't really speak anymore. They don't interact. And so then you have the only people interacting are the ones that are part of the most fanatical, right? They're the only ones that are posting. And then that's all that is all that's posting, basically. It's just the most fanatical opinions. So it's just really unfortunate, but this is kind of what happens when you have like a really stagnant system there's really bad moderation, which is Total War subreddit and Total War in general has always had extremely bad moderation with this kind of stuff. Here we go again. No, we're not going against anything there. I got nothing against Sotek, really. But we're not friends. And like we were friends and now we're not. It's really just that simple. Hey Legend, have you heard of Dawnless Day mod for Attila, Lord of the Rings conversion mod coming out soon? If yes, what are your thoughts, opinions? I did see the trailer and it looked good enough that I would actually give it a shot. So just a shield without his own opinions? No, he has his own opinions. For sure. Anyway, do I watch F1? No. Can you ban the words hair and bald from your chat? I try not to ban innocuous words. Like, just ignore them. Just ignore them. What happened? I don't want to get into it. It's like not a big deal. It's just like, think of it like this. Two people who go in different directions in life and they're just not friends anymore. That's all it really is. It's not a big deal. We just went in different directions. But like, I don't have any beef with Sotek. I mean, we had that stupid tweet, but that's about it. Like, I don't even think that didn't even make me mad. It was just like, wow, that's dumb. That's all. And we're just not on the same page anymore. Will you completely stop streaming Total War games in the future? Or will you consider playing the next historical Total War game? Okay, so I don't want to give any like definitive 100% answer because only a Sith deals in absolutes, right? But I can give a guarantee that 2026 will be a Total War free year for this channel. I'm going to take at least a year off from Total War. After that, it depends on what's going on. Like, if Warhammer 40k is really good and it seems like the community is not just cannibalizing itself then I might go, hey, can I come back? Maybe. I don't think that's going to happen though. If when Medieval 3 comes out, it looks like a great game, which I don't think it will be, and community is not again devolved into if you don't like it, just fuck off. Then I might come back. But unfortunately, I just don't think these things are going to change. So I might get the next Total War game, but I don't see myself streaming it because it's just not worth it anymore. It's like I've had my peak. I don't think I'm going to get another one because I know too much now to be excited about anything that CA is going to do. Unfortunately, I just know too much now. Do you enjoy any Paradox YouTubers? Yes. I think iSorrow Productions is probably the funniest and most entertaining. But they all seem really nice guys. I've been trying to keep my head down. Like I don't want to rock the boat within Paradox, but I've been watching a few guys and everyone seems really nice. You look tired, dude? I always look tired, and I am tired, to be honest. I always look tired. Don't forget, I'm a dad, and it is midnight, and I'm talking to you guys. Of course I'm going to look tired. Why was the Diplomat exploit video a mistake? Well, for one thing, it wasn't that big of an exploit, and people already knew about a similar exploit that was more powerful, and it just, nobody cared, basically. When I saw the exploit, when I first discovered it, I got really excited, and so I made that video, but in hindsight, nobody really cared. Do you think you could be a voice actor? I don't know, I could give it a shot. Does your ear hurt after using those earphones for a long time? They did at first, but after about a week, I acclimatized to them, and now they don't hurt. How can you be cynical just because of constant unrelenting failure? Yeah, exactly. Good point. What are the main reasons you think Medieval 3 could/will be shit? Okay, so it really comes down to this. Who's making it? Like, which developer is making it? Like, whenever a next Assassin's Creed game comes out, I don't really assume it's going to be groundbreaking. Because past behavior is indicative of future behavior until they show some sign of changing. Now, that's in regard to Ubisoft. Now, in regard to Anno, for example, that's a different story because Anno 1800 was amazing. And so all they did was just keep that going. And so it was a bit more of a reliable bet, I think, on that one. And I don't think that was like a perfect launch. Very rarely sequels are. But I was more confident in that one than I am, for example, in the next Assassin's Creed game. Your audio is quite a bit quiet for me, Legend. I'm just kidding. I don't know. You should make your own game studio. Many devs, fans, including myself, would love a passion project. I have thought about doing that, but here's the thing. I know how to run a business. I don't know how to code. So, and also another thing is game development is extremely competitive, and I just don't think I've got what it takes to start a game dev studio. And also, I'm like comfortable enough that it is just not worth the risk. How are you keeping up with the chat? Well, most things are not. I'm not playing anything, so I'm able to read it a lot easier. But I'm not reading all the stuff. Kind of low on audio. I don't know. I can increase the gain, but then that will make it sound distorted. The market is ultra saturated, yeah. And also, I think that I've been saying this for a while, but basically I think the big issue is toxic behavior and valid criticism gets muddled together and treated as the same thing. Yes, you're all right. People lack nuance these days. People can't distinguish between toxic behavior and criticism and just lumped in the same thing. It's so hard to have a conversation with an entire community these days. It's You don't need to code. That's what devs are for. Yeah. Guys, I don't have the resources. The quickest way to put it is that I do not have the resources to start a development company. And I think that in Australia, probably, specifically, probably not a good time to start a new company like that. Probably a very bad time to start that. Because I think we're about to have a global recession, if not a depression. I think a lot of people are about to lose their jobs. And I think that investments are going to go way down. And I think interest rates are about to go way up. So the last thing I want to do right now is take out a loan to start a development company in an oversaturated market against people that are entrenched in the industry. I think that the chances of me succeeding are virtually zero. And also another thing as well, and this is a really important one, I don't want to destroy the life that I have to do it. A lot of developers, and in fact this happened to Creative Assembly, with the guy who founded Creative Assembly. He worked so hard on Creative Assembly that he got divorced. I would burn everything to the ground if it meant not getting divorced and not losing my family. So I'm not going to risk that, basically. Let's put it that way. So sometimes you can have like a great idea, but the timing is really awful. And I think right now the timing could not be worse. They've been saying this shit for ages though. Yeah, and I think they're right. It's just, what happens is that it looks really bad and then it doesn't happen because something happens to kick the can down the road, which only makes the problem worse when it eventually does happen. And I think the problem is so bad that when it does actually happen, it's going to cause a lot of misery. It would be better if it happened sooner rather than later, or it'd even be better if we fixed the problems. But unfortunately, I don't see these problems being fixed. They're only being exacerbated, and there's multiple problems. But basically, the glue that holds society together is like falling to pieces. Let's just put it that way. It's Clawtastic to €2, £2 super chat. Low sound people, easy fix. Turn up volumes up. Yeah, we'll see. Vanilla Enjoyer 1004 did a 5001 super chat. Total War YouTuber predicting an economic crash is a recession indicator. Yeah. Look. That's just what I think, and I just don't look. I don't know. Maybe it's not going to happen, but I'm not going to risk things right now. And I get that people want games, but like I'm not going to make them. Not right now. We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go in like 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But yeah, I don't have the resources to do that at all. It'd be a bad idea, I think. Like whenever you're making some sort of risk assessment, you got to look at what are your chances of success. And I've made some pretty bad risks, like with like the leak things, for example. That was like, I've got a chance that it might do something. It blows up in my face. So yeah, I don't know. I hope that even though you are taking an extended break from Total War, that you will come back when the time is right for you. We'll see. We'll see how we go. I might not come back. We'll see. I'm most likely going to come back. Legend, I know you skipped Pharaoh, but do you have any thoughts on lethality system and whether this should be implemented in future games? I think it is completely worthless. Doesn't mean anything. It's just fucking numbers. It doesn't mean anything. What makes you think the depression will kick in? Okay, so I think it'll start with America, and I think there's an AI bubble basically. Let's put it this way. So the AI bubble could go in multiple different directions. It's really hard to say exactly what's going to happen. But AI is going to make a lot of jobs redundant, essentially. And they're not going to be replaced with anything. They're just going to disappear. Sorry, I just bumped my glass there. And that's going to be... I think we're going to have a lot of unemployment. And America is not really set up for a lot of unemployment. And I think the stock market is probably going to crash, because I think the big seven are massively overinflated. It's basically just built up on hype. And when that happens, we start seeing investors like pulling out of money. And you've already, I think, isn't it Warren Buffett sitting on the biggest cash reserve of like all time? That's a bad indicator. Basically, if he's sitting on cash, investors, I think, are going to start to pull out of the stock market, which will cause more people to pull money out of the stock market, which will cause people who had their like 401k in the stock market go way down. They have to go back to work because it's their retirement, but there are no jobs, and then they can't spend any money because they've got no money. And America is a consumer economy, so if your consumers can't consume, but everyone's stock portfolios are really high. I don't know. You got to sell your stock portfolio basically, and that has a ripple effect with the rest of the world. I think, especially Australia, because Australia's economy is very much linked to America in a way. But for us, I think it's going to be housing. I think we've got a housing bubble, and it refuses to burst. And that basically we don't have enough houses to house everyone, and yet we're like having really high immigration. I think immigration is fine, but if you're not building enough houses to house them, that's a fucking problem. And so you're basically going to have a homelessness problem in Australia, and that's going to cause a huge problem. And all this stuff could happen at the same time. That's what I think is going to happen, and I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow, but I think it's like maybe 6 to 12 months away, or more. We'll see. Basically, the more that the government does to delay it, the worse it's going to be. So I kind of hope it'll be tomorrow, because that will mean the effects of it will be worse. Basically like this. It's like a fire that's burning around you, but nobody's deciding to put it out. I just wish they would start trying to put it out now as opposed to tomorrow. Sorry if not related to Total War, but what do you think about Portugal and EU5 and colonization overall? I haven't played as Portugal. It was definitely on my to-do list to check them out, and I think that colonization works pretty well. Yeah. I don't have any issues. Homelessness problem is one of the deadliest countries on Earth. Huh? Homelessness problem is one of the deadliest countries on Earth. Yeah. America has a huge housing problem now too. Yeah, but I don't think it's a primary problem. Whereas in Australia, I think housing is the primary problem. How come you don't play multiplayer and strategy games? I thought it'd be your thing with conflict and challenge. Real simple. I like conflict. I don't like people. Surprise, surprise. So when you're playing with multiplayer, you got to play with people. I don't like to play with people. I like to play with myself. I'm a big advocate for playing with oneself. Any legitimacy to the Total War Star Wars rumor? I would ignore it for the time being. I think it's possible, but I think it's so far into. I think if there is ever going to be a Total War Star Wars, it's 5 years away. So I don't worry about that. It's just too far in the future to worry about that. In Eastern Europe, we have too many homes, but real estate owners are refusing to rent them out. Prices are still up as fuck. Less and less people can afford their own home. Yeah, it's a manufactured problem. This happens. Yeah, that's because houses have become a speculative asset. Basically, it's a where it's like if you own loads of homes, right? And that's where your like investment portfolio is. You want to do anything that you can to make the price go up, even if that means not having a passive income, because you might make more by just having the number go up, right? So what they'll do is they buy 100 houses and then don't rent them out. Just have them sit there completely empty. And then it'll create a housing problem so that the price of houses keeps going up. So the houses they bought become more valuable faster than they would gain money from rent. It's a fucked system. And we should really do something about it. But the problem is, those that are in power are benefiting from the system. And so those in power are never going to implement systems that are going to affect themselves negatively. Hence we are fucked, basically. Let's see here. Hey, at Legend of War, how's it going, man? Long time fan here. Tell me something I know. Thrones of Britannia got really bad backlash, but I can't keep away from it. Would you say it's on par with Troy? Oh. I wouldn't say that Thrones of Britannia got really bad backlash. Thrones of Britannia was just meh to a lot of people. It just wasn't content rich and just felt like a bare bones reskin of Attila, which it kind of is. Troy is different because most people got it for free, and so it has a different value proposition. If I had to say which was a better game, I'd probably lean towards Thrones of Britannia. But it depends on the criteria that you judge it on. That's a big thing. Like, everybody's going to value different things more than others. So I value like the core gameplay, and I think the core gameplay for Troy is rubbish, whereas the core gameplay for Thrones of Britannia is just kind of meh. So it's like slightly higher tier. What Total War do you think they will announce? I think it's going to be Medieval 3. Should try Bannerlord's DLC. So much fun. Maybe a stream. I'm definitely not going to stream it, but like I'll be honest, I just don't have time. I would like to play more Bannerlord. I like the game. I definitely do not have time. In some imaginary world, CA asks you to... Okay, let's not even bother entertaining this. That'll just never happen. Oh, alright, you know what? I will entertain it, because that is actually... I actually like those questions sometimes. In some imaginary world, would CA ask you to develop Medieval 3 and they actually listen to you, what would your top advice or suggestions be? My top advice and suggestion would be to clean house within the company before you do anything else. Clean the fuck out. So anyone that's been there for 10 years, just instant fire. Anyone that's been there for 10 years or more, just instantly fire them. Just, you've been here for 10 years, you're out. Just, basically, like even more aggressive than the Thanos snap. I'm looking like 90%. Top down, yeah, top down, management, anyone's been there for more than 10 years, gone. Drain the swamp. Every single one. There might be a couple of good people there that've been there for 10 years. But man, sometimes you go look, sometimes, here's the thing. Sometimes person has cancer and you got to give it chemo, which means you're gonna lose your hair, right? You just gotta... Dreadful idea. That's fine. That's why it's an imaginary idea and it won't happen, so you don't need to worry about it. But that if I was brought in for Medieval 3, the first thing I would say is you got to drain the swamp. Got to drain the swamp. You cannot build this game on a swamp. So you got to just get rid of a whole lot. Start with the CEO, right the way down to all the middle managers. Get rid of them, every last one of them, indiscriminately. So no discrimination. Doesn't matter about what their records are or anything like that. Just drain the swamp, and then start again from scratch. This is a problem with Elon Musk firing of Twitter. Twitter is run better now than before. Like, I don't really like Twitter, to be honest. But, like, he fired, 95% of the people and Twitter still operates? Well, I think that works. Seems like it works better. But I don't know. GPan5410 did a 5 pound submission. Happy to see you covering this. People are talking about Medieval 3 or 40k, but I'm mentally prepared for more Saga slop. I don't think that is going to happen. I think it is Medieval 3 or 40k. I think they've learnt their lesson now about sagas. Anyway. And the guy designed Warhammer 3 campaign. Yeah, well, that's Ian Roxborough, and he's been there the whole time, so yeah, he would be included. It is my opinion that the job title of debugger is needed. People should value someone who finds and exposes bugs in a system. I agree. Hey, at Legend of War, have you played Victoria 3? And if so, what are your thoughts about it? I haven't played Victoria 3. Just time is a factor, that's all. Do you hope for a Total War Lord of the Rings or perhaps another fantasy setting? I would like something that isn't Warhammer. I'd like a bit of a break from Warhammer. But I don't think you're going to get Lord of the Rings just yet. Maybe in the future. If Creative Assembly doesn't get shut down. I do really think that Creative Assembly is on a knife's edge in terms of whether or not they're even going to stay open. And they're really relying on the next couple of years, or even the next couple of months, to be good. I don't know. I've sort of explained this stuff, but it's all just speculation. I don't know. Yeah, because the people working there weren't doing anything, lol. But not making jobs will kill the economy. Okay, so when I said, like, drain the swamp, I didn't mean, like, we'd fire 90% of the people and then don't hire other people back. Don't hire anyone. This is what I would say. You'd get rid of everyone that's been there. Get rid of all of the entrenched positions. Been there for 10 years, you're gone, right? And then you hire people based entirely on their merit. Like, are they actually good at their job? And more importantly, are they potentially very good at their job? And also importantly, how passionate are they at the job? Because you can turn a passionate student, like someone who's just graduated university, and if you invest in that student over the next 10 years, that there could be your lead programmer or your lead designer if you invest in it. And I do not think Creative Assembly does that. I think that a lot of what happens at Creative Assembly is people get hired based on how well they gel with the people who are currently working there. Basically, it's a frictionless environment, I think a frictionless environment causes incompetency, to put it that way. And so what I would want to do is create as much friction as possible and bring in people who would actually challenge us, rather than yes men. Anyone that would, like, if I was at the company and I was operating it, and if anyone was like, "Oh, I think you're so great," and started sucking my ass off or whatever, that would be the first person I fired. The first person that fired would be the first person that gave me a fucking worthless compliment. I'd be like, they come up and say, "Oh, I think you're really great." I'd be like, "You are losing your job tomorrow." Because like, if you find someone in real life and they give you banal fucking compliments, there's a reason for it, and that reason is usually that they're a barnacle and they want to ride you. So what I do is, if anyone's going to be a barnacle, I immediately get the fuck off me, you worm. So yeah, I don't tolerate that shit at all. So, you gotta have friction. If you want to make fire, you've got to have friction. You can't make fire with the slime. That's basically what they've got. You got to get rid of those people. Being nice is a crime in job? No, look, there's a difference between being nice and being a bootlicker. There's a difference. I wouldn't fire the first person that was nice. I'd fire the first bootlicker. Okay, there is a difference. I wouldn't want to be nasty with that. But yeah, if you're an employer, watch out for bootlickers. They're your worst assets. They're actually liabilities. Because here's the thing. Everybody has survival mechanisms, right? Everybody recognizes fairly early on in life what their strengths and weaknesses are. And some people realize that they're not good at anything, right? And what they learn to do is to coast along with other people that are skilled. And so they learn how to be very they learn how to be very polite. They learn how to stroke people's egos. I'm definitely someone that's prone to having an ego. And that's fine if you like those kind of people, but talentless hacks that are only good at complimenting people are not going to further the company at all. And they're just looking for, to be carried along. So you got to get rid of them. Do you think a World War I game with trenches could work? I think it could work. I just don't think it's going to work. But anyway, toxic positivity is destroying entire companies. Yep, I agree. When was the last time you had a job? 10 years ago. Okay, so let me tell you about my job 10 years ago. It had its ups and downs because I was a trampoline salesman, okay? Do you know what I would do at that company? So we would get people calling up asking for complaints, right? So, well, they would want to complain. I would tell other people there, I would say, look, if someone gives you a call, I want you to rate how difficult they're being out of 10. And if it's above a 7, I want you to send it my way, and I would deal with it. So basically, I would filter the easy ones out, so I didn't want those. I wanted the people who were bloody screaming. I wanted those people, and I dealt with it. And that was not a difficult job. You just don't take it personally, basically. But some people they didn't like interactions with the customers, and I didn't like it either. But you just disconnect and just be like, you got to find out what their problem is and sort it out. Is that why you're bald? No, this is before Total War. What Total War do you think people want the most? Probably Medieval 3, yeah. Above 7, you mean like difficult people or difficult jobs? So if someone called up and they were like screaming and angry and it was a really difficult call, that would be rated highly, like a 7, 8, 9, 10. I would tell those people to forward those calls to me so I could handle it so that they didn't have to. And it was good. It was a good learning experience. That they must have loved you in the office. Great to have a guide to deal with difficult customers. This was around 2015, so I was quite edgy there. So I would quite often make jokes that were insensitive. Sometimes I'd get a good laugh. Sometimes I wouldn't. I'll tell you one time. One time the boss came in and was like, I reckon you're the kind of guy that would have a body buried in the backyard. And I instantly retorted and I said, no way, I would eat the body, so there's no evidence. And he went, fuck me, and just slammed his door shut, and I didn't see him for the rest of the day. He tried to one-up me. I had plenty of one-ups up my sleeve. Bid Freckle did a $2 super chat. Boycott Tides of Torment. It's not a boycott. I just don't want to play it. That's all. You should accept becoming bald. Shave it off. It'll look better. I have accepted. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. Tell me weak. Most people are like that. Most people like. When you think of how many times I've said something that has upset people, it's actually a skill of mine. I'm very good at upsetting people. In the past 10 years, I've had to really sort of rein myself in with this. But I'm really good at it. I know how to push people's buttons. $5 super chat. The sad thing is, I think Britannia was the attempt at Medieval 3. They have lost all capacity. Britannia was not the attempt at Medieval 3. Britannia... No, I think Britannia was really a passion project of... I forget the guy's name. The lead developer, I just can't remember his name. I think that's what he wanted to do. And he just wasn't really given enough resources to really make it into a great game. I think that Thrones of Britannia could have been a really great game, but they didn't invest very much into it. It was quite obvious that it had a very small budget. And I think people want a bit more out of a Total War game, and they want to see things actually advance, not go backwards. And I think Creative Assembly was looking to, when you're a business, when you're operating a business, there's two ways to make profit, basically. You increase your revenue, or you decrease expenses. And I think Creative Assembly had the attitude of, let's decrease expenses, which is a shame. I'm excited for Tides of Torment. Takala looks fun. That's cool. I hope you enjoy it. Thanks for Super Chat. Jack Lusted. That's it. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. I feel bad for Jack Lusted because obviously I shit on the game, but I never blamed him. Will you share a screen from announcements with us, or are you not allowed? Yeah. I'll watch it with... Hang on. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just getting it set up. There we go. How's that? Look good? Close that for now. There we go. Oh, crap. Sorry, just give me a sec, guys. Okay. Start TM did a $5 super chat. Any predictions? Also, I love the content, man. Good luck with your future. All right, thanks, dude. Good luck with your future as well. Predictions. Okay, my prediction is that they're going to announce Medieval 3 and the End Times DLC. Maybe Warhammer 40k, but I think they're going to announce that later. We'll see. Too many of you care about Legends hair. Dude's good, live and be. Yeah. Look, I don't care if people want to talk about my baldness. It doesn't bother me. So, like, I'm not going to suppress people because that's only going to make it worse. But at the same time, like, nothing that anyone is saying about my hair is going to make any impact. So, yeah, they can talk about it, but I just don't care. If your vid or live stream was to be demonetized for copyright, do they also take your super chats or just add revenue? I don't really know. I think I don't think they take the super chats. They might. There is a possibility of copyright claiming. That is possible. We'll have to see. I don't know. Look, that's if it happens. Let's worry about it. You can usually argue fair use, but we'll see. CM must look up to Paradox, step in their political mini game because right now it's just a pain in the butt to deal with. Right. Yeah. I kind of agree. Yep. Thanks for the chat. I think not even politicians have to repeat themselves as often as you, man. Well, real simple is because politicians are not having conversations with you. That's just part of being a streamer. Or I could just ignore it. Tara did a $2 super chat. How do I be happy? The pursuit of happiness is the goal, as in to pursue happiness. So you just need to pursue something. Start pursuing it, and you'll probably start to be happy. Once you get it, start to pursue something else. So basically, have projects to do. Whatever that might be, whether that's, I want to get married. Okay, work towards that goal. I want to have kids. Okay, cool. Work towards that goal. I want to be a millionaire. Okay, go work towards that goal. I want to own my own home. Work towards that goal. So the pursuit of meaningful endeavors is what's meaningful to you, and don't let anyone else tell you if something is meaningful or meaningless. That is how you get happy. Don't just sit there and go, where is mine, please? Can I please have my thing? Okay, if you do that, you might never be happy. Well, most people won't. Some people will. Can't make a generalized comment these days. Will you be surprised if they really don't announce anything important? I will not be surprised because that's actually quite in line with what. Do you know what? Wouldn't it be funny? If this whole thing is basically just a trailer for the trailer. It's like, okay, guys, so we're gonna hype up this game, but we're not gonna announce it until next week. Tune in next week for when we really announce the game. This was just a teaser about the teaser. That is in line of what they would do, actually. I don't think they will, but we'll see. Oh yeah, later did Sotech respond to you in any way? No. It's fine. It's fine. Like it didn't do anything bad to me. It's just stupid. That's all. Would you play a Tides of Torment DLC before you go on hiatus? No, I'm not covering it. I don't want to, so it's fine. Enjoy small things. Life is full of blessings. Can be full of blessings. Can also be full of curses. But you just, you gotta take the good with the bad. What's Legend's goal? What's my goal now? That's the thing. I need a new goal because I've been rudderless for like 4 years, so I got to figure that out. Pretty obviously going to be Warhammer 40k Medieval 3. Okay, well we'll see. Thanks for the super chat. Do you feel any decline in viewership since you started covering EU5 rather than Total War? Yes, definitely. But that was to be expected. So it didn't bother me because I knew we were going to lose a lot of viewers, but yeah, Bell's okay with that. Revenant did super chat. Can you try selling chat a trampoline? No, Not my job anymore, so I'm not gonna bother. Make a poll for us to guess. Nah. Like, we'll just, like... Didn't you quit the game, but now farming it for content? Alright. Here we go. I was wondering when we'd get some of this. And that's a good point. And so we made the decision that on the 1st of January, 2026, that Legend of Total War is going to come to an end. And this is a... Okay. You know, it's there the whole time. Do you hope for a Total War Lord of the Rings or perhaps another fantasy setting? Okay, so you have to understand... Wait, so you don't have to understand. I'm apathetic now towards whatever the future of Total War is. So I would say that a Total War Lord of the Rings could be good, but right now, the way I feel about it is that if they announced it today, I would not really care. So, yes and no, basically. Pantaluni did a £5 super chat. Been really enjoying the European Universalis 5 long videos. Will you do part 2 for England campaign? I don't know, because I've got to look at the analytics and decide whether or not it's worth the time to do it. But I'm considering it for sure. There's a lot of things I have to take into consideration, but yeah, thanks for super chat. Nice ambush stance you had there. Dude, it's not... Dude, there's nothing... Like, Total War AI is predictable, but the Total War community's behavior is actually more predictable than the Total War AI. Like, I had that ready because I knew it was going to happen. That wasn't the last time either. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm not mad about it. Because when people come in and they're like, oh, didn't you quit? All that tells me is they didn't watch that video, which means they got their information from a secondhand source that didn't give them all the information. It's not my fault. And it also means that I don't actually owe them anything. Because, if you want to find information out about me from a secondhand source, then you can go and get your outrage from a secondhand source as well. Like, I don't care. Have you tried a HRR state in EU5 already? What's HRR? Holy Roman Republic? What does HRR stand for? Legend living for the milk. Don't worry, guys. What does that mean? How much for one final Rome Total War stream? I tell you what, whatever money that you would be willing to donate for that, I want you to save it and donate it when I cover Rome Total War during the charity live stream. Okay? Save it for then. The Roxy Gaming did a $2 super chat. Total War emus. Alright, thanks, I appreciate that. Are you going on holiday in 2026? I guess you could put it that way. I like to think of it as a hiatus. Where I'm going to be absent for an extended period of time, but I don't know how long. But I'm also not really going on holiday. I'm just gonna, I don't know, sit around the house, wank. We'll figure it out. Probably not. We'll see. I don't know what I'm gonna do. How do you feel about Shogun 3 happening later on? I feel like it was the least problematic Total War. Still a ton to leave out there for it too. Okay, you get the main developer behind Shogun 2 doesn't work there anymore. I think that's Mike Simpson. Shogun 2 didn't work well because it's Shogun 2. Shogun 2 works well because it was properly invested into. They gave it the time and effort was needed to make it good. And Creative Assembly don't do that anymore. Also, Shogun 2 runs well today. So if they're going to make Shogun 3, it has to be better than Shogun 2. This was the problem with Rome 2. They made Rome 2, and it kind of wasn't better than Rome 1. And caused a lot of problems. Now, you could argue that Rome 2 is better than Rome 1 today, certainly in terms of performance issues. But Shogun 2 runs really well. So yeah, if you're going to make a sequel, it's got to be better than what came before, and Creative Assembly doesn't seem to learn that. Did they move this forward? Because that was like 35 minutes. Let me refresh this. What do you think is the worst Total War game they could announce today? Pharaoh 2. Troy 3. I don't know. They did. It said 10 a.m. just a bit ago. Yeah, they moved it forward half an hour. Alright, whatever. Don't worry, I'll move this out of the way here. Move it over a Koi thumbnail there. No one wants to watch a Koi. Will you do a live stream of each Total War game, one campaign for your farewell? Be cool. No. So I'm going to cover some Total War games, not all of them. So starting from the 26th, there will be 7 days of live streaming. Some of them are going to be shown, some of them won't be. I'm still deciding on what is or isn't going to be shown. I'm actually even considering covering Paradox games during the charity live stream, but we'll see. Maybe 30 minutes. It says 60 seconds now. Also, premieres tend to have a pretty loud... I'll turn it down when the time comes. If Tides of Torment is the best DLC ever in Warhammer 3 history, would you cover it? Sorry about hypothetical, but you said you like it. No, I won't cover it. I'm not. I just don't really want to play Warhammer 3 right now. That's all it comes down to. I'm sure Tides of Torment looks fine, but I just don't feel like playing it. That's what their chat's saying. Hey guys, come subscribe to me. Would you consider, €10 super chat. Would you consider doing Crusader Kings YouTube series? I'd love to see your cheese there. Sorry, I've already covered. Yeah, the problem is doing really long form campaigns are really bad channel ideas. Like, they're just bad. I like playing a really long campaign, and I like Crusader Kings for sure. I don't know how to make that work. Sorry, I just don't know how I would make that work. I knew that was going to be fucking loud. It's way easier to make this bigger than smaller. Wait, that's going the wrong way. You should try the new Bannerlord DLC. It's a pretty good game. I just don't have time, but yeah, it'd be great if I did. If CA does a complete 360 and starts improving at an amazing rate, would you consider coming back? I think you talked about it, but I can't remember. Okay, so if they did a 360, they would actually be right back to where they started. I think you meant 180. Like, if CA did a 180, yeah, I'd probably come back. But I think it'd be delusional thinking that that's going to happen anytime soon. Oh, for fuck's sake. CA are the masters of cock blocking. Or like blue balling. This is like, here it is, guys. 30 minutes. Oh, here's a 30-minute timer. Here you go. Wow. Whoa, 30-minute timer. Cool. So. And that premiere was hitting 0, and I was like ready to go. And then this was coming up, and I'm like, oh. Let's see what their chat's saying. Double countdown, yeah. Total War Clockland. Played as dirty. Oh my god. What's the point of this? Whatever. Standard corpo move? Yeah, should have realized that was going to happen. What do I think we'll get? I think we're going to get Shafted. No, I think they're going to announce the End Times DLC, obviously, because they've already basically said Nagash is coming. And I think the other game that they're going to announce in this video is Medieval 3. And while I do think Warhammer 40k is the actual next Total War game, I caught a rumor. This real. It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense at the same time. Basically, so I heard a rumor that that Warhammer 40k Total War is going to be announced at the Game Awards, not today, which makes sense to pop it on the Game Awards because it will get more exposure there. But then it doesn't make sense because everyone's expecting it today, and they're going to be disappointed when it isn't that. So I'm in two minds about that one. I really. So we'll see. Hey, starts in 30 minutes. Psych, 30 more minutes. Yeah, thanks for the super chat. But to be fair, it was supposed to start 27 minutes from now. It's just that the timer went down by half an hour, and we didn't know why. And that was because there was another timer in this video. Yeah, whatever. What about Star Wars rumors? I think that those rumors are real, but I think it is of no consequence because it would be way in the future. Like, I think 40k first, then Star Wars. Like, maybe 5 years down the track, so I wouldn't worry about it. Damn Legend losing weight, you look good, man. Thanks, dude. I have actually lost weight. Yeah. I went from 150 kilos to 130. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I like to lie about unimportant things. You look like okay. Why spamming that? Do we have to pay to watch the trailer? Wouldn't that be funny? However, you do have to subscribe if you want to watch it here. I've got a face wall, and if you don't subscribe to the channel, the face wall's staying up. No, I'm just kidding. Most creators, they put a paywall on their premium content. I put a face wall. You do look slimmer though? No, I have actually lost weight. I have actually lost weight. Now you can see here, based on the fire around this, clearly the next Total War game is Total War Attila 2. Total War 2 Tillers. JDamo22 did a $5 super chat. What if they also announced that Forgotten Total War Warhammer mobile game? I mean, that was already announced, so okay. Thanks, super chat. Appreciate it. Can you disable the Australia filter and stream in the original upside down format? You mean like this? Yeah, that joke got old. Lost weight in a good or bad way? Sickly worked out? I didn't work out. Well, I guess it depends how you look at it. It's a good way. I put on a few pounds during COVID, and I just stopped eating as much. It really just came to that. Like, I was not doing any particular workout routine or anything like that, apart from like playing with my daughter. Like, she likes to ride on my shoulders, and I run around a little bit. I actually did fall over with her on my shoulders, and I put a hole in the wall, but she didn't get hurt. my knee went through the wall though. I've actually copped a few injuries playing with my daughter. It makes me feel old. I've already broken my toe, and yeah, I've put my knee through the wall. And so I gotta, yeah. But she loves like roller coasters, fast things, or anything like that. So, yeah, I go a bit overboard. Tilly Curtis did a £5 super chat. Legend, talk to us about fatigue. After 3,000 hours, I love the game, yet for months while I open the menu, I close it again. Just time to quit. Time to go do something else. Yes, that's basically where I'm at as well. I like open up and go, well, which faction do I want to play for 15 turns? And then I go, and then I close Warhammer 3, and then I open up Stellaris or something else. Because at least I know, in those games, I'm going to progress 10 years, but those 10 years are going to take me a month. Did you ever repair your window? What was the update on that break-in? Oh, right, that break-in from like 3 years ago? No, we, yeah, after they broke in, we just demolished the house. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it got repaired. Will you make a bike tour with your daughter? Probably not, no. That's where I'm too. I open a campaign, I hear Carl, and then I just close it out and take a nap. Yeah. It's a good game. It's just time to take a break, basically. Do you like the 4.0 change in Stellaris? I don't have a problem with it. I've enjoyed Stellaris in all of its iterations. Still playing EU5? Played it today. Still playing EU5. What am I up to now? 691 hours now. Where would it say how much I've played recently? It'll be a lot. It'll be a lot. I love it. I think that this is the game. This is the game I've been waiting for a long time. It just wasn't a Total War game. Expectations? I'm going to keep my expectations really low. That way, I'll probably be impressed. So, I'm going to expect nothing out of this. I think they're going to tease a teaser, and they're not actually going to tell us what the next Total War game is. It's just going to be teasers, right? Teasers for teasers. That way, if they actually reveal what they're making, I'll be like, wow, guys, they exceeded my expectations with that. Whereas this is the problem I had with Warhammer 3, right? Like this was my like expectation. Like this is where Warhammer 2 set my expectations. If Warhammer 3, I like expected it to be here, and it wasn't. Any chance for Hearts of Iron 4? Maybe. The problem with Hearts of Iron 4 is that I haven't played it in a really long time, so I have to relearn how to play it. And I kind of feel like Hearts of Iron 4 is old, and is probably going to get a Hearts of Iron 5 soon. So my thoughts is maybe just leave Hearts of Iron 4 alone. And when Hearts of Iron 5 comes out, oh yeah, go hard. Go hard. Cosplay as anyone but the Germans, basically. What changed in the last update for EU5? The big change for me was the centralization change. Like the campaign that I was playing, I was like 75% of the way centralized, and then I immediately went to decentralized because all of the vassals that I had caused decentralization drift, and it was fine. Like it didn't ruin my campaign, but I was like, oh no, my crown power, bye. But then I was like, oh wait, hang on, there's a plus to this. All my vassals are really loyal now, where previously I was like, why won't you change your culture? Hearts of Iron 5 is likely a few years in the future. Yeah, I know. Don't CA after the Total War logo represent the era they're making a game for? So the helmet and sword we're looking at represents the medieval period? What? The helmet and sword we're looking at? I think you're right, I think it is medieval, but... They never changed this. This never changes. Legend being stolen. I'm just kidding. Whereas, do you want me to turn off the volume on this? Is that better? Do you want done instead? Like, I don't mind. It doesn't bother me. I just thought you'd like a little bit of droning ambience. Legend, you think you can run survival channel like Outdoor Boys? No. Don't you have more subscribers than Total War channel? I was pretty close. I almost got there. And then they gained like 2,000 subscribers. And I'm not going to catch them now. So close. I was 1K subscribers away from them. And we just didn't quite get there. It's alright. It's not... It is what it is. But I was really close. Really close. What do you think of the late game of EU5? I'll let you know when I get there. I haven't gotten to the late game yet. So the latest I've played in a game is 1560. That's where I currently am in my Byzantine campaign. But the thing is, I play on 2x speed because I'm fighting a war with the what's left of Europe. Since we've got time, why don't I just open it up real quick and show you? Oh, I guess I'm not at war with the rest of Europe. So yeah, this is the latest I've ever played into the game. This is my Byzantine campaign, 1561. It's not perfect. I'm only going to get into this for a bit. Would you be excited for Medieval 3? Depends if it's good. Like, yes and no. Quite that. Put that down to about there. It's freaking loud. Alright. So yeah, that's me. And, oh, I'm only in one war now. That's right, because I cleaned up a couple of them. Yeah, it's, yeah. Yeah, so I'm at war with France, but it's really, I'm at war with the Mayans. They were part of a coalition with France, and I kind of just used this to go to war with France before the coalition got too big. Because, yeah, like, with this, I just stopped caring about antagonism, and so I just was like, you know what, in for a penny, in for a pound, and I was like, yeah, alright, whatever. Just won a war against Castile, took a bunch of territory off them here. You know, I'm in the Americas. You know, I'm doing stuff over here. My money's, it comes and goes. I've got 106 million people. It's not all caught up, so if we have a look here, it's not. I'm trying to core it as quickly as I can, but the problem is if I create too many vassals, then they'd become disloyal, so I can only have so many vassals at a time. It just takes a long time to get it all, basically. The coalition crossed the Atlantic? Yeah, sort of, yeah. In a way. So yeah, that's basically what I'm doing in EU5. So yeah, this war here, it hasn't been going on for that long. But if we have a look... I've taken 129,000. I don't think that's my casualties. I think it's my idiot vassals. And I've killed most... If we ever look at the French forces, they had 200,000 troops to begin with, and they're down to 50,000. So I've started actually occupying the territory. Because what I did was, I pulled all of my levies back to begin with, and I just let them siege my forts out. And I was like, okay, that fort, I get a defensive bonus, and then I would send like 100,000 men to like pound down on a French army, and then would kill it, and then and then they would come back with another one. But I'd just get out of there, wait for them to siege it, and then go right in there and do them again. And just did that, basically what I did with England. And then eventually they're like, oh, fucking hell, I'm exhausted. And now I send in my armies with my stuff. That's what I'm doing there. I'm trying to kill off the Papal States, but they're just, yeah, whatever. And yeah, I've got Bulgaria here, which I use because I've got this claim. Yeah, I've got this claim here. So what I do is, they always join the coalition. So I set up a claim on them. That way, when the coalition starts to get like a few guys together, what I do is this. I click on this, and I wait for it to get to about here, and then I go, okay, declare war on Bulgaria, but I don't actually annex Bulgaria. I separate piece out of everyone else. Yeah, pretty much. I'm actually not... All right, I see what's happening here. The coalition's slightly weaker, but I'm not at war with everyone in the coalition because I declared war on the Mayans, which were the first ones in the coalition, before these guys... before all these other ones joined. Only France joined. France and Norway, so I'm at war with them. But yeah, you know, I've been doing a bit of exploring. Bit of colonizing. I love this game. I think it's so much fun. But yeah, I play it on basically a 2-time speed because I don't want to miss anything. I'll just show you my Constantinople. So, got 588,000 people here. Heavily concentrated Tailors Guild. Pretty much nothing else. Yeah, oh yeah, right as well. Look at this. So I was about here with centralization as of like 2 days ago, and then it just all went away in a couple of months because of all the vassals. So this is what was changed in 1.08, which is fine. It just, you know, just needed to be dealt with. Anyway, that's all we need to show you. So that's basically what I'm playing at the moment. Will you consider playing mods for EU5? I know you didn't like mods in Total War games. No, it's not that I didn't like mods in Total War games. It's just I kind of prefer vanilla. I would consider it, maybe. We'll see. Did you see the Greenland strat to discover the New World in 1372? No, I didn't. That's interesting. Is this the same game from the live stream you did a while back? Like 2 days ago? Oh, right. The same campaign? No, it's not the same campaign. What gen NVMe SSD are you using? 5.0? No, I don't know. Anyway. What's the worst rage you've experienced on Total War or a stream? I don't know. I tell you what though, if I had experienced anything particularly rageful, it would have gotten clipped. Do you ever play fighting games? No. Do you make colonial nations or keep the land for yourself? I thought about creating a colonial nation. I thought about it. But you can't annex your colonial subjects. And so I thought to myself, well, I would make more money from a colonial subject. I wouldn't have as many problems if I didn't. So I don't know. Thought about it, but then I thought, I was the first one there, and I thought, I'll just... And I can always create a new colonial subject later. Would it be possible to see more Age of Wonders on your channel? Maybe, yeah. I love that game, so sure. We'll see how we go. Member for 40... Sorry, so much to become a member for 40 months. Just don't harbor any Crusaders in your prosperous and highly developed Constantinople. I think I got rid of all the Crusaders. Did you finish Kingdom Come? I did finish it, yep. I haven't finished any of the new DLC stuff, though. I got to get back into it. I'm so glad you showed up today. I know you're not interested in Total War content anymore, but I would have hated not seeing your reaction to such a big stream. Okay. Yeah, well, that's why I'm here. Liam O'Cleary did a $5 super chat. Where would you rank EU5 in terms of complexity versus all other in the genre? I couldn't think of anything else with a bigger learning curve. Yeah, I'd rate it at the top. Some people call it like wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle, but I don't know. I think it's pretty deep. By the way, how do you do with colonies? Take it yourself, create colonial subjects, or what would you recommend? I think it depends on what you're doing with the game. Are you hitting the gym? I haven't seen your face in a while and you look a lot more fit. No, I'm not hitting the gym. I just eat less now. That's all. Why is the stream so silent? I turned this off because people were here for it up. Have you played Baldur's Gate 3 before? What do you think about it? I haven't. I do want to, but I just haven't had time. EU5 is up there with Victoria 3. Well, I haven't played Victoria 3, so I can't compare it. 690 hours. Oh my god. Do you have a social life outside of gaming? No. No. I haven't had a social life in like 8 years. What I have is a particular set of skills. You know. Yeah. Seeing EU5 isn't deep, I wonder what they would be comparing that to. They're probably comparing it to EU4. So I think this is like the hardcore EU4 players that are saying that it's like not deep. That's fine. Will you leave this VOD up? The only reason I would ever take a VOD down is if there was something in the VOD that would hurt the channel in some way. So I don't see any reason why that would happen. Like if Creative Assembly copyright strike me, then I'd probably have to take it down. If they release End Times DLC, will you come back? No. Not based on the End Times DLC. That's not going to bring me back. Are you interested at all in Victoria 3? Yes. Yes, I'm interested in it. Maybe one day. Hey Legend, how are you? I'm well, thanks. Did you see that now in the beta branch, if you get territory from vassal without doing the annexation of the whole vassal, it counts as conquered, not cored? So by seizing the territory, that makes sense. Seizing territory seems a bit overpowered. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any suggestions to your daughter if she ever wants to become a YouTuber? Well, that's going to be 18 years from now, 17 years from now. Think of where things were 17 years ago, and then imagine 17 years from now. YouTube may not exist in its current form in 17 years, so I'm not going to think about that kind of stuff now. An Age of Wonders stream video would be awesome. Okay, well I did one before and not many people showed up, but okay. At Legends of Total War, in your perspective, is EU5 more complex than Hoi 4? I really am enjoying the new content, Age of Wonders in EU5. You also look happier and healthier. Keep it up, Legend. Alright, thanks, dude. Thanks for Super Chat. In my opinion, it is more complex than Hoi 4, but it's complex in different ways. So, actually, you know what? I'd say it's about the same in terms of complexity. I don't know. I don't know. I think that it's comparable. And the great $10 Super Chat. Throughout the years, I've always loved your content. You will be missed, and I know I speak for a ton of folks. Thank you for everything. I hope you and the family the best. All right, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Have you tried the Crusader Kings Total War mod for Crusader Wars? And would you do an EU5 version? I don't know. Too many things to think about right now. Have you made up with Sotek Legend? No. Look, let me. This has come up a little bit. Sotek and I are not having a spat. We're not. But we just don't talk anymore. And we stopped talking like a long time ago. So we're not having a spat. We're just not friends. But we're not friends because we broke up. We're just friends because we went in different directions. That's all. I don't talk to him anymore. Yeah, he made what I think is a pretty dumb tweet, and I just don't care. Like it's not a big deal. I'm not going to get upset about that. It's just not a big deal. But anyway, finally caught you live. How you doing, Legend? I'm doing well, thanks. Are you hoping for My Little Pony Total War? Honestly, that'd be entertaining to... You know what? Yes, I do want a My Little Pony Total War because that will allow me to farm so much content between now and when I leave without having any obligation to actually play it. So that'd be great. Thanks for Super Chat. Have the numbers you have been getting for EU5 been satisfactory for continued content on it for the foreseeable future? It's too early to say. Like it's definitely lower than Total War. I mean, anyone who thought otherwise would be deluding themselves. I was expecting about a 50% attrition with that, which that's roughly what it's been. But there's different criteria to look at. So I've got to figure things out with EU5. I'm definitely willing to keep trying at it, but it's going to take me some time before I really get my stride with that. And I may not ever do it. We'll see. What if it has Blood DLC for free? I don't care. Ever played Rise of Nations? No, I haven't. Are you and GBG doing anything again? Kind of opposites. GBG? Great Book of Grudges. Oh, but we talk all the time. So Great Book of Grudges is someone that I'm friends with, because we talk pretty much daily. Great dude. Oh yeah, we did like a podcast thing briefly, but it just, I don't know. I think there just wasn't really anything to talk about. So we just kind of stopped. Because yeah, there was just like nothing to talk about. It's just like, well, should we complain about the state of the game? Yeah, that gets a bit old. What's the worst possible historical announcement you can think of? Total War Emu War, probably. Creator program Total War Inbound. Legend was a key consultant. Okay. No, I'm not at war with any of the creators. Have you considered edited videos? It's a standard in PDX community, and other people show like 100 years in an hour. Right. Okay. So here's the problem with edited content: is that to edit something, it takes time and effort, and I like to put no effort into editing. So I would have to pay an editor to do it. Look, let me just put it this way: I'm thinking about it. I gotta come up with a solution. So we'll see. Do you still hang out with Tarot? I don't hang out with any Total War creators because we internet friends, right? But I still speak to Tarot all the time. Yeah, sure. I can't. Sorry. $2 super chat. I can't wait for the Total War Little Plony Blood DLC. Have you noticed a decline in viewership since you've started covering EU5? Yes. Yes, but that's to be expected. Thanks for this. Yeah, thanks for the chat again, guys. How do you think they'll do Warhammer 40k maps? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Which part of Queensland do you live in? I live in Cairns, like at the very top of Queensland. The very tip, very tippity top. That's where I live. If you're coming to look for me, you got to go there. It'd be great if you did EU5 content similar to Roman's Paradox. Some kind of guides would be great coming from you, I think. Okay, so here's one thing, is that I don't ever want to do anything like anyone else. So the last thing I'm going to do is look at how someone else is doing things and go, I'm going to copy that. Not going to happen. So, I mean, I'm sure he's got a great style, but I don't want to copy anyone else's style. Have you made a live stream bingo? I never thought of doing that. It's probably a bit late for that. Hey, Bit of Steel. Good to see you. Thoughts on Paradox game soundtracks compared to CA soundtracks? Paradox ones are fine. They just doesn't seem like there's a lot of variety with it. That's fine. Don't forget to refresh. Okay. Alright, should we full screen this? What features have you enjoyed the most of the non-Total War games? Population mechanics, yeah. Love me some population mechanics. 9,000 viewers, wow, okay. I was not expecting that. Appreciate you guys showing up. Don't pause it. Okay, I will not pause the video at any point, but I will talk over it at some points. If I just sit here and watch it, I think that is not fair use. You want... I can't pronounce your name. I'm a member for 27 months. Let's go, Legend. Good to see you, dude. Thanks, dude. Sorry I couldn't pronounce your name. There's shit going on. But thank you for the membership. Hey Legend, can you someday make a play through of a single country with nothing and make it good and strong empire? Yeah, that'd be good to do something like that. I think I need to get better at the game first, though. Do you think they will apologize to you? Of course not. I don't need an apology, though. I just want them to make good games. All that other stuff doesn't matter. Honestly, it's a waste of fucking time whining about the creator program. I should have never bothered with it. I should have just walked away from the creator program. Should have never joined the creator program. Should have walked away from it in 2021, and then just left it at that. That's what I should have done. Here's a trailer. So it would be an actual game trailer.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Total War Anniversary Showcase.
$5 super chat, love the content, thank you dude, appreciate it. Also, let me know if the volume is too loud or too quiet, and I can adjust it easily enough. Oh, look, it's a trailer of all of our other trailers. Total War trailer. Where all of the trailers... Yeah, forget it. All I think of when I hear Karen's is a series of prank calls.
Senior community manager
okay, thanks for the
across
super
the Total
chat.
War franchise.
Appreciate it.
On behalf of everyone at Creative Assembly, we're thrilled to be here with you today to celebrate one truly monumental milestone. The 25th anniversary of this iconic strategy franchise. Throughout this year, we've been celebrating the legacy of Total War by shining a spotlight on each of the games that we've released since the year 2000.
And showing how they don't know how to play any
we
of
look
them.
forward to the future and the exciting
future of Total War
for the franchise.
Don't block us with that, you bitch!
Seat to everything we've been eagerly building behind the scenes. Across fantasy and historical Total War, we're working on a range of projects that span different eras, styles, and stages of development. And now, we finally get to share them with you. Whether it's long-awaited updates, bold new ideas, or glimpses into the future of Total War, there's something here
Why
for
don't
every
they
kind
learn,
of strategist.
don't say future
So
of
without
Total
further
War?
ado, let's jump into things with a quick message from a true veteran of the studio. Someone who's had a part to play in almost every Total War game.
Thanks, Steve.
I really thought it might have actually been the founder
in
of
November 1999, hoping to land my next role in game development. Little did I know that during my interview, I would be shown an early glimpse of Shogun Total War. Over 25 years later, you've conquered history's most pivotal eras, witnessing the fall of Rome, surviving the turbulence of the Middle Ages, and establishing empires at the dawn of the modern world. You've also crossed dimensions into one of fantasy's most iconic settings, conquering the vast Warhammer world with legendary warriors in conflicts that defy reality.
against
Thanks to your
AI that
support,
sits there and does nothing.
We get to continue pushing the boundaries of what Total War is capable of. So whether you're a fan of our history or fantasy titles, throughout it all, our aim is and has forever remained the same, ensuring everyone playing our games is excited to take one more turn.
That has literally never been their goal.
Now,
Never.
what better place to begin celebrations than with an early look at what's to come in Total War Warhammer.
The game is entirely front-loaded in terms of like the challenge.
This isn't just another update.
Every
it's
single
the
Total War
end
game.
of the world.
He's back. And this time, he's more determined than ever.
Growing up, Warhammer was easily one of my favourite pastimes. I fondly remember buying countless copies of White Dwarf, reading the battle reports within, and dreaming of what I might buy from the mailer at the back of each magazine. Like me, many of my teammates at Creative Assembly share the same deep love
I think
for
they're
Warhammer and the
talking
hobby that
about
surrounds
Voldemort,
it.
right?
And nearly 10 years
Big Nothing
since
Burger
developing
coming right up,
content
$2 super
for
chat.
this
Thanks, dude.
incredible series.
We'll see.
The excitement is as strong as ever. Each new
Guys, don't be so
character,
negative.
faction or creature we work on brings fresh energy to the team. The diversity of the lore ensures that every faction is distinct in its design, filled with rich stories and larger-than-life personalities. It's that variety and depth that keeps the project exciting for us, and it continues to be an amazing world to help bring to life. When we first set out to develop this series, our aim was to do something that no other Warhammer game had done before. to create a definitive strategy game experience that spanned the four corners of this amazing fantasy world, with the aim of including as much of Games Workshop's iconic lore, characters, creatures, and key events as possible. It's certainly been a journey of a lifetime for us, one that we've loved sharing with you and hearing your experiences of forging empires, felling enemies, and venturing to the darkest corners of the Warhammer world. But we aren't ready for it to end just yet. Next year, we need you to join the forces of Order, Chaos, or the Undead for a war that will determine the fate of this world.
The great work can begin.
Oh my god, it's him, it's the big N-word.
Rise, my Mortarks. You will come to me and submit. Come to me and witness my ascension. The world is
Who's that?
and I shall reign over oblivion. Come to me, and for eternity you will serve. Citra does not serve. Citra rules. So be it. I am death incarnate. This world will kneel.
Three new variants of Carrion confirmed.
That's right. Nagash has arisen, and he's bringing the apocalypse with him. He and his undead legions are finally invading Total War Warhammer in summer 2026 with the Lords of the End Times pack.
Come on, you know it's
He's
gonna
not
get
coming
delayed.
alone either. 3 other iconic legendary lords from the End Times will be joining the fight, along with terrifying new units, devastating mechanics, and lore-inspired objectives. And yes, we've got a brand new free legendary lord for everyone to enjoy. For those who don't know,
thanks for Super
the
Chat,
End Times
dude.
is
Set
basically
gone.
the Warhammer Apocalypse, and it's the ultimate battle between the forces of good and evil. During this event, Archaon the Ever-Chosen leads the forces of Chaos in a final assault to destroy the world. But as the forces of destruction rise, legendary heroes and factions from across the world form uneasy alliances to resist annihilation. And as we announced earlier this year, Warhammer 1 and 2 owners can also join in on the action, as Immortal Empires is now accessible to all players who own one of the games from the trilogy. We're incredibly excited for our players to experience this content as we celebrate an amazing 10 years of working on this game. Whether you're a veteran or returning after time away, there's never been a better moment to dive in. This isn't just another update, it's the end of the world.
15 little super chat.
Nagash isn't just
Appreciate
a
it. I
villain.
can't really read it out right now.
He is the king of the undead. This is the ancient evil
appreciate
who
it.
turned Nehekara into a lifeless desert to claim dominion over the dead. His first attempt to extend that desert to the entire world failed. But he is back. And this time, he is more determined than ever.
His second attempt failed
To
as
bring
well.
that presence to life, we focused
the lore
on making
right.
him
This would be
feel
number
truly
3.
imposing. As the greatest of all necromancers
cursor off
and
the screen?
wizards, he is a figure above politics and mortal concerns.
Sorry.
He does not need to motivate anyone. He simply states what will happen. His goal from the beginning is clear: to turn the world into a land of the dead. His undead corruption spreads relentlessly, as he claims lost power, seizing the Black Pyramid, gathering his scattered books, and raising armies that stir simply from his presence. And he doesn't come alone. Nagash can summon his Mortarchs by luring them from other factions. Arkhan the Black, for example, who abandons his Tomb King ties to write a Dread Abyssal and flood the world in deadly witchlight. Nagash's arrival brings not only doom, but a unique undead roster that draws from both the Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings, uniting ancient death and vampiric horror under one banner. From the crypts and catacombs rise ancient figures like Warlock Harkon, the ruthless Blood Knight whose blade has tasted the blood of kings. He is joined by Tomb Heralds, the internal guardians of Nehikaran royalty, and the towering Morghast
it's very similar to the mod,
created by
isn't it?
Nagashi's own hand to hunt the souls of the defiant. And then there is the Kemric Titan, a colossal woe construct that stomps and flies across the battlefield like a walking apocalypse. With all this in mind, Nagashi's goal remains unchanged. He seeks to reclaim enough power to choke the life from the world itself, binding all undead to his will in a single, world-ending ritual, as is his grand
Oh my god,
design.
guys, we've never had a ritual, world-ending
Bringing
ritual
the
or
end
whatever.
times to Total War
That,
Warhammer meant more
never
than
had
adding
that.
new content. It meant reshaping the very fabric of the campaign map to reflect the
First
devastation
time.
unleashed by a host of apocalyptic events.
Using
Depending
a
on their
powerful
choices,
ritual to
players
win
will
the game.
witness a Warhammer world transformed. Lush meadows now drawn in molten rivers from
First
volcanic
time.
eruptions. Earthquakes split the land into colossal fissures, rendering cities into ruins beyond repair. Craters from warp-fueled meteors scar the terrain, and entire continents may be left barren. The campaign
is a
map
first,
has
though.
never felt so apocalyptic and alive, and we're thrilled for players to shape their own vision of
More
it.
like dead.
Of course, such devastation means new battlefields. Our team has crafted epic new maps to reflect the chaos. Players can expect battles fought within the sunken ground of an earthquake fissure, with lava pouring from all sides, fighting at the very edge of an erupting volcano, or in giant craters created from warpstone meteor showers. It's nothing short of the monumental destruction only the end times could bring. We've really tried to make these key moments in the lore as immersive to play through as possible. One of the most haunting new settlement locations is Nagashazar, the dread fortress of Nagash himself.
That's been in the game since
With
1
its
and 2.
towering necromantic architecture, glowing skulls, and eerie green witchlight, it's a place where death reigns eternal. The environment team have poured their passion into crafting a map that feels otherworldly, so let's take a brief look at it in action.
This world
Probably just looks different, right? It's been in the game since 1 and 2.
let chaos claim it. Allowed chasms to bleed it. Life failed it. This world dies and becomes my domain.
Hello there. I'm Lore Master of Sotek. You may be familiar with me from a Twitch and YouTube channel and other stuff where I talk about and focus on Warhammer Fantasy lore and
He
literature.
really is a CA
and some other
employee,
things.
isn't he?
And
Annoy.
today I'm going to be serving you as the herald of the end times. But I'm not alone, because I'm joined by Rich, Victor, and Todor, who you are likely familiar with at this point. And today we're going to be chatting about the Lords of the End Times. So, to start us off, is this really the end for Total War Warhammer? Like, is this the final thing, which a lot of people have feared is going to be the case?
No, absolutely not. This is just a moment in the Warhammer lifetime, and there's going to be more content still to come after this, I'm pleased to say.
Excellent. That is what I very much like to hear. So, getting into the actual content itself, what is the End Times going to be bringing to the game that's
listen, I
going
think you should
to
try
change
Master
our
Commands to Total
experiences
War,
for
but
people
better
that are
with interesting
familiar
mechanics?
with the Mortal
I do need to
Empires
do
and
that
have
at some
played
point, for sure. Thanks for the
hundreds
super
of
chat.
campaigns? What is the End Times specifically going to be doing to shake up the experience?
So, first of all, we're bringing a set of characters. One of them we'll discuss a bit later here. And there
Should've been you,
is
bro.
another
Oh,
significant update that comes
No,
to the
shouldn't have.
Immortal Empires that aims to bring the End Times to your campaign while respecting the rules of the sandbox. So what we want to try and achieve is make the later stages of your campaign more interesting, like keep the choices impactful, keep the stakes high, and we're doing that by introducing end-time scenarios, which you might think are a bit like the current existing crisis, but they're different from them in various ways. Like, for example, an end-time scenario comes in phases.
Thanks for the $2
so
super
there
chat,
will be a
appreciate it.
build-up, there will be a phases of actions, and at the end there is a culmination battle. Well, the entire scenario is resolved, and you might be
It'd be
able
so
to
funny if it was you.
overcome the challenge, the end times. You might be able to
I wouldn't have
survive.
done it. For
or
one thing,
you might fail, and you might have to
They were never going
live
to
with
ask
the
me. If
consequences.
they did
So
ask me, I wouldn't
not
have done
live
it.
at all.
So
An example of
It's totally
such
fine for him
a
to do it. Totally
end-time
fine.
scenario is related to the most powerful necromancer in the world, who
Skip
at some
plays kinda
point
boring.
might
Well, it's the premiere, I
suddenly
can't skip
decide
ahead.
that he wants to exert his will
Announcement something for
over
Warhammer?
every
Oh, I think there's more.
everything
I
that
think
has
this is going
died. But
to
to do
be
that,
a bit longer
he needs
than this.
to make everyone dead. So this is something that you need to face
Sotek is
and
a CA
overcome.
employee now.
In addition to that,
Yeah,
there are
pretty
some
much, eh?
significant changes while the end time scenario takes place to the visuals of the campaign and in
Like to
battle,
sort of cope.
and
What am I
also
coping
to
about?
the audio.
What am I
So you
coping
have
about? I didn't
all
cope
this
about anything.
different atmosphere related to Nagash or
They
perhaps
brought in Sotek
Archeon.
and the dev is wearing a Britannia shirt.
Speaking of
Two
that particular
on the
big man
nose.
himself,
I
well,
think you're
today
looking
we
too
are
far
going to
into
be
it. I wouldn't
celebrating
bother.
quite a bit
2
and
times speed.
giving the great necromancer
There's
his
nothing
due
ahead.
as he always
Right.
deserves. Ultimately, he's kind of interrupting someone else's party, which is the one that kicks off the end times and ends up ending it. Archeon himself, is there going to be anything new, anything exciting that fans of Archeon can be looking forward to with the end times?
I must
Brother
admit,
who might
while
super
I
chat.
admire
Sotek is an
Nagash,
ironic surprise of the stream.
Archeon is truly
Explains
the,
the certain tweets and actions. Good on you for being authentic and true to yourself. Let's show
uniting
more.
the forces of chaos and raining destruction upon the
Yeah, I had no
hapless
idea
rest of
he
the
was
world.
gonna be
so we
involved
are
in this
doing
kind of
new
stuff. I mean,
things
that's
for
good for him, though.
Archeon. One of those
Like-
is we're trying to refresh his entire experience by introducing a narrative feature that aims to put the player into the shoes and boots and mount of the 13th ever chosen.
Their chat is being censored.
This will be the story of how you, as Archeon, in
Okay.
your campaign,
Well, this
you
chat
bring
isn't being
about
censored, so-
the end times. And in addition to that, we really want to update the visuals of Archeon's model, so he receives the proper visual quality that the 13th ever chosen deserves.
Well, it's excellent to know that Archeon's dressing up for the occasion. He needs to. It's technically it's his affair. He needs to look the part, so that's great. But
Yeah, I can
ultimately,
see-
we're
I
not
can
really
see
here to
things
talk about
disappearing.
him. As much as we all love him, he's a bit old news. We're here
Look at this one here. I bet
for
this-
the big man.
Put a
the
timer on this
big,
one.
Great necromancer himself, the father of all of our favorite
3,
undead.
2.
What is Nagash
No, it's
gonna be
staying there.
doing for Total War? Oh my goodness, what is he going to be bringing
where'd
to
it
the
go?
game? Clearly, a lot of teal and destruction and death from the looks of it.
Imagine the moderation team's working
Nagash
overtime.
is
Over
the
36,000 people
Lord
watching.
of
God
Undead,
damn.
and he would be the ultimate necromancer in our game. He's all about power, dark, forbidden,
Oh, sorry.
lost and
That
reclaimed,
super chat. Did I read it out?
power to
Yeah, I
end the
did.
world.
Thank you for the super chat. It's very generous.
In battle,
of
he
you.
will
Appreciate
also be able to command a vast roster of different undead units from the currently existing ones and some new ones.
That guy's
specifically
built like
unique
I
to
imagine
him.
the average Warhammer
And
fan
on
would
the
look like. Also,
campaign map, he will
leave the $1 million company
spread
alone.
death across
Sotek
the land.
does
He's
want
not
that.
interested in
Right, for
conquest.
sure.
He wants
But that
to
is
reshape
that
the
is
world
not really
in his
a good
image,
criticism
making it
to
a
use on
lifeless
someone.
desert.
Like, it's
This is
just
his ambition to rule over everything.
that's irrelevant,
because
basically.
This
put
way,
it that way.
they're obedient.
Explains the
and
shilling defensive CA
subservient
from
to him.
Sotek.
And we want to give this power fantasy to the player.
Yeah,
It's not
I think
that
you would have
you're
done
the
that
hero
anyway,
in
to
this
be
case.
honest.
You are the end, and this is the power fantasy drenched in the dark tone of Warhammer. When playing with Nagash, you will be
No,
having these mechanics
did
that
a PLN 50
allow
super
you
chat.
to
They make end time sound
construct
super boring, not gonna lie.
necropolises, over where vibrant jungles used to be,
I know.
and the change is permanent there. So this is how we imagine Nagash to be.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Oh,
Yeah, that's basically what I was
okay.
saying. You're
Well,
right,
if you defeat
but
the
it was
faction
me.
like in
It was also
totality,
irrelevant.
you'll be able to revert some of that.
Sounds pretty difficult to get rid
Actually,
of,
the lore
but
videos better than
such
Sotek.
is the power of
Sotek
Nagash.
did, in my
But
opinion, some of the
as
best lore videos.
a powerful
He doesn't really
wizard,
do
is
them
there going to be
anymore.
anything special magic-wise, like maybe something new?
The yapping gives me a
He
headache.
comes with his own spell lore, inspired by the tabletop, and there'll be new spells that are all unique to him, and we'll be making them in a way that plays in the spirit of Total War. So not
Would you like
direct
an Empire
translation,
too?
but inspired and certainly
really.
the flavor of the tabletop.
So we hear a lot from beloved and very
CA
trustworthy
making a whole interview.
naysayer Manfred von Karstein
Just
that
one simple
Nagash
DLC.
is weak. He's been saying that for years at this point. What is
think there's more.
Nagash going to be
I think
bringing to the
there's gonna be
game
more
that
than
sets
just
him
this.
apart from our other undead, our vampire cows, Tomb Kings, etc.?
I can give you one thing. He's going to be bringing all of that good stuff that you just mentioned together. So he's going to be in command of the Vampire Counts, the Vampire Coast, and the Tomb Kings. He is
should
the
also be said, my
proper
issue is Sotek
puppet
is a Warhammer
master
fan, not a Total War fan.
of
Why
the
here?
launch. I think it's going to
Okay.
be a lovely, nod back to what we
Who
all
cares?
enjoyed in
Right?
Warhammer
So here's the thing.
in the past.
I'm a
having
Total
control
War
of
fan.
all of this
Well, I used to
undead.
be. And
He's
I'm
also
not a
then, as we
Warhammer
were
fan.
talking about before,
So
having that
Sotek and I are
corruption
basically
element,
opposites in that
where
regard.
Once he's
And in many
seeded
other
himself
regards as well.
into this world, he's going to kill
Shit, a
everything,
lot of
and
regards.
nothing's going to be able to come back from it.
So,
he's going to be.
do you have
super
to be a
excited.
Warhammer fan and a Total War
That
fan?
is pretty exciting, but while Nagash, he always stands above the great god of death, he does have to delegate to somebody. Is there any other kind of features or minions or anyone what is he going to be relying upon to bring the world to ultimate silence?
Sotek is money fan.
So, first of all, it's
People that
important
like
to say
money.
that unlike other undead factions that are comprised
you
of
wanna
different
criticize them? It's
characters
cool.
with
Just,
different
yeah.
complicated relations,
There's way better
Nagash's
ones to
faction
use.
is Nagash. His race is Nagash. Everything revolves
25
around
years for
Nagash
this shit.
and his will.
There
and
will
his
be more. Like, if you're
ultimate
not
ambition
interested
to
in
dominate
Warhammer,
over a
I'm
dead
fairly
world.
sure there is more
In order
than
to
this.
achieve
You just
that,
gotta
he
get,
relies
this
on
is
his
just what's
corruption. He
first.
relies over all the variety.
When
of
this
undead
trash
units
Warhammer
that
talk
he
is
has
over, give us what we really
under his
want.
command. He also relies on the presence.
So I
of
heard
the
a
Black
rumor,
Pyramid,
Medieval 3. Okay, just
both on the campaign and
gotta get
in
through this
battle.
first.
You will witness and you will command the Black Pyramid around the world. And in addition to that, he
Stop
has
questions.
also
it's just,
relies
it's,
and
I don't know. It's
demands
not a very
the
interesting
support
interview,
of his
but whatever.
Mortarks.
This is pretty
Who
standard
are
for a
these
Creative
special
Assembly interview.
characters
It's just
that
like
are
talking about the
obedient to
lore,
him and serve his will.
not really showing
And
gameplay.
in the game, we're representing, I believe, all of them, Victor?
All 9 of them, the ones that were present in the End Times books.
So the canon ones, very fun.
The canon ones, so you can expect that when you play Nagash, they'll be doing their own things that are currently in Total War, those of them that are already there. And in time, when you grow strong enough, you'll be able to exert your will and call them to you. You will be able to choose in what sequence you, in what
Like,
order
even
you
CA streams are on the
summon
same
them.
volume.
Some will
You
be
are
easier,
talking
some will
over
be
each other?
harder to
All right, I'll send this down a little
dominate.
bit then.
And you'll be able to make them stronger in the process. Like when they become his lieutenants.
People like
they don't do
YouTube
it
drama,
without
I'm
the-
seeing that
you
they
know,
start
pure
hating
adoration.
Sotek
Some
just
of them
because
do
you
it
don't like him.
Harker, but others are
Hang
just
on a
tainted by power.
second.
So when they
Don't put
become
words in my
weapons,
mouth
they
there.
will
Okay.
receive new abilities.
I really
some
don't
stat
like it when
boosts.
people do
Some of
that.
them get
I didn't-
special mounts,
I didn't
like the
say
Dread
that.
Abyssals that will
Okay.
allow them
We
to
had.
go into
It was
battle.
like not even
And,
a spat.
they'll also like
He did
when they
a stupid
join you,
tweet.
they'll be
I called him out on
bringing
it,
their
and that was the end of it.
lens, so
We're
to
not
speak,
really
but
friends
you'll
because
be
we don't
draining
we don't
them of
talk
life in
anymore.
a way
But I don't
Nagash
like
does
just dislike
with
him.
everything.
So you're blowing
Coming with
something
a
way out of
proper
proportion.
Upgrade for those
I'm happy
Mortarks,
for
which
it.
is
Like
very
if this is
exciting.
what he
Probably
wants,
some goodies I imagine the
this
other
is great.
undead
And
will be
honestly,
looking to as well.
I can't
Really
think
makes
of a
sense.
better person to be
Absolutely, we can expect
doing
that all
this
these
than Sotek.
new
I'm
toys
happy
that
for
we're
him.
Adding where appropriate, will be.
I really don't think
receiving
you need to
other-
like
other
project
factions,
that
like
much
vampire counts will be receiving
onto it.
counts.
It's not
That's all
necessary.
really exciting. I can't wait to just collect the full set of them. For those of us that have that kind of completionist itch, there's something very nice about having that full little grouping under Nagash's
Don't worry about it. The
claw.
community loves to run
But
with drama, even when
speaking of
people
other
involved
just
have moved on.
exciting things that are gonna be
Yeah, I know.
happening
Like, it's
with
just
the
that's
end
normal.
times and or Nagash.
People
What
love
would
drama.
you say
People love
for
drama,
you
and then they like to
personally
say,
is
"Oh,
gonna
we
be the
don't want
most
drama."
exciting thing that's
Best
coming with
videos of
all
the past
this
year have been
exciting
drama
new
related.
DLC
So
content?
it's just
One
evidence
itch
does not
I've been
point to
wanting
that.
to scratch is to get the Realm of Chaos battlefields.
I hope you and your
actually
family are
into
doing
Immortal
great. Yeah,
Empires. As
we're
you
doing
know,
great. Thanks, you. Dude.
They don't feature within that map.
Toodle Super Chat. I don't hate Sotek. He has no stake in Total War on the Warhammer.
Experience those larger-than-life, colourful.
Okay, that's fine.
battlefields
Guess what?
that,
I have
the
no
Realms of Chaos
stake in
each
Total
have,
War or
and there'll be a
Warhammer.
way for
So
you to transport
it's
yourself
like
to those battlefields.
it's all
have
good.
Those epic
If you
want
wanna
to
just-
the adversaries, and
it's-
demons
that's
and
all
that,
good.
and have a lot of fun there and bring much more.
I don't
life
see
and,
that as
flair
being a
to Immortal
problem.
Empires.
So having those maps where we're fighting in the realm.
The chat
of
thinks you
Slanesh
hate him and is
Aragorn, all
spamming him.
those Horrible.
How
but
do you even
so
stop
beloved
this?
Dark gods.
Exactly that.
Well,
I never
just
said
to
that.
Build up a bit on that. Like
So,
for me
I
as
don't
a
know.
player, like
I just said we're not
some of
friends.
the best battlefield maps we've done is in the Realm of Chaos, and now that
You and
Immortal
Sotek
Empires
should call
have
each other
become
maybe
the
kiss?
definitive
No,
way
I'm
to
not interested in
experience
that.
Total War Warhammer.
I haven't
I'm
spoken to him
kind
in
of
4
missing
years.
those,
I'm not
so
really
I'm
interested
glad
in
you're-
talking to him now.
you're adding them in. For
It's not
me
a big deal.
personally, the big thing with this DLC is cataclysmic events, or what we internally call devastation.
All you need to know is Sotek
which
is CA's man,
you
not the
can
game's man.
see-
Yeah,
is that why
probably true.
Lustria and
but
everything is
that's-
burning
I
and
don't
on
think
fire
it's-
horribly?
I don't
This,
care.
we wanted to show the change in the world
Bold spotlight on
in
the
a
middle
visual
guy.
way that is more dramatic than what we currently can do with just corruption. You know, corruption changes a bit of the environment, but not to this extent. So we'd like, with 10 times scenario, for really truly epic, apocalyptic things to happen, like volcanoes erupting, fissures opening up, like bottomless chasms, and meteors falling down,
There we go.
splintered from the chaos
Is that better?
zone. And
If
we'd
that's
like that
look,
to
if
change
that's
the
all you want to
campaign
focus on,
rather
that's cool.
permanently, and to provide different gameplay there once you know.
Tendril Super Chat,
that
people,
change
hang on,
happens.
people don't like
For
Sotek because he
certain-
defends
it will
CA
be
no matter
triggered
what
in some
shitty
cases
things
by
they
the
do. He
game.
called the
In some
community
instances,
tantrum
yeah,
throwing
factions will
babies
be able to wield it like a
for
super
wanting CA to
weapon.
fix the
In
bugs
some
that introduced
cases, the
6.3.7.
themselves will be able to
Yep,
use them,
man, I
but,
saw him.
like,
I
there'll
saw him.
be
If you don't like
examples in the
Sotek for
lore
that,
we'd like
that's
to
totally
really
cool. Like, I'm not
show
here defending
visually,
him.
and
I'm just saying, don't put
also
words
with
in my mouth.
music,
That's all I'm
the
saying.
right
Don't put words in my
bespoke
mouth.
music for those events. Like when a certain endgame scenario happens, you as a player will know you're in this moment that things are changing. Like the visuals of the campaign map will change, the mood there, the music, and just the color palette and the special effects around the campaign map will be different. And also in the battle maps, there will be different skyboxes, like when the Chaos More sleeve is hanging low, close to the world, you'll be able to see that on battle maps. And all these new images and visuals we hope to.
Sean Rijkaard did a 69.69 super chat. The community desperately needs you. Sorry, desperately needs
So this will
your
be
starting
affecting
first
actual game-
turn
It's not just cosmetic. This will be affecting
guides
actual gameplay.
for each of the new legendary lords
Some
before you
campaign
go.
map
How much money do we
performances
need
work
to
in a
pull
different
to
way
purchase this
after
service from you?
Cataclysmic events has happened to them.
It's
And,
not going to happen.
there will be
But thank you
also
for the super
different
chat.
battle maps.
Appreciate it.
I'm okay with that, but our jungles.
No.
Realms of Chaos battlefields and Devastation is cool. I really admire them. What I'm most excited about personally is the narrative change that we're preparing for the new lords we're introducing, and also some of the existing lords, to be perfectly frank. And I'm really, really curious and excited as a Total War player to see how we will be able to tell the story of Nagash's rise to power and his domination over the world while still retaining the sandbox and retaining that player agency and the player choice.
So, regardless of which character you're picking,
Manscaped for your
you'll
balls,
have
not
the
your
ability
head.
to get involved in these storylines of like
Fair
the
enough.
rise of Nagash and stuff. Even though you're playing such and such way on the other side of the planet, you can, if you want, you can get really involved with these storylines.
Well, yeah, if you're not playing as Nagash, it's very likely that you will have to survive the rise of power of Nagash. Whereas if you play as Nagash, you will be the one that rises to power.
For
step
about
by step
13 minutes so
while
far.
you are doing your conquest and your spread of corruption and the extinguishing of life around you.
Excellent. So, for a lot of us players, this is incredibly
Do you think Nagash should be
exciting.
broken
There's
on
a
launch
lot
like
of
Skull Taker?
changes and just wild things happening. And
I would
everything's quite literally on
I would say
fire.
be a problem
And
if he was
although we've
balanced.
touched a little bit on it,
It
just to be
probably
kind of
should be broken,
clear when it comes
but
to
I don't know.
the end
I don't
times
know.
as an experience, this is still focusing on that sandbox experience of Total War Warhammer. It's not purely narrative, but it has narrative aspects, but it's still sticking to the core fundamentals.
Walter, tell me about the end times,
storytelling
Walter.
machine, and we want players to be able to still tell
Thanks for
their
super
own
chat.
stories through the sandbox nature that we offer. So with the end times now featuring in Immortal Empires, it's going to be exactly that. You can go ahead and, as we talked about earlier, play as Archaon and destroy this world, end it completely. But on the flip side,
Am I going to do a
we wanna let
7.0
you have
patch
those
video? No.
Different stories also.
I've only
things
got
that
one more video
maybe
planned for
didn't
Total War
happen,
Warhammer.
But you'd like to think how they might have played out.
So
with
for the 25th
Nagash
anniversary, they
taking over
killed
the world
off
and
3
bringing death
kingdoms,
to
and
it,
now
or
this.
Whatever else you can think of for that matter.
I know many people who are going to be hopping right into Karl Franz Saves the Day.
It's funny because I know things. They are. Oh god, I think they are actually going to do the 3 Kingdoms retrospective just after this. But the funny thing is, oh my god, it's so funny. No, I don't want to spoil it for you because it's just too funny.
Stuff in my
You just have to.
very biased but professional.
You just have to wait and see.
But beyond the end times, is there anything else we all can be looking forward to for Total War Warhammer?
So, one very important thing that we're all quite excited about.
So they confirmed 4 legendary lords. Your video said Nagash, Monkey King, Thanquol, and Boris. So yeah, I was wrong. Or they changed it.
You no longer need to own Warhammer 1 or Warhammer 2 or
Yeah,
Warhammer
it seems like what they're
3
doing
to
is a
experience the
Warriors
Immortal
of
Empires.
what's it called, Champions of Chaos style
Purchase just
DLC,
one of the
where
packs,
it's
and you
4
have
legendary
the
lords
Immortal
for
Empires
the
where you can
undead,
play with what you have purchased
and a rework
against
for the undead,
everything else
obviously.
that's in the companion. So you can purchase just Nagash from your shirt, and you can play as Nagash from your shirt in the Immortal Empires and extinguish
$69 super chat. What's the total player base
So
playing
Nagash
legendary
Stan
difficulty
can
drop
just
like a
come
rock
in,
without legend guiding us?
Buy just this.
I
get
think it has been
whole
dropping
Immortal
like
Empires
a
and
rock
just go crazy and then
since
be like,
Warhammer 3 came
job
out,
done.
to be honest.
Exactly. This is
And I can tell
an
because of the
exciting
amount of
moment
save
for us all
files that are
because
sent
we're
in
lowering
and what
the
difficulty
entry
most people
point
play
barrier
on.
for
I
all of
very
the players.
rarely get a save
So
file sent in
we're
on legendary
hoping to
difficulty. The
introduce,
vast majority of them
new
on normal
players
difficulty.
that want to
Whereas in Warhammer
experience
2, the vast
all this
majority were on legendary
magnificent
difficulty.
spectacle that
So
the Immortal
I
Empires
think
and
the number of
Warhammer
people that
3
play
Total War
legendary is
is.
way down.
Well, that is just amazing. I'm so excited to see all of this come to fruition, all of your incredible hard work. Thank you so much to Rich, Victor, and Todor for joining me here to discuss the end times and what all it's bringing to us in the future, which is just, oof, can't wait. Thank you everyone so much at home for joining us. We hope that you had a good time. And
It's just,
we will
I'm not
see you around.
Teresa. It's just funny. That's all. It's just funny. Guffo become a new member. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Total War has a long and storied history, and alongside the game announcements we're sharing with you today, we'd like to reveal more about the latest evolution of the game engine that will be powering our
Also,
future
Warhammer
ambitions.
fans hate end
To give you
times.
more
It
of an
turns
insight
into
into
Sigma.
what's going on,
Yeah,
I'm
no.
joined
Thanks so
by
much,
Ellie and Roberto from our core
my
technology
prediction
team.
is Nagash is going to
Guys,
be an
can we do a
undead
quick
version of the Demon
introduction?
Prince, maybe
Ellie,
with
just
hint of
tell us who you are
Arco.
and what you do.
Maybe.
I'm
no
Ellie
idea.
Qualanda, and I'm the technical art director.
Then they're going to start talking about the next
Thank you. And
Total
Roberto?
War game.
I'm Roberto Girali, and I'm the core technology director for Total War.
Perfect. Thank you guys, and thank you for joining me for this chat today.
Thank you.
So for those who
Warcore.
don't know,
Warcore. Oh, I don't want to rewind it. Didn't
what
I say the
is
next Total
an
War engine was called
What does the
Warcore?
engine do for Total War?
So it's the tools. It's the toolbox really of the game developers. It's the graphics.
Finally,
renderer, it's
finally, one of my leaks
core
came true.
gameplay,
Finally, one of
components
them
that the
came
teams
true.
Build upon to make our game experiences unique.
I got one right, guys.
It's the animation
One.
system. There's a lot of core features that all of Total War games actually benefit from, and we build upon those in our unique product.
Where's CA Sophia?
Why is Total War's
I thought they
engine
do all
so
the Total War stuff now.
Well, the engine is the foundation for all our titles, and when we saw the incredible lineup ahead of us, well, we decided that we needed to level up our technology to support these fantastic visions. So it's quite an exciting challenge. We're a small team, we use proprietary tech, but we're really excited to bring something new to Total War. And so today we're happy to
if it ends up being Star Wars, I'd love for it to be a spiritual successor to Empire at War.
Warcore.
I wouldn't assume it's that.
Talk about it today.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit like the current version of our engine. We started evolving that from 2009, and all the products you've seen since then. We've been iterating on that engine, but we realised that with the lineup of games we had,
can't believe Sotek is on here. He has insulted the Total War community and CA, hosting him on here as a massive middle finger to the community, FCA.
And then taking it to that next level, like you said, leveling up, right? What does this mean
I'm
for
not going to tell you
players?
what to think,
What can they
but
expect to see
whatever.
and experience
I don't
in
feel
future
that way.
Total War games?
We
The
really
reason
wanted
for
to
fewer legendary
upgrade,
disasters can
the
be
type
because
of
players
visuals
got
you
better,
can
and
see
at
in the
least in
game,
my case, I play with a lot of mods because base game is
competitive
boring.
with what
Yeah,
everyone
you
else
could be
is
right.
seeing in other games at the moment.
Thanks,
Total
Super
War
Chat.
games are rendering so much on screen at the same time.
No mention of Thankwall?
Characters, massive battlefields,
characters.
so many characters.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to end Total War
we really had
Warhammer
to rethink,
without Thankwall.
you know, how
so
we,
maybe
the techniques we
maybe
used
the
to
original
render some
plan
of that
for
stuff
the
because
end
we
times got
wanted to
split up
upgrade the
into
fidelity everywhere.
a Vampire
Some of those
DLC,
things
a
include
Skaven deal.
new
Maybe there'll be
lighting
more than
techniques,
one Skaven,
dynamic
like a
shadowing,
whole
we've
Skaven
improved
legendary
our screen
Lord
space
DLC.
ambient
I don't know.
occlusion, which means you're going to see much more fidelity in the self-shadowing of models on the terrain. Gives it much more realistic
Medieval?
feel. The meshes and the textures now,
That looks like
because
Troy.
of improved
That looks like
rendering
Warhammer.
techniques, we're able to put more fidelity in those things and not compromise on that performance of gameplay. We also have looked at new rendering techniques for VFX, so where you see projectiles, there will be high fidelity because we've now got a new ribbon technology, which means we're not going to have so many overlapping particles. This means it's more performant and it means we can get crisper kind of projectile visuals.
Nice.
Yeah, our players may be familiar with Warscape, which is our renderer, and we've created a new version in Warcore powered by DirectX 12.
So it's all going to contribute towards the overall immersion of what our battles are like, I guess, as well. And does this apply to campaign as well? So these kind of like new lighting abilities and things like that that we'll have in the game, will people see that across both campaign and battle?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, yes, they will. It'll be across the renderer is kind of like a layer on top of the entire game engine, so you will see improvements in all areas.
Awesome.
On the battle side, we've actually decided to integrate Havoc and the physics system into our gameplay. It means that the buildings are more dynamically destructible. You can then use that as part of your strategic gameplay to
we kind of had that in Medieval too.
pathfind to new areas of the map.
And the battle AI will also respond to this, so we've rehauled the battle AI to be also able to utilize all these new advancements
No
and
one's
be
going to
more
believe
strategic
this.
as well.
So you can use these like destructible environments to
They're going to either over-prioritize it or they're going to
but also your enemies are
under-prioritize
going to be doing
it.
the
One
same.
of the two.
So, okay, that's
They're going to do everything they
Yeah,
possibly
the
can to
battle AI
garrison
now,
buildings.
It takes more. It takes more of an advantage of reinforcements and more dynamic abilities as well. So it's really leveled up.
Awesome. And what about campaign? Are we going to see a lot of advancements in that area as well?
Yeah, we've put a lot of work into campaign. We've rewritten it to be modular so that each different game can really use these building blocks to create custom, amazing experiences. And with this, like the campaign AI goes hand in hand. So that will also evolve and use what we call a forward model. So it will simulate future states of the game to make better strategic decisions.
Shouldn't they have been doing that in the first
animations,
place?
Then?
So we've actually rewritten a lot of our animation system. It's now a graph-based node system, which means we can layer animation behaviors and create more variety and fidelity. Some of the things the players may see is more complex movement like strafing and more complex vehicle movement. Something that we challenged with our previous version, but we wanted to do more and bring more to the gameplay.
World War I Total War
The
confirmed.
team has really done a great job, I feel, with our new animation system. And there's something else, right?
Yes, of course. With Total War, quite a key part of it is blood and gore. We wanted to make this more visceral, more realistic. What we've done is rewritten some of parts of the dismemberment system, so you'll see more dismemberment.
I think there was actually too much
off,
dismemberment.
Interacting with terrain and sitting on the terrain, and very gory and
I feel
lovely.
sorry for the mocap actors that.
We didn't chop them off.
Oh, okay. That's a relief. We've talked a lot about all these pretty awesome advancements that are going to be coming to Total War in the future. But Total War, of course, has a 25-year legacy on PC. Does this new engine
They're going to take it to
allow us to
console.
look further afield in regards to the hardware we develop for?
Oh yeah, we've been wanting for a bit now to expand our
Come on.
horizons and to bring
For my phone, for
our
my
franchise
air
to
conditioner
players
remote.
regardless
Next
of
Total
the
War
hardware
game,
they
air
use.
conditioner remote control. Come
So
on.
we're quite happy
I want to
that
be able to
the
play
new engine
Total
also allows
War
us to
while
take
I'm
our
playing
future
Total
titles
War Well,
on
I just made a
PlayStation
conditional.
and Xbox as well as PC.
Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
Fantastic. So we can
Total
finally
War.
allow
It's
console
going to
players
get
to
dumbed down
experience
for
Total War.
PlayStation.
But we're still going to be,
You'll be able to play it on
of
a
course,
console
maintaining
with
that
console
same
controller.
focus on the deep strategy
Oh, yeah.
ethos that we encompass, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we want to remain true to our soul. So we're not having like a knee-jerk reaction to putting our games on console. We absolutely want to. We love the Total War formula and the complexity, the depth, and this is something that we want to keep regardless of the hardware. So PC players, I don't think they'll see any major changes to the product they love because we love it as well. So yeah, going on console is really a way to expand.
Not gonna work.
Also to our to other players.
Not going to work.
Great. What are we aiming to achieve with
Not gonna work.
War then? What's the goal of this new engine?
Yeah,
No,
we wanted
it's not
to
gonna
give
work.
Total War the strongest foundation it ever had. But really here, we wanted to look at the future. So the
Not gonna
engine now
work.
is at its infancy, so it will evolve and get better and better over time. But even now, yeah, we feel it's the most.
Oh, I feel
powerful
bad for them
foundation,
now.
we've
There's
ever
no way
had.
they're going to make that work.
And we are thinking long term. So players will see.
I'll talk about it more in
over time,
detail
and
later,
more,
but
improvements
there's no way
coming
they're going to
to
make
it.
that work.
Yeah, like Roberto says, it's in its infancy now, but you will see improvements in terms of the rendering, in terms of things like destruction and all those interesting new features. But we want to build upon those in the releases we've got to come. We've got
All chats about
plans
consoles
to
are getting
keep
nuked.
Iterating on
That's
those
how
features.
CDA does
Yeah, I
things.
think players will already see something great, but you're really
Thanks for
excited
saying
about
super chat, dude.
what they can see even 2, 3, 10 years from now, and that's what we are trying to build, yeah. And it's also something
Total
we built
War
for
on the
our
Switch.
staff, so to give them more powerful
Sega
tools,
sucking up to
to be
Nintendo.
able to
That
create
makes sense.
even better games. So yeah, streamline our internal
How
pipelines,
the
make them more
fuck are
efficient.
you going to play a Total War
We really
game
wanted to improve the developer experience.
on
So we worked on like
PlayStation
unified
or
tools and
Xbox?
unified
How?
experience and workflows and improving that experience all round.
Good for the players and good for the developers as well. It's a win-win. Amazing. Well, thank you both for joining me for this chat today.
Okay, so I played
Up
StarCraft
next,
on
we are going to
Nintendo
be taking a
64.
look at what's to come for our
Was
historical
shit.
players.
Was shit. They did the best they could, but strategy games on consoles, fucking shit. It's so fucking hard to do anything on a fucking console
Hi,
controller.
I'm Pavel.
There's
It's
no
incredible
fucking
to be
way they're
standing
gonna
in
make
front
that
of you
work.
today, not just as a
Unless
developer,
consoles
but as a lifelong
have a
fan.
keyboard and mouse.
I've been playing Total War for
It's the only way I
25
can see you
years,
make it work.
first discovering the franchise through Shogun, before becoming completely captivated by Medieval. That passion led me to join Creative Assembly in 2005, where I've been fortunate to contribute to most of our historical Total War releases, from Medieval 2 all the way up to Free Kingdoms. And today, I'm absolutely thrilled to be here as the game director of our next major historical title. The franchise was created not only because of our love of strategy games, but from a deep love of history. From the very beginning, our goal has been to bring the past to life in immersive, authentic worlds, giving players a chance to relive and reshape it in a way only Total War can. We know that same passion for history lives in our community. You've been asking for a return to the roots of what made historical Total War so special, and that's exactly what we're setting out to do. So today,
Thrones of
we're proud to
Britannia 2.
reveal the next chapter in Total War's historical legacy. It's a game we've dreamt of making for a very long time. This is more than just a new game. It's the rebirth of historical Total War.
We rule by divine right. And yet our realm is far from holy.
These pre-rendered graphics are great.
The armies we command paint red the map.
Why fight when hearts and minds are easily swayed?
Man, these in-game graphics are really good. Oh my.
The realm is ours, only when our enemies lie dead.
Patience and time will beget our gain.
We are stability,
dignity,
and authority.
We bear the weight of
Game of
pain.
Thrones Total War.
end of defeat.
Greatness shall ever define us.
And we shall never
Be forgotten. So,
how will you
shape
Your realm.
How will
you
make history.
Make history. Make history.
Auto-resolving your way through. There you go, Medieval 3.
Yes, Medieval 3 is real. So many of you have long desired a sequel to this special series, and today we're thrilled to confirm that it's in early pre-production.
Oh, for fuck's
The
sake!
Medieval series holds a special place in the hearts of many, and this game will be both a tribute to its predecessors.
Oh my
and a
god,
bold
early
step forward.
pre-production.
We're drawing direct inspiration
Years
from
away,
what made
guys.
those past games unforgettable, and for it to herald the rebirth of historical Total War. Our vision for the game is ambitious, but clear. We want Medieval 3 to be the definitive Total War experience set in the medieval era. A game where you don't just relive history, you rewrite it. In gameplay terms, that means choosing your realm, forging your legacy, and altering the course of history with a level of player agency we have never achieved before in a Total War title. Now, we are in early pre-production with Med 3, and we're announcing early to take you on our development journey with us, where we can, via blogs and other updates. We've never
Which is
announced
why,
something this early before,
when people are
and we are
providing
excited to
feedback
engage with
about
you
console,
throughout this
you're
journey.
like
We have
getting rid of
started
it.
to build the foundation for Medieval 3, and over time, we will be able to share more about the game as it comes to life. There's a lot
They
more to
haven't
come,
learnt
and we
a
can't
fucking
wait
thing.
to share it
They
with
haven't
you.
learnt a thing.
So let's dive in and meet some of the team.
Hi, I'm Cody Bonds, and I'm excited to be here today
Good for
with the
him.
team making Total War Medieval 3. I've been covering Total War on YouTube for a number of years now. I have a degree in archaeology for media, and I can't wait to meet you guys. So can you introduce yourselves?
Hey Cody, my name is Leif. I'm the creative director on Total War Medieval 3.
And I'm Luke. I'm a senior game designer on Total War Medieval 3.
People have been asking for Medieval 3 since
At least 3 to 4 years?
probably
It's
the day
probably a
after
long
Medieval
way
2
away, yeah.
released. What does it feel like to finally announce this game that people have been looking forward to for so long?
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting, also a bit intimidating, but really exciting. And, you know, in fact, this is really the game that a lot of us came to join CA to really be part
Early
of.
pre-production.
Dreaming about
Yeah,
making
so
this
early
game
pre-production means
one
that they're
day.
still getting concepts
Remember
of
when
it,
I joined in
basically.
2016 first, I was crossing my fingers and hoping that this would be, please let it be Med 3. So this is it, right? This is our magnum opus. Over the years, of course, we toyed with the idea of making this game.
This isn't their
It
magnum
really feels
opus,
like
this is
now
their
the right
last-ditch
time
effort
for
to
it.
try to save Total.
Medieval 3 is, of
Which
course, the
I'm
sequel
glad
to
for me,
Medieval
sorry,
2.
don't get me wrong.
But it
Cody
also
Shield-
follows
Cody
on,
Bond's a good
you know,
dude.
a long history
Yeah, he's a
now
good
of
dude.
Total War games, 20 years since, where we learned a lot about
I wonder if they ruin it with forced
making Total
diversity.
War games, and
I
we're
don't
really
really care
excited
much
to
about
carry
that, but
this
if that's something you care
into
about, that's
Medieval
cool.
3. So expectations are high. Expectations are really high for us as developers, for us as fans of the series as well, right? And expectations
mic's
are
low.
high
Sorry,
in the
I'm
community
not
out there.
talking into the
And
microphone
that was
enough.
actually one of the main inspirations of announcing this early, earlier than we've ever done, to bring the community on this journey.
Total War
with
doesn't
us
appeal to console
speak
games.
to our fans what this
With them?
game is all
Either.
about.
Yeah,
We're all really hyped about making
I'll-
the game.
I'll talk
As I
about
said, we're all
console-related
fans, we've been
stuff
playing for years.
at the end.
I have
Let's
a
just-
background in medieval history, so
'cause
for me
I'll
it's a
probably go
dream
on
come
quite a
true.
rant about
and I
that,
think that's
so
true
we'll-
for
we'll
most
cover
of the
that
people on the
later.
project for all different reasons. So there's loads of excitement in the studio at the moment.
If you're drawing on all this excitement, what is the vision
Will I play it?
for the game itself?
Oh, I don't know. This is
We
such
want
a
Medieval 3
like
to be all about rewriting.
it's so
history.
long in the it's so,
And
so
Total War
far
has always
away
been about
that I don't
painting the map your color, of course, and Medieval 3
I can't predict
will
what
have
my
that as a
life's
key
gonna be
element
like
still,
when
but
this
it's
actually
no
comes
longer
out.
the single most important element of your game. Much more ways of how we want players to be able to reach through the window to the world and influence the world around them, and add more ways of how the world speaks back to the player and acknowledges the actions that the player has taken. What kingdom of England
Medieval 3 is
will you
saved the
create in your
franchise, but it's
campaign?
already too late?
Playing as the Holy Roman Empire,
Possibly,
will you
yeah.
be able to unite the empire, or will you perhaps accelerate the fragmentation and form an early kingdom of Germany? And it's not just about your own realm, it's also about what happens to all the realms in the world.
This is
in
just
your game,
concept
if
art.
the Byzantine
This isn't
Empire falls,
in-game gameplay.
what will the consequence be?
The maps will not look
And
like
what
this.
about the world itself and the people that live in it? What about the dynamics of urbanization? What about the medieval estates? How will the world develop? So we want Medieval 3 to be that ultimate canvas.
Legend doesn't know you can play mouse and keyboard on consoles. Oh, you're right. I don't know
You're talking
that.
about
so...
the medieval era, but that
well,
can
if
be
you can do that,
quite
then you can make it
wide
work, I
or
guess. Yeah.
smart era, depending on who you
Alright, fair
ask. So
enough.
when you say medieval, what do you mean in this game? What's the setting?
We
honestly, I just want Medieval 2 remastered, not butcher Medieval 3. Lol. Thanks for the great content, by the way. Love your stuff. No, it's my pleasure.
High to late medieval period, 12th to 15th century, maybe a little bit either side. And I've always felt like the high and a little bit of the late
15th
period
century
is really the most recognizably
So,
true
Medieval
period.
2
It
has
has all the stuff that you might expect to find, like
11th
knights and castles. It has crusades, plague,
to
of course.
17th century.
There's the big names like Barbarossa, Saladin, Eleanor of Aquitaine, and of course Richard the Lionheart. In the east, you have these rising powers, the Ayyubids, the Mamluks, the Mongols, and later the Ottomans. And then in the west, there are these sort of slow and steady kingdoms forming and gaining power, like France and Castile. And then in Central Europe, the Holy Roman Empire is mired by civil war, and the Italian free city-states are forming these sort of bullish trade empires and stalking the Mediterranean. And then there's the sort of somehow still heartbreaking fall of the Byzantines, the East Romans, first at the hand of the Christians in the Fourth Crusade, and then later defeat by the Ottomans. So it's a really rich and vibrant period, and I think it's a great setting for us. I like to see it sort of as a chaotic world where people are trying to establish some sort of order onto it. So rulers are trying things out. They might be new things or old things.
I don't see any gameplay. What's this?
An economic system or a
So
military
they've
strategy,
announced
a
this before they've
political gambit,
really
and they
properly
don't
started
really know
work
if it's
on
going
it.
to work, but
It's
they
probably the
try it
earliest
anyway.
they've ever announced
I
a
find
Total
that
War
really
game.
compelling. You
They said
see
they're in
things
early
like
pre-production. That
brotherhood,
means that they're like
odes
doing
of fealty,
concept
even
art and
chivalry,
maybe getting some of
creating these sort
the
of
bones
bonds
of
that
the
hold
game
society
in.
together.
They don't
So
have
it's also a world of
like
promise.
a trailer.
And those promises are set.
I mean, they had
in
a
the
trailer, but it
context
was
of
live
people's
action
personal
recorded.
ambitions. The result is often just
They
can't
don't
be
have
what
anything
they're
to
setting
show.
for a Total War game.
I think the
like
purpose
you're
of them
talking about
announcing this
the
is because people are
realm,
so
almost like as it's a
disinterested in
person
Total
itself,
War
not
that
focusing
this
on
will
individuals,
get them
but as
at least
managing the
interested
whole
in it
kingdom.
again.
Yeah, I think for us it was really important
It's a smart move
lean
on their
into
part
the
to
fact
announce it
of
this
that
far
long
early.
time period and the progression and the amount of change that happened in the period. One thing we discussed was how in that time period, in medieval time, there wasn't really the notion of nationhood or nations or states. But really, at
They
the
need to
end of the
fundamentally
medieval
not mess
era,
up
we are
with the fact that for most
entering
medieval history, standing armies
realm
weren't a
of
thing, it was mostly
possibilities
levies.
where you have something like nations forming. So it's really about these medieval realms finding themselves and defining themselves in that era.
Maybe
And
Medieval 3 will
it seemed
come
like a
out
great
years in the
backdrop to give
future when you
players that
possibly return to
authorship,
making Total War content.
Not just in a single lifetime of a ruler,
Maybe.
but really in a line of succession that leads through the entire era.
And there are these great dynasties to draw inspiration from, whether it's the Plantagenets or the Capetians. And I think one of the
It's a good question
really
to be
nice
asked.
things about this project
Are we
is going
getting
back to
independently
total
building
wars
cities
that
back?
run across decades and centuries rather than a smaller or shorter period of time.
least
It
3
gives
years?
us a
Yeah, I'd
lot
say
of
at least
space
3 years,
to
yeah.
Talk about these grand, sort of slow-moving historical processes, as well as the really sort of spiky moments, the drama and the excitement of the events that happen.
One thing we sometimes talk about is how we want the game ultimately to feel very different in the early parts of your game versus the end.
But I'm Total War,
You know, we want to
40K
create
Total
an
War.
experience where 150 years in, you look back at the achievements,
they just
and
haven't
maybe
announced it yet.
failures and tragic moments and traumatic turn of events
Okay,
as
so
part of your
to
game,
put things in perspective,
how the
this is
world
in
has
pre-production,
changed,
right? This is not the next Total War
partially
game. There's not
under
going to
your
be
feather,
a
but also
5
partially
or
just,
6 year gap between Total
through
War
the
games.
events of the sandbox.
There's no way.
Which is really compelling.
There's got to be something in between.
You gentlemen have both
Pharaoh
obviously
and
done a
Medieval 3.
tremendous
It's gotta be
amount
something
of
in between.
research for this game. and can
Tendrils
draw
Super Chat,
upon
it's cool
that
to
at
see you watching
will.
something you're
But
actually
how
interested
will
in
that history
versus being
help
frustrated.
inform the
I
gameplay
just wish they had
experience?
something prior to the announcement.
I'll go bold here and say
Fair
I don't
enough.
think there is gameplay without
Okay,
history.
thanks for the chat. Appreciate it.
Whether you're making a fantasy game or a sci-fi game or historical, chances are that part of that draws a parallel to the past. So that might be a
Do
cool
you think they will announce
weapon or
a 40K Total War?
unit or
Not in
a
this
whole
video,
feature
no.
set. But it probably is inspired from history. And I think that's what makes those gameplay features feel really fun to play.
I
It's
think,
satisfying.
let's see, how
Feel
long are we into the
believable,
video?
They're grounded, they're real, even if they're a little bit fantastical. I think one of the cool things
I
about
think we're
working on a
approaching
medieval
the end
game
of
is
the
that we
video
have
now.
access to all these great
Because
sources.
it's been going
these
for
manuscripts,
53-ish
treaties
minutes.
and agreements, pipe
I think we're
rolls,
approaching the end of it now.
artifacts, or the work of other historians. That we
All
can
they say
really
right
draw
now
on.
is pointless.
And
I
that
know.
directly goes
This
into
is
the
just
content
like
of the
to
game,
build
so
up
that might
hype,
be the
and it's
weapons
fine.
the
It's like
armor,
they're at
the
the point of
buildings.
concept art.
We all love it when a TV show or a game gets the details just right. I think we also kind of love it a little bit when they get it wrong too. But I think we can say that we want to make the most authentic Total War we've ever made. And that means going beyond the content. It's also about looking at historical relationships. So when you play our game, we want you to feel like you're in medieval shoes, that the problems that you're facing are the problems
They
many
showed a
other people
screenshot of
face,
tank tracks
and
in
that
snow.
the tools you have to solve those problems are the same tools that they had as well.
$5 super chat. And
when
they
we
put
look
the
at core
DLC
systems of
on
the game,
hold
like
an
the
extra 2
economy
hours for this.
or
Truly
the
amazing.
recruitment or characters, buildings. And we think,
Well,
okay,
more
why
hours, not like
why
I'm
did these
forgetting
work in
anyway,
the way
but
that they
fair
did
enough.
in the medieval
Thanks, super
period?
chat.
Taking recruitment as an example, when you
Could
raise
they
an
announce
army in
Medieval 2
our game,
remaster maybe?
we want it to feel
I don't think they're making
truly
Medieval 2
medieval.
remaster. I don't think they're
And
doing
where
it.
did medieval armies come from? Well, there aren't really standing armies, like in the modern day at least. It's probably more from oaths of fealty, from vassals to their lords. So we want you to feel like you're raising your banners, like you're mustering your forces, or
There you go,
summoning
the person they
prince
mentioned
electors.
before, that like levies, they're
Of
addressing
course,
that.
it's not a
How about
PhD
that?
thesis, it's a game. And
So I got my
definitely
YouTube
comes
recap
first.
last
But if we
night,
can
and you are my
inspire
most watched
people to
channel, and
look
apparently
into
I'm in the
history
top
because of our game and
0.5%
maybe learn a thing or two,
of most
I think
frequent
that would
viewers.
be
Don't know
great.
what I'm going to do without your videos.
I got into history because
Oh,
of
so,
Total War, so it would be
yeah,
great
to
to
do something else.
Thanks
Thanks for super chat.
Yeah, I think we ultimately set out to make the ultimate
Some
medieval strategy
idiot, Nintendo's
sandbox,
object.
right?
The
And
interview
for
has
that,
a video of Medieval 3
simulation
footage
the medieval world
of
is really
the
important.
castle and cities
like
like
you were
4 years
saying,
back.
The representation of the forces and dynamics, that's really key. It's absolutely important to get the armor right and the
Okay, fair
details
enough.
on the
Thanks, Super
helmets, but really capturing the forces and dynamics.
I mean, they said they were in
moved the world
pre-production,
at the time,
early
and making sure
pre-production.
the player feels them and interacts with them. That's really our key goal.
There's so much.
Like,
you
I
guys
do
are
not think this is
juggling
coming out
to
until-
get right in here. And there's so many cool
I
elements.
think
that really
3
are building
years
on
is
things from
probably
the
a
past
realistic
and looking at them in completely new
time
ways.
range for this.
But what's the one key element you're really looking at to focus on here for your team?
I think that's a really interesting one to pin down because there's so much excitement and passion in the studio and team for Medieval 3. There's a great anecdote where we were sharing some concept art with the wider Total War team, and a concept art was presenting
This
some
presentation
ideas
is 5 years
around,
late?
the
Yeah, they
upgrade
should have
of
done this a
armor
long time ago.
and how more better techniques and more expertise in armor creation.
GTA 6
could be
before Medieval 3?
represented visually.
Yeah,
And I got
yeah,
this
they will.
huge message from someone not
What do you
actually
think?
working
Will
on the
they
game.
use new
explained to
iteration
me
of Warscape
the
again?
details
They
of
already
battle
mentioned that they're using the War
and
Core
how
engine.
it was done and
I didn't really find
benefits
much of the stuff they
work.
said about
So
the
a
War
lot
Core
of
engine to be
passion in the
particularly
wider
interesting.
Total War team
Just
that we want
fluff.
to draw from.
Got to
But
really see how
when
it
comes
actually
to-
operates before.
Down to one
we
thing,
go
I
like,
think it would be
that looks
to
amazing.
create that sandbox. To really
but what
bring
I
the
saw
medieval
was
world
not
to
anything
life,
spectacular
to
though.
give you the option to interact with this world, feel
Will I
the
play it?
forces.
I don't
that
know.
were
Like
at play at the
it's in
time,
early
really feel like
pre-production.
this
I have
is
no idea
truly
what's
a
going to happen in the
medieval
next
game where
3
you get
years.
to rewrite
Is it
history
possible
the
that
way you
Medieval
want.
3 will bring me back to Total War?
And that's
Possible.
Total War Medieval 3. Thank
I
you to the
think it
development
is
team
way
for
more
coming out
likely that
today
they're
and
gonna
revealing
botch
this truly astounding game that I think we're all excited to see be developed in the future. Obviously, it's early days, but we can look forward to news updates as they come out and hopefully play a game where you can truly
I think this is the
rewrite
end of the
history.
video. If I had to guess, I think it's the end of the video. As in, there's no more announcements to be made. That's what I think, but we'll see. Maybe here comes 40k.
Getting to work in Total War is like nothing else.
Working on Total War is definitely an experience.
It's different every day.
It's never boring.
Challenging. Working on Total War is an absolute dream come true.
It's a franchise that's so close to my heart.
I like to solve problems, and Total War throws endless amounts of design problems at you.
Working with people who are passionate about what they do and the world they're building makes it a really excellent place to be.
Coming into work where I get to write about the Crusades one minute and the fantasy apocalypse the next is like nothing else.
Making Total War games feels like just bringing that fantasy, that imagination to life.
And the games are always challenging, but the challenge is something that we love to tackle.
It's a franchise that has taken us to many, many different places, so nothing's ever the same.
It's really great to be part of something that means so much to so many people.
I don't think there's anything quite like it.
The fact it's two, sometimes
That's why it has a
three massive
monopoly
games
and why
rolled
it's
into one.
rotted for such a long time, because they're right, there is nothing else like it, and we wish that there was.
It's this unique mix that no real other game kind of does it the same.
We have a
really
monopoly,
kind of
am I
get that view
proud
as
of
if you're,
that?
you're a god looking at this world.
It's all interactable and you can manipulate everything in the world.
Also, it gives you that real immersion, so then you can like follow that through line all the way down to like an individual soldier, like you're zooming in on a battlefield.
You feel like you're right in there with the troops, and then with the campaign side, you get a lot of the gameplay and the strategic side of elements of the campaign.
It's just a very cool, nice synergy that works really well.
Do you think any of them
So
were
for
involved
me,
in
what makes it
hyenas?
special is the ability to bring history
Total
to life,
War
to bring players
40K
into so
for
many different
2080?
places, and not many other games can
Oh,
say
just-
that.
just wait and
We
see.
have people
Wait and
who are
see.
interested in history, in strategy, and of course, fantasy.
It's the ultimate time machine, a socioeconomic war simulator that transports you back in time.
How does it feel to work on a game franchise that is 25 years old?
Exhausting.
It is crazy to think that it's 25 years since the first Total War game.
That's pretty special. 25 years is a long time.
It feels old.
It's crazy
Makes me
how
feel
little
old.
Total War has
Great
actually
parts of
progressed
this
in the
being
last
this long.
It feels
15 years.
unbelievable and amazing. I never thought I would be part of Total War.
It's lovely to have been here for so long and seen our games develop, seeing the tech develop.
We want to
The tech
iterate
hasn't
and
developed
improve on
in
aspects, but
a
we are
decade.
always
But,
keen
I
to
don't know.
make sure we don't disappoint our fans. We don't change Total War too much.
But also, we need to move forward and do
Don't
new
change too
things
much.
and
Gotta
innovate.
move forward.
So we have a responsibility to keep it true to what makes Total War so special, but also carry it.
Well, actually,
to
no, they're
the
right.
future
They,
and keep
they need to
delivering
advance
new
the things
epic
that, like the technology in it,
experiences that are gonna
but
stand the
keep the
test of time.
formula correct,
It's a
which is
wonderful
it's been the other way
thing to
around.
be
They've
able to
actually
be
not
part of
advanced the
something
technology
that
and
has
they've changed
such a
the
long
formula
lasting
so much that
legacy.
it ruins
And
it for the
it's
most part.
stood the test of time. It's one of those
They've done the
great-
opposite
great
of what they need to do.
franchises.
So
Few
far.
games get to celebrate that milestone.
25th anniversary stream
this
and absolutely
game
nothing?
happened to be something very special.
I wouldn't say it's
And
nothing.
it also
It's
feels
just
like it's not just
I don't
a
think this was
milestone, it's
particularly
getting older.
impressive.
It's just the beginning of something new and where we're going next.
We all together as a team bring it to the future.
No future of Total War. Come on, you got to not use that word anymore. Why is everyone on their team above
And
35?
that almost brings us to the end of our anniversary showcase. And what a celebration it's been. 25 years ago, we set out to build a strategy experience unlike any other. What began as a single game has grown into a franchise full of unforgettable moments which have been shared by tens of millions of players.
The new
around
engine
the
is an
world.
announcement of a tech
Today,
rework,
we've
though.
celebrated that legacy.
Yes, you are
by
correct.
announcing a
But they
return
have.
to
Like,
one of
I'm
the
just
most
making fun of them for the
beloved eras
last
in Total War history with
15
Medieval 3.
years of using the
And
Warscape engine.
we're
But you are
preparing for
right.
the
The War Core
cataclysm
engine
with
is
the
a new
Lords of the
engine.
End Times DLC and the End Times update.
If
Warhammer
it
3.
wasn't for them, we wouldn't have a
Few
game.
games get to celebrate
like,
such a
though.
monumental milestone.
If it wasn't for them, we
But
wouldn't
we're
have
eager
a
and
game
excited
like
to spend
though.
many more years with you all. When we say your support
The original
means the world
developer,
to
sure,
us, we
but
mean
the
it.
people who run
Whether
Creative
you're
Assembly
playing
now,
our games,
they've just
watching
made the
our
same
newest
game over and
trailers,
over again for the
submitting
last
bug
15 years.
feedback, or commenting Med3 when on every social post imaginable.
Gameplay stream now,
All of
please,
this
Legend. We'll see.
contributes to
Thanks so much, I
creating the
appreciate it.
bedrock for Total War's success. Finally, before we end today, we have one last thing to share.
Warhammer 40k.
Hi everyone, I'm Attila, game director on the next major title being developed at Creative Assembly. Whilst we are not ready to unveil the project in all of its glory, it represents one of the most ambitious games we have ever worked on as a studio, and we can't
Thrones of
wait to
Britannia
share
2.
it with you. We would like to invite you to tune in to the Game Awards on December 11th to watch the world premiere announcement trailer for our next Total War title. After that moment, we look forward to sharing more with you. Once again, from all of us today, thank you.
And that is CA shooting straight into the heart of the fan base. Fuck you, Yuri, bitch. Wouldn't it be funny if a guy named Attila was the lead developer of Attila 2 Total War? That'd be funny. Well, you know, that was a thing to watch for sure. That was you know, it was a thing. It was you know, I'd say it was a showcase. It was definitely a showcase. Okay, so to recap, they spent an hour telling us that Nagash is coming for the end times, and that Medieval 3 is years away. Cool. Oh yeah, it's gonna be on console as well. All right, let's talk about that. Heret1 Kus did an NZ2 super chat. This could have been an email. it could have been an email. But the thing is, you got to keep in mind, they haven't done the wrong thing with this. What this does, like they had 37,000 people. I don't know if it got higher than that. I just wasn't paying attention to it because I was in full screen. This builds hype, and hype keeps people active, and people who are like, they've just gained another 1,000 subscribers. I'm never going to catch them now. So, in order, by doing this kind of stuff here, people have subscribed. They're paying more attention. There's going to be news about it now, as opposed to an email. And what's going to happen is between now and then, they're more likely to sell their back catalog of like Medieval 2. People are like, oh, there's a Medieval 3. I should go check out Medieval 2. Just out of curiosity, how many people have never played Medieval 2 but are now thinking, oh, I should probably check out Medieval 2 now? Just out of curiosity. I don't know. Maybe a few. And also, this here, if you think about it, was pretty low production value. Pretty low. Because, like, it was just like these interviews, right? I don't imagine, like, as a multicam studio, they set up 2. They bring in YouTubers. Did the YouTubers get paid? Probably not very much. Like, I don't know. I have to ask them. And then they had probably at gunpoint having their staff say how great the studio was. Which, you know, if you have a look at Glassdoor reviews, doesn't reflect that at all. This is a giant self-glaze moment. And it's fine. It's what CA does. I mean, you're not going to get a company being like, okay, we're going to announce a game, and then while announcing it, flagellate themselves. They're not going to do that. So it's interesting. Okay, let's talk about console stuff now. How old is Medieval 2? 19 years now. From LinkedIn, it looks like Mo Haxi was working on the next title since 2020, so they might be almost done. Warhammer 40k, you mean? Maybe. Did you watch the Medieval 3 announcement trailer? Yes, I did. Okay. So they didn't show any gameplay. They usually don't show gameplay with trailers, but they usually do like a cinematic trailer for it, which they did for the Nagash stuff. So that's obviously, they said summer of 2026, so that's what, June? But, you know, come on, there's going to be delays. So let's be real. It's probably going to be this time next year. Now, they also said that they're going to announce the next Total War game at the Game Awards. So that's on December 11th. So maybe we'll do another one of these then. Would you guys like that? And I think that's 40k. That's what I think. I think that'll be 40k. But yeah, you know, it was an announcement. It was an announcement. I don't think it was anything fantastic. I need to talk about console stuff, but anyway. Medieval 3 will be on console. Yeah, okay, we'll get to that. Hang on. Interesting, though, that when Nagash releases, you only need a DLC to play Immortal Empire, so not the whole game anymore. Well, they're trying to make it more accessible for people. It'll increase the sales of their DLC by doing that. I think it's a pretty smart move for them to do it. I don't know. I don't really have any other comment on other than that. All right, console. So I didn't know that you could actually plug in a keyboard and mouse into your consoles. I don't really play console. Like the last console I bought was the Switch, and I just didn't know that I could even put. I don't know if you could do it for Switch, because yeah, I can't imagine playing a strategy game on a controller again. I've played through StarCraft, the original StarCraft, on Nintendo 64 controller. Pain in the ass. Strategy games are made for PC. Now, here's why I think it's not a good idea for them to go after console. There are other strategy games that go for console, and I don't... They might sell better, but I don't think they're better games because of it, because you're not going to create a whole new game just for consoles, and like console players and PC players are like different categories of players, right? Console is like the way more casual, you know, you plug it in, play for a few minutes, that kind of stuff. I mean, there's not only, but you don't really want to be doing a whole lot of complex maneuvers on a controller. But then again, if you got the mouse and keyboard, I imagine that would be a must-have if you're going to have it on PS6 or whatever it's going to be. But what I'm worried about is that they're going to try to make a one-size-fits-all solution. And when they've, in the past, gone for a one-size-fits-all solution, it's ended up being a fucking catastrophe. Like with the myth behind the legend with Troy. And in order to make the game work well on console, they're probably going to have to make some compromises for PC. And Creative Assembly really can't afford to make any compromises with this game. It has to be the definitive experience. And if they have to dumb down a feature or lower anything to do with this game, in order to make it more accessible for console, you're going to end up making a game that, for one thing, I don't think console players are really that interested in Total War. I don't think they are. And if you do that, you're going to piss off the PC players. That's what I think. Wesley did a $70 super chat. Enjoy your day. Thank you for the stream. No, dude, my pleasure. Thank you for the super chat. Generous of you. You can put on every device a mic and keyboard. Yep. I didn't know that. I'm a boomer. So yeah, I didn't know that. But I still think that they're going to try to make it accessible for the type of players. So they're going for a new market, basically. So think about this. It's not just about keyboard and mouse. It's also about the mindset of the players on those particular platforms. So if they're going for PlayStation and Xbox and Switch to whatever, then you've got to make the game for the audience that plays those consoles. And I don't think that's primarily... Like, if somebody who plays consoles is interested in strategy games, they probably have a PC as well, and they'll play it on PC. So if you're making any compromises whatsoever because of console, in order to make it accessible, then you're diluting the experience with the PC. That's the problem. I think that's the problem. So I don't think that I don't think that that is a good idea, basically. I think that they should have just stayed on PC. Maybe actually try this. Actually make a good Total War game and actually try to get a good launch on PC first before you try it on all the different platforms. Because they honestly, they haven't gotten it right in such a long time that I don't think they're going to get it right this time either. But we'll see. Maybe they'll actually pull a rabbit out of the hat. Who knows? I miss when game ads were a page on a MIDI magazine, not an hour-long show. Just let down to wait for so long and sit for so long for so little. Yeah, that's what CA does, though. They make you wait a long time and give you very little. Stellaris is on console. Does anyone play Stellaris on console? Like, I don't think it's a good idea to put Stellaris on console. Who plays Stellaris on console? I don't know. Like, you tell me. I just don't know. I would never play Stellaris on console. PC Master Race? Well, I'm not saying PC Master Race. I'm saying that there are some games that are best played on a PC, and there's some games that are best played on a console. And if you try to put it on everything and make compromises everywhere, I don't know. I just don't think that that's a great idea. But I could just have an old mindset. They might know exactly what they're doing, and maybe the technology with the consoles is good enough to be able to do this. It would be very interesting for sure. But yeah, it won't be coming out for such a long time, and that wasn't something that I thought was inspiring. And I don't think they should have led with that. I think that if they were going to make it for console, they probably should have waited until like 2 days before launch before announcing it. not one of the. I don't think it's one of the defining things that they should have led with that. And that really just speaks to, and we saw that with the chat. And this is another problem, and CA just doesn't learn. The amount of comments that they would delete, like, fair enough about the ones that were like negative towards Sotek or whatever, that's fine. I mean, you want to get rid of those. But anyone that was like no console, you shouldn't be deleting those comments because that's feedback. And this is the problem that CA has always had. Being able to not distinguish between feedback and insults. As far as they're concerned, it's like if it's negative, it's basically just all the same. They can't tell the difference between a negative criticism and an insult. And so it's all banned, blocked, whatever. And I mean, we saw just like these comments for the most part just deleting. Like they're working overtime on that. But yeah, and like the End Times DLC, I gotta be honest, like that was less than what I thought that people were going to get from it. From their biggest piece of content ever. It seems like the biggest thing that they're giving is once again a gimmick, and that is that the world becomes more and more inaccessible over time due to cataclysms that occur. Whatever, it's fine. That's not. I don't think that's like. I don't think that needed to be done. I don't know. That's not something that excites me very much at all. It doesn't matter. I won't be around anyway. Mark Courtney 6432 did two lists. Said Age of Empires is on console. Total War should be okay. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Does anyone play it on console? This is the big question I have to ask is the game going to be like the game's core design? Is it going to be compromised to make it more accessible for console players? I think they're going to try to make this super streamlined, super basic, and just try to make it appeal to everyone. And in doing so, they're going to appeal to no one. And you got to keep in mind as well that this is Creative Assembly. This is not a premier studio. This is a shit studio that really doesn't know what it's doing. It seems like most of the time. Like, they haven't gotten anything right in a really long time. And so you want to go from can barely even launch a new game, like Pharaoh or Hyenas or whatever, and you want to go and make the most anticipated Total War game ever, and you want to spread yourself across all of the all of the consoles. This is a recipe for disaster. People don't have any confidence in them, and rightfully so. And they want to stretch them. They're being if anything, they're being way too ambitious with the scope that they're trying to reach with an audience. And what they should be trying to do is be more ambitious with the actual game that they're trying to make. Which I think that's going to be compromised. But we'll see. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I would love it for Medieval 3 to be the thing that just pulls me straight back in. But everything they said here does not provide me with confidence. It feels like they haven't learned anything. Liam Curry did a £5 super chat. I cannot imagine how difficult it would be to optimize the next-gen Total War on consoles. They should be playing it safe with this. That's exactly it. They should be playing it safe, get it right on PC, and then afterwards, if it does really well on PC, expand it then. But don't try to launch on all platforms simultaneously. I think it's got such a big recipe for disaster with this. They don't have a good track record with this shit at all. They're not CD Projekt Red. They're not. I mean, even CD Projekt Red gets shit wrong. At least they fix their fucking games. They're not Rockstar. They're Creative Assembly. They get things wrong as like a routine thing. I think they're asking for trouble. But whatever, I think you know what it is? It probably reeks of desperation. I think they have to do this in order to save their ass because of Hyenas. Do you think Saver gave them the ultimatum to launch on all? That is actually a really good point. That you could be right about that. 25 years of stumbling and fumbling? Yeah, pretty much. Big fan, Habibi. I've been watching for years. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Or do that. Most likely, dude. Appreciate it. The PC version will end up just like Halo Wars was? Maybe, I don't know. Like, I'm speculating on stuff. I don't really know what's going to happen. I mean, maybe they'll get it right. I don't know. I don't think they will. There's a big difference between Total War and other games like Age of Empires. I played RTS on controller just fine, but I can't see it working. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I can't see it working either. I guess it depends on the RTS. It depends on how fast the gameplay is. The faster it is, the harder it will be to use on console. Total War games have a tendency of being fairly fast-paced, but not all of them are. PC parts are getting more expensive due to tech companies going towards AI boom, so market is getting expensive. Console will be cheap for new players. Isn't that word a slur? Habibi, I don't know. That's a good point, actually. It's a good point. Maybe. It's a good point. Yeah, well, this is the thing that Creative Assembly always does. They always go after new players, but I don't know. They make a bare bones game that look. I just don't know. I'm not filled with much confidence with this. But to be fair, I wasn't filled with much confidence for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any stake in it, so it's fine. Habibi's not a slur? Look, I don't know. Everything's a slur these days. If somebody gets offended by it, you just I do the best I can. Consoles won't be cheaper. They'll also rise. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Because, again, this Medieval 3, we're looking at... Like, it's not next year. Anyone who thinks it's going to be next year, they said early pre-production. To put things in perspective, they announced Warhammer 3 when it was almost finished. Right? Like, people were able to play Warhammer 3 before you before it was even announced. This is in early pre-production. So from my understanding, pre-production is like concepts. Production is where you actually start making the game. And they haven't reached that point yet. So I really do think it's a long way away. Did he say he's no longer making videos? As of January. I'm curious what their DLC policy will be in Medieval 3 Day 1 by France for $10. Well, they said they were going to stop doing that, so I don't know. Maybe they'll move to some other feature. Maybe this is why they're going for consoles, because they're hoping to sell less DLC but sell more base copies. Maybe? I don't know. Now, pre-prod, you have made it. Okay, well, alright. When do you think the game is going to come out? When do you think? Early pre-production is pretty much we started yesterday? Yeah, that's what I think. I think they've been working on this for a few months. Maybe a year. Elder Scrolls 6 got announced 7 years ago? Yeah. You call 2029? I think 2029 is... I think that's reasonable. I think 2028. I think 2028. So I think 2026 will be Warhammer 40k, and then there won't be anything for 2027, and then 2028, late 2028, will be Medieval 3. Will you still do Medieval 2 Disasters in 2026? No. No, after 2025 is... After Christmas of this year, you will not be able to... I mean, you can still send me a save file, I just won't be... I won't be doing them anymore. Optimistic? Maybe. Maybe. So to stream, what's the next Total War? They haven't actually announced the next Total War game yet. They announced Medieval 3, but it's not the next Total War game. So at the very end here, let's go back and have a quick look at it. Okay, no, hang on. It's only a small bit. Where's Attila? Oh, here it is. It was right at the end.
Great to share it with you.
Hang on.
Before we end today, we have one last thing to share.
Hi everyone, I'm Attila, game director on the next major title being developed.
The next major title being developed at Creative Assembly. So they haven't announced this yet.
At Creative Assembly. Whilst we are not ready to unveil the project in all of its glory, it represents one of the most ambitious games we have ever worked on as a studio, and we can't wait to share it with you. We would like to invite you to tune in to the Game Awards on December 11th to watch the world premiere announcement trailer for our next Total War title. After that moment, we look forward to sharing more with you.
They're very good at sharing more of nothing, but whatever. So that's what I think is going to be 40k, so that'll be in a week. So today's the 4th or 5th for me, because I'm in the future. So yeah, that's on the 11th of December. They will announce that the next game is Total War Warhammer 40k, probably. Medieval is very, very historical. Identity politics just from reveal trailer will crush this game. I care very little about identity politics. I don't really like to get involved with it at all, like one side or the other. Like if they allow for you to play as a female ruler, like queen, I'm okay with that. But I think if they're going to do it right, they probably should put it in its historical context, in that most countries, the vast majority of them, pretty much all of them, would only ever have a queen if there was no men available to take the throne. So if you were able to play as Queen Elizabeth, for example, that's fine. But if it was like, if you were playing the game and half of the characters were queens, that's a problem. Unless they're regents. Regents is fine. I mean, you kind of get that with Crusader Kings sometimes, right? Everyone's fucking dead. That's fine, as long as it's like clearly defined as a regent, not the queen. So if they can do that context just fine, then that's I don't have a problem with that. Another problem that I hope that identity politics sometimes brings in is basically blurring of races. So, for example, if they made like an Arab kingdom, like the Ayyubids, this is Saladin's kingdom. If they made Saladin black, that'd be a very bad idea, because he was like, Arabs aren't black. As an example, imagine if you played as the king of King Richard the Lionheart. He's black African. So I have no problem with them putting black kings in there, but that needs to be like Mali and like Ethiopia, like anything south of North Africa. I think that they know enough not to do that. Like, I've never really felt like Creative Assembly was particularly bad on that particular front. Like, one thing I noticed with Anno 117, right, is that there is it's not a big deal, I don't think, but there's a black centurion, and I was thinking to myself, this was pretty unlikely. But it was just like, it was just one of those things that was like jarring. It didn't change the gameplay, and it's just a character that you interact with to buy and sell stuff and whatever. But I was thinking for the time period, it seemed pretty unlikely. But yeah, I wasn't gonna like I don't care. But anyway, Poland had a female king, not queen. Had a female king. Okay. I did not expect that it was an announcement of an announcement. Come on. We've been following Creative Assembly all this time. Announcements of announcements is exactly what they do. Also good to see you, Tariff. Saladin was a Kurd, same region. Iraqi, Anatolia, Middle East. That's right, he was a Kurd. I remember that. Yeah, thanks for reminding, because like I thought it was... Yeah, okay. Iraqi, Anatolia, Middle East. He spoke Arabic and followed Arabic customs, but he also not the greatest Islamic general, just the most loved leader by the West. Well, it's the most well-known, yeah. So, yeah, fair enough. How long does it usually take for their games to come out after an announcement? Are we getting it in a year or so, or is it several years down the line? It depends on how far along they are. Like, they didn't give you an announcement. Didn't give you a release date, and they've said that this is the next Total War game, the one that this guy here is working on. So, if you want my perspective, next Total War game is Warhammer 40k, comes out next year, probably late next year. Medieval 3 will then be the one after that, and it'll probably be 2 or 3 years after that. So we're looking 2028, 2029. So a long time away. I think the reason why they announced it now... where is it? I think the reason why they announced it now is because Creative Assembly has really lost the community over the past couple of years. And you can see this quite easily when you have a look at their past videos, right? The most recent ones. Those seem low, those views, but it maybe just hasn't calculated yet. Where is it? Oh, these came out after this. Okay, whatever. Where am I looking for? What am I looking for? Yeah, like anything like this, like 6.8 thousand views. I mean, that's fair enough. So you got 2,000 views on Warhammer, sorry, 200,000 views on Warhammer stuff. But then when you have a look at like Bronze Age, like 11,000, 400,000, 23,000. Empire has got millions of people that have purchased it. 26,000 on Medieval 2. Like, I get more video views than that on Medieval 2. 13,000 on Rome Total War. These are indicative that people are not paying attention to Creative Assembly anymore. And also, Creative Assembly's sub count growth has been extraordinarily slow over the past 4 years, three or 4 years. They've gained a few today, but in the past, whenever they did an announcement, they would gain a lot more. So it's indicative that they really lost a lot of their fan base following them. And this was an attempt to sort of get their attention again. They're saying, yes, we've listened to you. We're going to make Medieval 3 for Switch 2 or something like that. Definitely 40k war core upgrades plus vehicle plus strafe. Yep, maybe. Will you be interested in covering Dawn of War for next year? Probably not, but we'll see how we go. Sorry, History Cells. Enjoy your pre-development. CA is subsidiary of Games Workshop. Okay, it's not very nice, but thank you for the super chat. Did they tell us? Yeah, Medieval 3. Yeah, where was it? I'll go back to this. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, more than half of it is Warhammer. Wait, no, it's not necessarily true because this is the halfway point here, and that was the first third of it was a countdown. Okay, hang on. Then they talk about the engine. I didn't see any of this being particularly interesting. Like, I don't know. It's also, there's nothing they could do with that to really make me interested with that either. It's just, I just don't consider that stuff to be important. So just trying to show where it is. Here we go. There's a live action trailer here.
The realm is ours.
Sorry if I missed any super chats.
When
There's a
our
lot.
enemies lie dead.
Patience and time will beget our gain.
What do you see at 1 hour and 4 minutes 51 seconds?
Dignity.
And
Remind me about that. I'll have a look.
we bear the weight of pain.
And of defeat.
Greatness shall ever define us.
And we shall never be forgotten. Forgotten. So,
How will you shape your realm? How will
you
make history?
make
history?
make history?
So there you go. Medieval 3 officially confirmed. I meant it in good faith. They will never surpass Medieval 2. Sorry to be negative, Nancy, but it is what it is. I don't care if you're negative. That's fine. Like, I'm not offended. And I agree with you. Okay, so we're looking at 1 hour, 4 minutes and 51 seconds.
And the textures now.
What do I see here? Something there. I can't really make out what it is. Am I missing something? What am I missing? One more second? Alright.
Now, because of
Okay. Yeah, look, yeah, there's tracks on that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's like tank tracks. Yeah, Warhammer 40k, yeah.
improved rendering techniques,
yeah,
we're able to put more fidelity in those things and not compromise on that.
Man, they do love showing this house. Okay. I came for 40k announcement and got none. Well, they blue balled you. You'll have to wait until next week for that, because again,
Awards on December 11th to watch the world premiere announcement trailer for our next Total War title.
Next Total War title. That's the next one. It's not Medieval 3. So, you know, just I don't know. Hot take, a kid-friendly Total War set in a kids' show setting would be a great family game. Total War Disney or Total War Nick Jr. would sell like mad. I'm not even going to pretend to entertain it. That's a good idea. But okay, thanks for the super chat. That's like, no way. Pick off the channel live stream. What does that mean? I'm really concerned that Total War is pivoting to console as a primary. The Medieval 3 guy was talking about getting rid of army recruitment. So yeah, they're probably going to make it as... Imagine if they do this. They just make it that you click a button and an army forms and you don't actually get a choice as to what units you recruit in order to make it historically accurate due to the levies or whatever. So not only do you not get to change your garrisons anymore, but you also don't even get to choose your armies. You just like, you go raise the banners and then just raises a bunch of shit troops and you just got to make it work. You don't get to pick your own armies. I don't know, maybe. They post a new blog if you want to check it out. All right, let's go check it out. Hang on, just got to go find it. Probably posted it on the... All right, let's have a look. What? No, that's... Hang on, they just posted the Medieval 3 announced trailer. Oh, it's just the same thing. And then there's a blog. Alright, so... Welcome to Total War Medieval 3. Hi Total War community, here we go. First official blog about Total War Medieval 3. First and foremost, welcome to TotalWar.com and the Medieval 3 Hub, our official space where we will discuss anything and everything related to the game, except for any negative criticism. Game director, you know what? I'm glad it isn't in Roxborough. I was a bit worried about that, but anyway. Our intention for announcing this game early is simple. We need to get your attention. Medieval 3 is important to us, and we know it's important to you, so we want to give you the opportunity to get a bit closer look. Our goal is to talk to you more about what we are working on and why we're doing it. It's a very new way for us to communicate. So I zoomed in there because I knew that people probably wouldn't be able to read it on anyway, where was I? Oh, God, I lost my track. Okay. And personally worked on Medieval 2 almost 20 years ago. It's beyond my wildest dreams that I get to lead the team bringing its sequel to life. So we worked on it 20 years ago. Interesting. Do you work in Australia? I don't know. Our intention for announcing... Oh, here we go. It's important to us. We know it's important to you, so we wanted to take the opportunity to get closer. Our goal is to talk to you more... Okay, I wasn't there. We're excited to take you on this journey. The main purpose of this hub is to share news and updates on our progress, and it's a place where we'll discuss parts of the game directly with you. We're expecting to have updates on a roughly quarterly basis, so once every 3 months, basis as a development at this stage is very fast moving, so this will allow us to present ideas that are more likely to stand the test of time. If you want to be involved in the conversation, please feel free to sign up. Let's dive into the big question. What is Medieval 3? Why is now the right time? Because you fucked as a company. And how are we going to bring it the vision? Our vision for Medieval 3 is to be the definitive Total War sandbox set within the medieval world and to be the ultimate what-if game, where you can alter the course of history. We aim... Yeah, that's Crusader Kings. We aim to set the scene by immersing you in the historical authenticity you expect from Total War. As you play, the world responds in a way that feels genuinely plausible. This is just nothing words. Okay, you can choose what to follow, the course as written in the history books, or take a bold step towards rewriting it. As development progresses, we'll have more to show and discuss about its design direction. And in some cases, we'll give you a voice to shape certain decisions. Yeah, you design the game for us. But game development is challenging, so hard. So we are only going to be able to discuss certain areas when we're confident that they're ready to be shown. Though this, we hope to provide more insight than ever before into the development of a Total War game, Total War title. We're going to make some mistakes, but we're excited to make this journey with you. Creating any Total War game takes time and immense effort, not just to make, but to ensure it hits the quality expected by you, and the truth is, we've wanted to make this game for a very long time. No, you haven't. It's just not true. We made attempts to bring it to life in the past, but we never felt like we could truly do it justice. I'm not going to be a dead horse. So what's changed? For starters, we now have Warcore, the next evolution of our game engine. It's unlike anything we've worked with before, offering a bespoke set of new and improved tools across our animation system. To the renderer and campaign building blocks, all designed... Whatever. Right now, the game is in early pre-production, so think about it being years away. Told ya. Rather than months. Meaning we're just past the opening stages of its long journey. This phase is about laying the foundations, defining scope, prioritizing features, which number in the hundreds at this stage, and shaping how our vision will translate into unforgettable experience. We have never talked about one of our games this early in pre-production before, so it's a very exciting prospect for us. But of course, as with anything new, we will have to expect bumps and bruises along the way, so please bear with us whilst we find our rhythm. This is particularly important when we are in the middle of a big project milestone, as we won't be able to talk much, so we want to be able to set clear expectations. Okay, whatever. We still have... This is just like, it's just a bunch of nothing. It's fine. I got bored. ADHD brain. Is this the same thing? No, it's not the same thing. Okay, so imagine a moment like this. The year is 1187. You defend Jerusalem against Saladin. The kingdom of Jerusalem prevails. Constantinople is never sacked. The Byzantine Empire never falls. The Byzantines, as your allies, you defeat the Mongols. In 1412, the Holy Roman Empire disintegrates into small German kingdoms. As the kingdom of Jerusalem, you proclaim yourself defender of the Catholic Church. You're describing Crusader kings. This is what Medieval 3 is all about. You pick a realm, seize your glory, and rewrite history, or kneel before it. Yep. Just kind of like Medieval 2. You know, you're just describing, okay. Like, it's fine. I shouldn't be nitpicking, but it's just fluff. It's I don't know. I'm just not impressed by this. Of course, this is the only one of many possible stories we want players to tell within the sandbox of Medieval 3, but it's still a great example of the vision we have for the player fantasy. Do they mention... Hang on. Hang on. There's stuff in here. We want you to feel like being an architect of a feudal realm, that your realm, your faction, is really almost like a main character in an RPG. You better not have that, though. It's the build of your campaign that will allow you to forge your own legacy throughout the era. Imagine London 1318, a fictitious king of a Danish dynasty, Ragnar IV, has ascended to your throne as the ruler of England, yet you decide to abolish the monarchy and call out a League of Free Cities of England, and as England is now entering a hypothetical second Viking age, your prosperous urban cities will dominate European trade for... Okay. I mean, it just describes Crusader Kings. So, we'll see that. It really feels like this. They just, like, played Crusader Kings. And, oh yeah, they just basically described a few of their campaigns that happened in Crusader Kings. Imagine this. Okay. Can you snatch victory... Okay. God damn it, they're just like a bunch of imagine this. Okay. I mean, that's really what the game should be like. I think everyone has that expectation. I don't know. Yes, whatever. It's fine. Half the post is fanfiction? Yeah. I don't know. Like, I can't really get excited by this because here's the main problem, right? It might seem like I'm being negative, but they're not addressing the main problems that they've suffered from. It's not that, I mean, people want Medieval 3, right? And they're finally getting it. That's great. But if you want to inspire confidence, you've got to show and explain how you're not going to make the same mistakes that you've always made. This here means nothing if you're going to fucking botch the game, right? So here's one, right? Oh, excuse me. Here's one. So is the game going to have functional AI at launch? Is it going to work? Is the game going to actually work? I mean, obviously they can say, we're going to have the game work at launch, but, you know, it's not always been the case. You know, what's the anti-player bias going to look like? After 30 turns, is the game going to be basically over? Or is there actually going to be a late game challenge? You didn't address at all the console stuff. You surely should have anticipated that the console stuff was going to matter. And you haven't shared at all what the structure of what the campaign or battles are going to be like at all. And at the end of the day, all of this shit here doesn't matter. Like, if you get the campaign stuff wrong, you've lost 50% of the game. And by that, I mean, it's like cities are just something that you can't really interact with. Like, if the game is heavily dependent on, like, random dilemmas, like kind of Thrones of Britannia, that's really bad if that's what they're doing. Or are cities dynamic places that have populations? Do you have like more than 3 build slots? Or is it just a hub to which you press a button and allow an army to spring forth from? We don't know. Depends on like how deep are these mechanics going to be. And then when we get into the battle, is it going to be a case of that unit type doesn't actually fucking matter? All that matters is unit quality. So, you know, a bunch of spearmen get absolutely demolished by just high tier cavalry. I mean, that happens in medieval too, though. Or is it a case of like two swordsmen? Oh, hang on. What if like you've got a unit that's anti-infantry and a unit that's anti-large or anti-cavalry, right? And the anti-cavalry unit defeats the anti-infantry one just because it's a tier 2 unit compared to a tier 1. And is the game going to be like entirely stat-based, or is there actually going to be tactics that allow you to rout your enemy? Is killing the enemy general going to be a big factor in it? Are formations, are they going to blob up at the first sign of combat? Is the AI going to be really easy to exploit because it's constantly trying to reform its left and right flank across itself? These are the things that, excuse me, these are the things that cause Total War games to look like shit. You're overthinking it. They literally have nothing right now. You're completely right. You're right. I am overthinking it. I got nothing to work with here, so I am overthinking it. But these are the things that I'm concerned about. Like, if you want me to be excited about Total War in the future, this doesn't mean anything. And I get it. If they don't have anything, then that's fine. Anyway. What's the best features to get Keep from Medieval 2 in your opinion? I think the way that cities work was pretty good. They should really be expanding upon it. Will you stream the next game release next week? Yeah, I think so. I got nothing better to do, I think. I may have something better to do, but we'll see. We'll see. If asking basic questions is overthinking, CA is underthinking. Yeah, well, that's pretty normal, I guess. A showcase that showed nothing new. Yeah. Army is not bound to a general. Yeah, that's a good one. Do you suspect this is largely AI text? I don't care. I don't care if this is written by AI. If you think it's AI generated, that's cool. I just don't care. It would be pretty funny if Total War games are in the future developed by AI, but Total War games can't develop good AI themselves. But anyway, they released a blog on the live, and what they said, if you want to look. Oh my god, these blogs are crazy today. Okay, so I'll try and find that. Where is it? Because you won't be able to post a link, you're just going to tell me where to find it. Is it in their post? There's nothing there. We already looked at those two. So I imagine it was something else. Is that right? If you fly to Europe right now, would you time travel backwards? No, that's not how it works. You'd be going back along the time, like the time, but you wouldn't be going back in time. You just have to move your clock back. It's silly. Let's see. On their Discord? Oh, okay. I don't go on their Discord because if I would just get fucking harassed off there. I'm not going to their Discord. So if you guys could maybe post it. So you are now Legend of EU? I don't know, man. They are breaking their own promise. They said they'll announce a fantasy game and a historical one. They announced that they're going to announce it. Look. Creative assembly and breaking promises go hand in hand. Just, I don't know. Let's see. What would you like to see in terms of diplomacy? I don't know. Better than what we've currently got. But I thought you were done with Total War. Lol. Hang on. I got something for you. Win this to itself. And that's a good point. And so we made the decision that on the 1st of January 2026, that Legend of Total War is going to come to an end. Right. And okay, cool. Right. Just had to double check that. Okay. Just had to double check. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's the 5th or the 4th of December, depending where you are in the world. You wanted to mention something about Three Kingdoms? What about Three Kingdoms? Sorry, I've forgotten what I wanted to talk about with Three Kingdoms. Creative Assembly website, Total War blog. I can link if you like. You won't be able to link it. I'll have to search it. Hang on. Just give me a sec. Just trying to find it. Oh god, I'm never gonna be able to find it. I don't spend much time on the forum. So hang on, I'll try this link here. See if that says anything. Is this it here? Let's bit zoomed out. Is this it here? Yeah. Is this what you mean? I told you about that they killed off Three Kingdoms for anniversary, and you told us that you know something really funny and wait after the stream, something about reviving it. Oh, right. Okay, so the whole drama around the bug with Warhammer 3 and the shitstorm that was caused around it delayed all of their retrospectives and all that kind of stuff. They still intend to do the Three Kingdoms one, and they've got someone to who's going to showcase it or like be like the main host, who they probably shouldn't have. I think it's a bit of a mistake to get this person to do it, and it's going to be funny when it happens because that's what everyone's going to say. Let me put it this way: someone who did not care about Three Kingdoms is going to be responsible for showcasing Three Kingdoms. Seldom was occurred, by the way. Yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. I just made a post on Reddit saying that this announcement was a nothing burger. It caused a whole storm up in there. Oh, yeah, but that's always going to happen on the Reddit. That's whatever. When you say Legend of War is over, does that mean you'll shut the channel completely or just change content on the same channel? Means no more Total War as of January 1st, for one thing. Outside of that, I'm not sure. We're still trying to figure that out. Man, I'm going to miss your videos a lot as someone who plays Warhammer 3 and not really interested in Paradox games. That's fine. But I'm not going to miss this bullshit. Like the last 4 years, dealing with Total War. Like if I could go back in time to 2022 and tell myself what the next 4 years were going to be, I would have not done it. I would have just gone, oh, no thanks. Like, it's just a lousy 4 years. So, at some point, you have enough lousy years in a row and you go, that's enough. I just don't want to do anymore. There's a Total War Star Wars page on Instant Gaming. Yeah, I know, but that doesn't mean it's coming out. Just don't do a Husky SC2 and start deleting videos and stuff. I'll do whatever I want. It's my channel. I can do whatever the fuck I want. You piss me off, I'll delete the videos. Like, just like I did with that Medieval 2 video. People have been asking, what happened to Medieval 2 video? I took it down. And it's not coming back up. You would have been an EU4 streamer? Maybe. Quitting YouTube? Probably not. But you made good money, no? look, here's the thing. If you know how a business works, it's not like there's just one way to make money. Yes, I've made pretty good money, but let me put things in perspective. Looking at the last 4 years and looking at how much money I've made, which is it's been okay. It's nothing spectacular. And only looking at it from that point of view is a really shallow way to look at things. Another thing is that built a business up that is essentially crumbled. And now I got to start again. And so I would have liked to have started again. It's better to start earlier, basically. The last 4 years just have not been good. But yeah, you can't just look at it from a money perspective. It's been more damage has been done than good. I just joined. What's this about? Are we getting Medieval 3? Yes, you're getting Medieval 3 in about 3 years. I recently got back into Warhammer 2 and watched some of your old IKIT streams. Seeing the progression made me hate the way CA treated its community and its games. Yeah, fair enough. Do you have your PC specs listed anywhere? No, I don't really like doing that. I think you should just, like, I'm not really a PC spec kind of guy. I think you should just go somewhere else to find PC spec stuff. I went to the Australian Rich Boys Club and everyone knew Legend. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Are you talking about your hair? No. No, I know that my hair is living rent-free in your head, but it doesn't actually live rent-free in my head. It doesn't bother me at all. See, I don't mind. Like, if you want to just look at my hair, or my lack thereof, you can do that. Do you want me to talk to you like this? I'm fine with this. Okay, you can have bald cap stream. I am totally fine with this. Do you know why I'm fine with it? Because I'm married, I have a kid, and I'm financially well off. Yeah, I'm not super rich. I do okay. The hair is not a concern. So if you want it to live rent free in your head, that's totally cool. But yeah, it's just not important. So that's why Sotek came at you, part of the show. I doubt it. But anyway. Legend, I'm going bald too, and my wife and kids don't care. I stand with you. Well, you don't need to stand with me. What, stand with me on what? Like I said, if people go to sleep going, oh, Legend's going bald, Legend's going bald, oh, I don't know. That's their problem. It's not my problem. It's like, you just look ridiculous. Will you shave your head for $5? No. My concern is CA not fuck this game up. Yeah, CA is probably going to fuck it up. Probably. Here's the thing. When was the last time Creative Assembly, like, nailed the launch of a game? When was the last time they did it? The closest example of it was Total War 3 Kingdoms. That was 2019. So Warhammer 2, while it was a great game, it was not a fantastic launch. They fixed it up post-launch for the most part. Warhammer 3 was a fucking horrendous launch. Probably the worst one. Pharaoh, no. Hyenas never got a launch. Even Medieval 2 had a pretty bad launch. Like Medieval 2 at its first patch, like patch 0, was pretty bad. It was quite broken. Shogun 2? I don't know. Yeah, maybe Shogun 2. They posted a blog link in their Twitter. It's like the third post by Total War. Alright, I'll have a look at that. Alright. Let's have a look here. Found it. That's a wrap on our showcase. We've been waiting so long to say this. Total War is going back to the medieval era. I feel like we've already read this. Oh, the end time stuff? I don't know. I don't really care. Warcore engine. Okay, here we go. Every new era of Total War starts with the right foundation. Oh, God, they have almost never started with the right foundation. For our core technology team, that means creating a new evolution of our engine, calling it War Core. Yeah. When we looked at the lineup for our future Total War titles, it was clear that our existing technology needed to level up, and War Core is the result. People have literally been saying this since, like, Rome 2, which is 12 years ago. Yeah, guys, we independently looked into our technology and decided it's time to level up. People have been screaming at you for 12 years, at least 12 years, that Warscape fucking sucks, but whatever. It's the most advanced engine foundation in the franchise's history, empowering blah, 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 blah. We'll have to wait and see how it is. Like, part of the problem that I have is that so many years of following Total War, anything they write, I just know is just like fucking bullshit. So I can't take any of this stuff seriously. But it's important to highlight that this isn't a one-time upgrade. Our talented team have designed it with long-term vision, so whilst it will be in its infancy in the outset, the intent is for it to evolve over time and unlock groundbreaking new capabilities that ensure Total War stays at the cutting edge of strategy games for years to come, just like I did with Warscape, right? Like I said, it just doesn't mean anything. And for the first time in franchise history, Warcore opens the door for future Total War titles to launch on PlayStation, Xbox, bringing the scale, depth, tactical mastery of Total War to new generation commanders. Yeah, I don't have much confidence in that, but you know what? Keep an open mind. We'll see. We understand that some of you will have... Oh, they are addressing it. Okay, fair enough. We understand that some of you will have concerns about how we approach console development, and that's completely natural. Rest assured, PC remains at the very core of our design ethos, and has done for the past 25 years. Though this journey, we've been working in hand with experienced Total War players to ensure that what we develop continues to deliver the same immersive, authentic, and tactically rich experience you've come to expect from the franchise. Okay, yeah, like I said, I just can't take anything seriously. Okay, behind the scenes, one of our teams working on something truly special. Yeah, this is Warhammer 40k. So it'll be a little bit later than it was today, right? PST, it said GMT. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to figure out what time that is relative to me. I don't know. Well, it's FAQ, okay. When is the release date? This project's still in early development stages, so we don't have a release date to share. It's a long-term effort, and while it will take time, we're excited about what's ahead, and we'll keep you updated as... Okay, so a long time. How often will you be communicating about development? About quarterly, so once every 3 months. What features, map details, or other gameplay details can you share at this point? We're not ready to share specific details about the design direction quite yet, but some of the details will be revealed over time via development updates. So nothing. Okay. Will Siege be a feature in this game? Yes, we will share. Okay. Will this game use the Walker engine? Yes. How can I keep up to date with the development progress? Yeah, see, this is the primary reason I think that they announced it early. They want people to follow the community hub so that basically, if you're only interested in historical Total War games, right? Rather than announcing this 2 years from now, they announce it now so they can maybe sell you Warhammer 40k or some Warhammer stuff. Be like, well, I'm following for the Medieval 3 stuff, but I don't know, this Nagash character seems pretty interesting. I don't know. Will this game have a blood pack? No. We want to immerse you in an authentic recreation of the Middle Ages, so blood will play a key role in making period feel authentic. Yeah, they announced something. Good. Will the End Times be the end for Total Warhammer? We have more content planned for after the Lords of the End Times releases. I have a feeling this is what they're going to do. They had an original plan for Lords of the End Times, and it was like a really big pack, and they've split it up into smaller packs. That's what I think. I think that there'll be like the undead version, there'll be like a Skaven version, and then there'll be like an Empire version, something like that. And the Skaven version will be like Thankwall. I don't know what else. And then what will come after that will be like Boris Todbringer and stuff. I'm just speculating. I actually have no idea. Replicating the end time story. Okay. Okay. Hang out. Will future games perform better? The new game brings richer visuals and more dynamic gameplay systems, delivering noticeable improvements while preserving the classic Total War style that fans know and love. Didn't answer the fucking question. That doesn't answer the question. So the short answer to that is no, it's going to run like shit. Hey, how old is your computer? If you answered, you haven't, it's -3 years old, it's not going to run this game. So basically, they are designing this game for future hardware. Future hardware. Okay, what time was it? Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. F my super chat. Oh, sorry, dude. Is that the big one? ARS 5000 super chat. Thanks for the 5000 Rs. Enjoying this last days of Total War. Hope you get a nice vacation with your family before anyone freaks out. This is like USD $3. Well, then why is it red? Hang on, I get it. I'm gonna do it. ARS to USD converter. Oh, Argentine peso. Yeah, you're right. It's $3.46. I appreciate it anyway. Sorry if there was other ones in there. If it ends up being Star Wars, I'd love for it to be a spiritual successor to Empire Total War. Sorry, Empire at War. Could be. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's 40k. Do you think they announced Medieval 3 just because of the great success of Paradox Games and Anno? Like, I don't have to be speculating on this, but this is what I think happened. They, like with Pharaoh as an example, I think Pharaoh was a pivotal point. I think that they had plans to make more Saga games, but not call them Saga games. They basically wanted to make games for you to pay like $80 for, and was just basically Troy reskins. But after what happened with Pharaoh, they realized that they've actually lost their community for the most part. They've basically burnt too many bridges, and they're like, okay, we now need like a hard reset, and we have to win them back. So the game that they've actually been asking for 19 years, let's finally go ahead and make it. And then they looked at the Warscape engine and went, we can't make it on this engine, especially what's happening on Warhammer 3 right now. Like, Warhammer 3 is just, it just barely functions. It's hanging together by super glue, basically. So they're like, okay, we can't fucking do this, so we'll have to make a new engine. And we'll announce it really early to try to bring people back so that we can spend a lot of time marketing to them. So basically, they're going to spend the next 3 years trying to convince everyone that was interested in Medieval 3 and interested in Total War to basically come back to the franchise and be like, guys, pay attention to us now. Pay attention. Come and be part of the community again. We know the game is ages away, but come be part of the community. We're making the game for you. We're finally listening to you. And people tend to be fairly forgiving to corporations. Sucks, but it's how it is. And so people are going to lower their guard because of marketing. They're going to use clever marketing, especially because I'm not going to be here to like tell people that it's like you shouldn't trust anything they say, and they're a bunch of fuckheads. You shouldn't trust them. You're not going to have voices like me, because anyone like me who says anything like that is just going to get thrown out of the community. There's no way to make it work. So you're not going to have anyone warning people not to trust Creative Assembly. And so they're going to lull people into a false sense of security, and then the game will come out and it'll be fucking dog shit. But they've got your money because you pre-ordered 6 months in advance or whatever, something like that. I don't know. Because yeah, like, this company fundamentally has not changed. It has not changed. If you think that this company is like a well-oiled machine and it's just going to do well, I think you're deluding yourself. You're such a downer, mate. I've been here. You're absolutely right. I'm a downer. But that's because I've been here for 13 years and I have seen and heard horrible things from Creative Assembly, and nothing has put my mind at ease about today. Nothing. Nothing the past year has put my mind at ease. Creative Assembly, I'm going to say this right now, is a fuckface corporation run by absolute shitheads. And that has not changed. So if you want to put your trust in a clown company like Creative Assembly, You go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you. And in the next 3 years, you're not going to hear from me. Okay? Go and enjoy your blissful moment of marketing. It's all good. Not going to bother me. But, you know, in 3 years' time, when they release the game and it's utter dog shit, and then they're banning people left, right, and center in the forums and trying to suppress conversations, as they have always done, don't come crying to me. Because I'm not gonna be a shoulder to cry on then. I'm gonna be busy doing something else. But you know what? I could be wrong. But you know, how many years does a company need to behave in a certain way before you finally realize what they actually are? Fuckface losers. That's what they are. Okay? Time will either prove me right or wrong. We'll see. Check Tariff Stream. Okay, we'll have a look at Tariff Stream. And I get it, like, some of you guys are fans of CA. That's totally cool. I'm not. I think they're fucking awful. Yeah. Would somebody... Here's the thing. Would somebody leave a 6-figure job if they didn't think the company that makes their game wasn't complete and utter garbage? Ask yourself that. Like, how many of you guys would walk away from a 6-figure job? Because that's what I'm doing. That's how much I think Creative Assembly sucks. And for Arkin and Manfred doing rituals till they summon Nagash. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so that's... Oh, Tariff. He's a funny dude. Dude, as someone who doesn't play Total War games for a living and doesn't have 10k hours, I love CA games. That's totally cool. That's totally cool. I honestly, when the time comes, I hope you enjoy it. 6 figures in what currency? Oh, you pick a currency. So, anyway, since the creator left Rome Total War, nobody actually gives a shit? I don't know. I don't care what your company does. Pay me figures. I did it with Amazon. Toxic as fuck. I'm so tired of CA. I am already wincing at the thought of them destroying another childhood fantasies. Favorites? Yeah, look, it might be great. You know, it might be. You know, I am definitely a downer. People are right. I'm definitely a downer. But the thing is, I don't think I should sit here and lie to you and just be like, Creative Assembly, they're going to get it right this time. I mean, I'd be lying to you if that's how I felt. And hey, you guys don't lie to me about how you feel. So is that what you really want? Do you want me to just pretend like this is going to be amazing? There are no happy single game content creators. That's not true. That's not true at all. I was very happy during Warhammer 2. Very happy. I'm actually quite happy now, just not happy with Total War. Like, if you take my life and you take out Total War, then it's happy. That's the big problem that I've had with my life, is that Total War has made me fucking miserable because I've been watching it. Okay, you know that scene in South Park? South Park is just so prophetic with this stuff. You know that scene in South Park where they're watching Indiana Jones and it's getting raped by George Lucas and Steven Spielberg? That's how I feel about what they're doing to Total War. That's how I feel about it. Now, if you don't feel that way, totally cool. All good, not a problem whatsoever. I don't want to tell you how to feel, but at the same time, that's how I feel, and nothing they've said or done has made me feel at ease with that. Should have been 40k. 40k is the next Total War game, I think. It'll be announced next week. I hope it's good, but I have no trust in C8. Yep, me too. Actually, let's do a poll on this. Polls are useless, but let's do a poll anyway. No, not a Q&A. Oops. Start a poll. Do you have faith that CA will nail Medieval 3? So, simple yes or no. If you have faith in them, vote yes, and if you don't, vote no. I imagine my chat will probably be biased towards no, but that's just a guess. We'll see how we go. Where's Medieval 2 too? I wish there was a Medieval 2 too, to be honest. Hooded Horse and Paradox are going to beat Creative Assembly to death in a back alley, and I hope they do it. Manticore occurred at 1071. They got that wrong. I fucking knew it, but I wasn't sure. I knew that. I was actually thinking that. I was like, it wasn't 1221. But I didn't want to be like... It was one of those moments where I was like, I wasn't 100% sure. I should have said something. Oh, well. Thanks, dude. Yeah, they don't even know history. Anyway. During talk about Medieval 3, they didn't mention Sweden or Poland or Muscovy. Well, they're not going to list every single country that's playable. So yeah, 78% of people have voted no. 22% of people probably haven't been around long enough yet. Don't worry, don't worry. There is plenty of time for you to learn what Creative Assembly is all about. You'll learn. You'll learn. So yeah, 78. We'll leave that poll going for a bit. So yeah, if you sit there and go, oh my god, Legend, he's so negative towards Creative Assembly, I just want you to know that in my audience, I'm in the majority opinion. Can't answer, have no info. Then you don't have to. Like if you've never played a Total War game before, then yeah, you don't have to vote. People will be tired of medieval content by the time Medieval 3 comes out. How so? Because of all the other medieval stuff that's coming out? Maybe. You could be right. Multiple playable? Who cares? I don't think that's an important one. I just prefer Empire 2 of Medieval 3. Fair enough. I think a lot of people feel that way. Medieval 3, I think, is the right choice for the next historical Total War game. And I just don't think they're going to do a good job of it, that's all. CA will miss the nail and splat their fingers. That's what I think, yeah. The DA wins did a $5 super chat. I've moved on to CK3 for my Medieval fix, and that includes all of Asia as well. Medieval 3 has to be truly mind-blowing for me to return to a CA game. Yeah. Yeah. No, I totally agree. I think that Creative Assembly has just lost so much ground to all other types of strategy games. Well, they're right. Total War is unique. They have a monopoly. But they're... Think of it like this. You're playing Monopoly with yourself, but the bank gets smaller and smaller. There's just not much in it. But, you know, you can't lose, but you're not winning much. Do you think Paradox might add real-time battles to their titles and basically finish off Total War for good? No, I think it's more likely that they're waiting for Creative Assembly to make another fuck-up and for Sega to want to sell off Creative Assembly. Then I think that Creative Assembly would do better under Paradox than they would under Sega. Because I think Sega, like if you have a look at Sega's other catalog, Sega does not know strategy games very well. Their games are just different. I can't say that I'm much of a Sega fan. They don't have a problem with the company, but their games just don't really appeal to me. Whereas I think under Paradox, Creative Assembly would do a lot better. I also think that they would probably clean house at Creative Assembly, probably, and don't allow the climate of yes-manship that they currently have going on. Live action trailer was their dumbest choice. Here's the problem though. It's either that or nothing, because they've got nothing. This is only to build hype. They've only just started. They're in early pre-production. This is years away. They can't get the trailer out. See, the whole point of all of this is to get you talking about Total War. Again, showing you, because they've been doing these like retrospective stuffs for a while. Like if you go back to, when did they start doing it? 3 months ago, right? So their retrospectives, they haven't been getting a lot of views. It's an indication, and also like they've got 160,000 followers on Twitter, and most of their tweets get like 200 likes or whatever like that. It's not very much. They have a very low engagement. So the purpose of this is to get people engaged again. That's the whole point. They're letting you know early so that you can be engaged with them. So they can talk to you. Basically, this allows their marketing to get their claws into you early. Be like, okay, we've got you subscribed to our newsletter, and we're going to drip feed you stuff every now and again so that you go, ooh, I'm really excited about Medieval 3. If Medieval 3 would be a total turnaround, CA finally shows change, would you consider coming back? Yeah, I probably would consider coming back if that did happen. Like, don't get me wrong, what I hope to have happen and what I think will happen are two completely different things. What I hope happens is Medieval 3 is just better than Medieval 2. Just straight up better in every single way, and it's the game that I've always wanted. That's what I hope happens. But just because I'm hoping something happens doesn't mean I think it will. Like, I hope that I'll walk outside and there'll be a pile of gold waiting for me. But I'd be delusional to believe that it would actually happen. That's kind of how I feel about Medieval 3 being made by Creative Assembly. I'd be delusional to just assume it's going to be great. Because you had Rome 1, which was great, and then they made a sequel, and it wasn't so great. You know, they've got a track record of doing this. Now, it's up to Creative Assembly to prove that their track record has changed, that they're going to do better. It is not up to us to give them the benefit of the doubt. In fact, you would have a higher chance of Medieval 3 being better if you constantly give them shit. Because if this marketing does nothing to improve the faith that people have in Creative Assembly, they know that they have to release a good game. They can't just market their way out of it. Why did they show a naval battle in the End Times trailer? I'll be honest, I don't care about trailers. Don't pay any attention to it. Just look. Guys, I'm not covering the End Time stuff. I'm not even thinking about it. Sorry, I watched it and then I just didn't. I don't think I really absorbed much of it. Because I don't have much to say about it. Like, I'll be like, I will probably buy Medieval 3 if it's shit, but I'm probably not going to buy the End Times DLC. Do you think that Medieval 3 is their last chance to save themselves? I don't know, because it largely depends. I think that 40k is probably their actual last chance. Because here's the thing: if Medieval 3 is in early pre-production, and Warhammer 40k comes out next year and it fucking blows, as in it sucks, it just isn't good, and they don't sell very well, Sega, if I had to guess, I'm just speculating, would probably want to sell Creative Assembly and just scrap Medieval 3. Because if they get Warhammer 40k wrong, because they've still got their claws into the Warhammer community for the most part. I mean, it's dwindling a little bit, but they've still got their claws into them. There's still more that they haven't completely lost it with the Warhammer side of things. But with the historical, they've got nothing left. So if they fuck up with 40k, they'll probably be sold off or liquidated. That's what I think. So I wouldn't say that Medieval 3 is their last chance. I'd say that Warhammer 40k is their last chance. It's just that Medieval 3 would need to... Warhammer 40k would need to succeed in order for Medieval 3 to progress. That's what I think. You should get in debt and buy CA. Look, I am all for a good investment, but I can't think of a worse investment than investing into Creative Assembly. By the way, guys, have you got any more, like, shit NFT coins that I can invest into instead? Because I've probably got a better chance of making a return on my investment. Anyone got any ape NFT I can buy? You know? Probably a safer investment than buying stock into Creative Assembly. Probably isn't, but I'm just saying. But yeah, if I had like a spare $100 million, I would not buy Creative Assembly. It'd be cheaper to start a new new company. Buy low, sell high. By the way, I don't have $100 million. Legend Turtle NFT. Well, it's just an example. I'm probably so biased because of the lack of ability in historical titles due to the focus on Warhammer. Well, we'll see what happens with that. Warhammer fans, both fantasy and 40k, will consume whatever slop is put in front of them. Warhammer 40k, even if it's hot garbage, will make us money back immediately. Is that really true though? Because wasn't there a game a few years back? It was part of a really popular franchise. I'm just trying to remember its name. It was a 40k game, and it was called like Dicks of something. Dicks of Wizards. No, that's not right. Dawn of Wankers. No, that's not right. It was the third game in the series. I just can't remember it right now. But didn't it do really badly? So when you say 40k fans will buy anything, didn't I don't know what happened to that game, by the way. Yeah, of course I knew it was Dawn of War 3. I actually like Dawn of War 3, by the way. Like, I like it, I don't love it. I actually played a little bit of the multiplayer with Dawn of War 3, and I didn't hate it. I liked it a bit. But it up and died, so I had no one to play with. So, what are you going to do? There are only 2 Dawn of War games. What are you talking about? Hey, number 3 is coming out. They're calling it Dawn of War 4. So, yeah, if you're going to say... Hang on, let me have a look at this. I've got it in here somewhere. It's under Warhammer. Warhammer. Dawn of War... I haven't got it installed. Okay, if you have a look at Dawn of War 3... look at that. It's only mixed now. So they finally got it to 50%. Yeah, I don't know. Like, when you say that Warhammer 40k fans will buy anything, I don't know. I don't really believe you. I don't really believe it because they didn't buy this. And to put things in perspective, Dawn of War 1 is bigger than any Total War game has ever been. So this was a way bigger fall than what Total War could do. So I don't know. Hey, Postal also skipped a number. Oh, well, I'm not familiar with that one. So funny thing. Oh, hang on. Baron Von. $5 super chat. I would not recommend buying the latest Hoi 4 DLC for $30, base game $50. There needs to be a new competitor in the strategy game space overall. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. It's not your fault. Yeah, so with Paradox stuff, I'm not on top of all of that stuff. Like, I haven't had enough time being intimately involved with Paradox in order to hate them yet. And I've been treated better by Paradox than I ever was by Creative Assembly. Like, I've already been invited to events by Paradox, which was weird. So it's different. So I may have some degree of bias. From my perspective, with the DLC stuff with Hoi, let's use that as an example. Let's actually discuss that. That's good points. Good question, I guess. That's under Paradox. Hoi, I don't think I've got it installed at the moment. Alright. So the latest DLC is... I actually don't know which one it is. I am missing all the DLC. I don't have any of it. That can't be true. They've given me some keys. It must not be showing. Was it this one? Gotcha Dameron? Is that the last? Because usually the one at the top is the most recent. Yeah, this is got to be... There surely isn't one between then and now. Oh, no, that's 2024. No, that can't be right. We're in 2025. 5th of March. Right, I see how it's organized by alphabetically. Right? Yeah, because these go... Hang on. Expansion Pass 2. 26th of September. Oh my god, it's literally... Oh my god, fucking idiot. Right in front of me. It was the big one right in front of me. Oh my god. 21st of November 2025. Sometimes, guys, I have really good eyesight, but I'm blind, if that makes sense. Fucking... It's embarrassing. I can miss things that are right in front of me. So yeah, mostly negative. That doesn't sound very good. And that price point, that is much higher. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's not ideal. Just out of curiosity. A lot of people play it though still. I think this is an indication. I think this is an indication that Paradox are wrapping things up with Hearts of Iron 4. I think that they might be just trying to... Those people who are still buying DLC, they want to just like snatch as much money as they can out of you before they before they wrap this project up and move on to Hearts of Iron 5. That's what I think. Because if we have a look at EU4, isn't that kind of what they did? So if we go to EU4 and then have a look at its last DLC, wasn't it? The last DLC was like really... Was it Winds of Change? Hang on. I know. What about this one here? 2022, 23. What was the last? I remember Leviathan. What was the last one? Hoi Foi's $10. Oh, okay. I do think they really tried to update Japan, which is extremely outdated. But yeah, it's probably the last DLC. Was Winds of Change the last DLC for EU4? Because that was the... Okay, so if we have a look at this one, it doesn't look like it was particularly well reviewed. And it came out... Actually, I don't need to go there. So it's $28. This one here was $28 as well. 18th. That's 2023. Most of them $28. Yeah. So just looking at it. So it came out in 2013, and then its sequel came out in 2015. Whereas, I mean, these aren't exact one-to-ones. It just gives you a bit of an indication. This one here, 2016. So, yeah, if I had to guess, I mean, it's just purely a guess. I'd say that Paradox games tend to have about 13 years of life cycle, and that basically Hearts of Iron 4 is reaching the end of its life cycle. I gotta give it a positive review back in 2016. Holy shit, I'm gonna go read it. That was back when I read reviews. Now if I write a review, I just get bloody harassed, so I don't bother with it. Yeah, this is just if I had to guess. Because, like, Crusader Kings 3 is still fairly new. It's not when it came out, it's when I last played it. Leviathan was the last big update of EU4. Yeah, fair enough. So this one came out 2020. So I don't think Crusader Kings 4 is coming out anytime soon. So yeah, I'd say it'd be Hearts of Iron 5. If just a guess, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Medieval 3 Total War is the announcement. Yep. Buying Paradox games pretty similar to buying shit in early access, because the game is clearly in early development and the content that should be in the base game is given to you as DLC. I think that is totally fine for you to have that opinion. Why are you so negative to Paradox? Paradox has never done anything to hurt you. No, totally fine for you to have that opinion. But I don't know. When I play EU5, gotta be honest, it feels like a pretty complete game to me. But this is coming from someone who the last time they played EU4 was 2023. So maybe if you're like, we're a huge fan of EU4, maybe EU5 doesn't have all the features that EU4 has. Maybe. I don't know. But it all comes down to perspective, I guess. See, I went from Total War Warhammer 3, which is, you know, content rich, to EU5. And holy shit, EU5 blows it out of the water, in my opinion. Like I haven't really played EU. I haven't played Warhammer 3 since I've started playing EU5. Is EU5 fun? It's fun for me. I can't guarantee it'll be fun for you. I love it. This is the game that I want to play from now on, basically. Like I've put in 691 hours. I absolutely love it. I can now play it on the hardest difficulty, or at least a strong country on hardest difficulty. I'm not fantastic at it. I've no Legend of Europa Universalis, but I would like to try to be. Power World stream when? I love Power World, but no one's going to watch me play that. And yeah, I've just had no desire to play Warhammer since this. Many who played EU5 have felt EU5 has had all the core parts, so DLC won't be including those later, and instead get content. However, when first DLC drops, we shall see if this is true. Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, sometimes you don't realize how much was cut out of the game until they actually start putting it back in. What do you think of Stellaris? I know that you like it, but how much? I really like Stellaris. So I play Stellaris pretty often. Is that not in... Oh, there it is. Last time I played it was October 6th. So to put things in perspective, I think I got Europa Universalis 5 on October 7. So put that in perspective. So I got 2,000 hours in this game. I love Stellaris. I think it's a great game. Legend, would you accept their offer for Medieval 3 Advisory Role if they offered it to you along the way? No. I'm not, like, I don't think you understand. I'm done with Total War. Like, I don't want anything to do with Creative Assembly. I don't like them. I don't have any faith in them. I'm fucking done. The last thing I want to do is go and work for a company that I hate. So no way in hell. Do you like EU4 more than Age of Wonders? Sorry, EU5 more than Age of Wonders 4? Yes, I would say that. Like, I really like Age of Wonders 4. I think it's a great game. But I like EU5 more. So I've got more hours on Age of Wonders 4, but I've also had it a lot longer, about a year longer. So all of these hours on, where is it? On EU5, that's in the last couple of months. You're obviously not done with Total War because you talk about them every day. I actually don't talk about them every day. And again, mental problems. Why does he keep doing this to himself? And that's a good point. And so we made the decision that on the 1st of January, 2026, that Legend of Total War is going to come to an end. And this is a... Alright. Does that explain it? Does that explain it? Does that explain it at all? How long did you play Warhammer 3? Okay, so I got 9,000 hours on Warhammer 3. But you got to have context with this kind of stuff. The vast majority of those hours is work. Right? It wasn't my own campaigns. The vast majority of them. And also, I really like Warhammer 3. I think Warhammer 3 is a great game. But I'm thoroughly bored of it. And it has not been improving at a very fast rate. And while more content is being added, more content being added does not fix the problems that I've got with the game. Primarily, it's that I just can't play beyond turn 30 before I just get really bored. Whereas I've played like 100 hours in just one campaign of EU5, at least. Will there be Legend of Total War 2? We'll see. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Can you change your name? We'll see. I was originally thinking of changing the name, but some other ideas are coming up. I just don't know what that's going to happen just yet. But Legend, what about Merchants in Medieval 2? Okay, fair enough. I've never seen 9k hours on Steam. Well, I got news for you. Where is it? It's not under Warhammer. I got 14,000 hours on Warhammer 2. Now, I want you guys to understand something. With Warhammer 2, I wasn't there much for the first 6 months of Warhammer 2. I did not really like it in the first 6 months. Now, the time between Warhammer 2 coming out and Warhammer 3 coming out is roughly around 4 years. And I got 14,000 hours in it. Warhammer 3 has been out for 4 years, and I've got 9,000 hours in it. Which means in my own spare time and on work, I've spent 5,000 hours less time on Warhammer 3 than 4 for the same amount of time. Now, I had 500 hours logged in Warhammer 3 before the game had even come out. So you can look at that and be like, how can you say you don't like it? You've played 9,000 hours in it. Again, I do like it. I'm just done with it. Steam also counts in activity, just have the game open. Yeah, that's true. That's true. What about Warhammer 1? Warhammer 1, I didn't spend that much time on it. 1,700 hours. But yeah, it's a bit different with me because I made a fair amount of content with Warhammer 1. And I've made for the past 4 years, the vast majority of the content has been Warhammer 3. And I'm not saying it's a bad game at all. I'm just thoroughly sick of it. And with Warhammer 2, I just remember this is what would happen, right? I would do a disaster battle every day, and then I would do a live stream every day, 6 days a week maybe, and then I would also play my own campaigns every day. Like, over that 3-year period between 2018 and 2021, I live, breathed, shat Total War Warhammer 2. When Warhammer 3 came out, I scaled back. I stopped doing a disaster battle every day. They alternated between streams. So it would be either a disaster or it would be a stream, because I just didn't have the energy to do both. And then eventually I stopped doing the streams entirely. So then it was just a disaster battle every day, which is a lot easier to do than a stream. And then eventually I got to the point where I'm not even doing disaster battles for Warhammer 3 anymore. I just kept scaling back over time as I got more and more sick of it. How long will the stream be? I don't know. Like, I'm not really needed right now. My daughter's not awake. I can stay as long as you want. Like, if you guys got somewhere to be, then just leave and I'll go. It's totally cool. Like, we got 3,700 people here. I'll never have that kind of viewership again. So, like, this is the last big hurrah. I'm going to hold on as long as I can. While I've got your attention here. I don't think you should change your name. You'll always be Legend of Total War. We'll see how you go. How'd you do it? So, like, how did I manage to keep going with Warhammer 3 for so long? Or, like, how did I what? Seeing Riftbreaker there, what's your opinion on it? I love Riftbreaker. I think it's a great game. So yeah, I got 924 hours on this game, and I've only done, I think I did 2 live streams of it. So this is just like my own playtime. I've played through it several times. I think it's a great game. Really, I love this game. But yeah. Play some EU5? Oh, maybe another day. £5 super chat. Thank you for being the voice of reason for so long. Good luck in your future endeavors. Yeah, I don't know if I'm the voice of reason. I think to a degree I've been a voice of the... I'm trying to think of the right word. Voice of the people who feel like they weren't being heard. Yeah, that's what I think it was. Because I listen to what you guys say, and for the most part, whenever you guys are like, the AI is bad, I agree with you. And then I see nothing happening, and so then I kick up a stink about it because I can. I exercised my channel's influence. And it pretty much caused the channel to be destroyed, but it is what it is. Streamer formerly known as Legend of Total War? Yeah, probably. What's in the complete trash section? Don't just, there's nothing in there. It's just games you've either never heard of or should never hear of. There's nothing in there. Should name yourself Legend of Grand Strategy? No, I'm probably not going to be Legend of something. I think it's going to be a bit different, but we'll see how we go. How do you like Kingdom Come Deliverance? I really like Kingdom Come Deliverance too. I've played 776 hours of it. I want to play more. I last played July 5th. It's been a busy couple of months. Busy year, in fact. A lot of great games came out this year. Why no Crusader Kings 3? It's there. I got it. Look, here's the thing. I'd love to play more of this. I just don't have fucking time. I played 1,000 hours of Crusader Kings 2, and I would play more Crusader Kings 3. I can't find the goddamn time to play it. Because, like, if I had to choose between Crusader Kings 3 and EU5, I'm going to play EU5. I think EU5 is better. Anyone review Tides of Torment yet? Who cares? How's it going with that anyway? Let me see what the player count is. Pretty much what I expected. It's not very high. Well, it might have been higher earlier. But it's about the same as what Omens of Destruction got. Can you expand your complete trash? I want to see. Fine. It's not interesting though. Last hurrah. Thanks for all your efforts. I hope your new direction gives you peace of mind. We'll see. I don't know. I think I'm leaving a lot of baggage behind when I move away from Total War. And I think that's part of the problem. I've just accumulated so much baggage over time that I really can't deal with it anymore. So much just weighs me down. Like with Creative Assembly. I've just, over the past, especially the past 4 years, I've had to witness too much shit go horribly wrong in order to stay here. And, like, when you're a YouTuber and you play just one game, which is pretty much what I do, it's really hard to put a smile on your face when you've experienced the things that I have. It's fucking impossible. I'm not a very good actor, and I've tried to fake it. It doesn't work. It always comes through. And I just know that next year it's going to be more of the same. It's going to be just nothing much going on with Total War Warhammer, probably up until the End Times DLC. People are going to be constantly complaining. There's probably going to be some massive bug. If I make a video on it, if I can get harassed by the community again, I'm just not up for any of that shit anymore. It's too exhausting, and it's too boring. It really is. Like, if I want to pick a fight with someone, I want the fight to be interesting, and I don't like fighting with the community. It's really quite... Especially when just trying to advocate for the game to be better. But you advocate for the game to be better, and people be like, oh, why does he hate the game? I don't. Is what it is. Just to be clear, the Total War videos on the channel aren't getting deleted or privated, right? No, they'll stay there. Yeah, why would I take them down? I mean, I'll get passive money off it. But anyway, I think you would be a very good variety streamer, content creator, but in the strategy space, you actually attempt to understand systems in a way that's helpful for the genre. Yeah, I can't. I would be a very bad variety streamer because I do not like playing a new game every day or a new game every week. What I like to do, and this is why it works so well with Warhammer 2, is I like to play a game to death. I like to suck every hour that I possibly can out of a game until there's nothing but a dry husk remaining, which is what I've done with Total War Warhammer. You know, I love Warhammer 2, and I kind of like Warhammer 3. Warhammer 3 is mainly just disappointing. But I have sucked everything that I can out of it. There's nothing left. And when it comes to EU5, it's like a fresh piece of fruit. I'm going to suck. I'm sure a few years from now, I'm going to go, oh, EU5, I just can't play another minute of it. I've played it to death. But you know what? Up until that point, I'm going to enjoy it, I think. Unless they patch it badly, we'll see. I remember you playing Warhammer 3 in the beta, and you were clearly doing everything you could to not say how much it sucked. Your face said it all, though. Oh my god, yeah, it was so fucking hard. So yeah, in the very first live stream, people were asking me to go into the Realms of Chaos, and I remember saying, no, guys, no, I'm not doing that. And they're like, but Legend, we want to see you go into the Realms of Chaos. No, trust me, I'll talk about it eventually. I'll talk about it eventually, but we're not going into the Realms of Chaos. And I couldn't talk about it until 2 days before the game came out. I tried not to judge the entire game on the Realms of Chaos, but oh my god, was it bad. You need to pay Megabok and MB Expedition 33. I've heard those are very good games. What's your daily time schedule? It's 5 a.m. When do you go to sleep? I'll probably go to sleep around 6. I think that's fine to be your definition of variety. I'm happy that you're not quitting content. You're just going to a new game. Well, okay. So as of January 1st, I'll be absent for a while. Now, the length of time that could be quite long. I don't know. It largely just depends on when I run out of money. So, no, I don't think I'm going to, but anyway. No, when I've got that itch to come back. You know, right now I don't have that itch to do content creation. And I haven't had the itch for a long time. So I need that, you know that creative itch where I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to make a video. So I'll have to wait until that comes back, and that could take 4, 5, 6, 7 years, who knows. And when it comes back, I want to come back as invigorated as I was in like 2019, because those were the best years of the channel, and I want to bring that energy back, and I'm not going to come back until that's back. But I have to break until then, that's all. How long are we talking? Months, years? Months or years? It could be whatever. You can live off interest? Well, I don't have that much cash. But anyway. Actually, no, you can't really. Not in this day and age, not really. It just sounds like you're burnt out of content creation, so taking a break sounds really good to you. I am burnt out of content creation, but I'm also burnt out of Total War. So it's both. Do you ever play Bannerlord? Don't play it much these days. Come on, LTW. You have to open the 40k Total War wishlist post just to demonstrate how absolutely crazy the 40k fans are, just to show how much money CA is going to make on the new fans. I'm not sure what you mean, but okay. CZK20 Super Chat, we like you, man. Okay, fine. I like you too. No, not really, but okay. Are you going to make videos about EU5? Not while I'm on not while I'm on hiatus. So what I've been doing with EU5 over the past couple of weeks is testing out formats to see what might work, so that I can think about it while I'm away, and like hit the ground running when I get back. Show Factorio hours. Nearly 7,000. Love Factorio. I think it's a great game. Hi, I just joined the stream. What was the consensus of the Medieval 3 announcement? I think it was mixed. I think people want there to be Medieval 3, so they're happy about that. But as you can see by the poll there, do you have faith that CA will nail Medieval 3? 28% of people voted yes, 72% of people voted no, after 5,000 votes. So I would say that seems about accurate, yeah. But you know, that's 5,000 of my community, which would probably be more gravitated towards no. Whereas if I'm sure like Lawmaster of Sotek was to do a poll, it would be the reverse. Do you like Valheim? I love Valheim. I just haven't played it in ages. I leave it there so I can see it and be like, oh yeah, I want to get back into it. But it's still in early access, isn't it? Oh my god, how long is this going to be in early access for? A bit longer. They've been super slow with that one, holy shit. But it's a great game. Don't you think by the time you return to Europa Universalis 5 will not lost its popularity? There's a possibility of that. What's the popularity of it at the moment? Look, to be honest, it's about as popular as Total War Warhammer is. Roughly, right now. You know, obviously Warhammer 3's got a DLC going on at the moment. There is a possibility that when I come back, that EU5 will not be very popular. That's fine. You know, when I came onto the scene in 2013, I didn't start with the newest Total War game. I started with Medieval 2. So if the game is good, I'll still be able to make videos on it then, and it'll be fine. Any change of playing Stellaris? Stellaris, I really like it, but I think people get bored of watching it. Is the End Times DLC prophecy for future of CA? Don't know. Maybe you leave Total War don't leave you. Oh, I'm pretty sure Total War left me a long time ago. Inside Baseball, EU content is... What? Inside Baseball, EU content is based on the patch cycle for most content creators. The regular update cycle is like 6 months for major update, and then you start the cycle again. Oh, okay. Oh, excuse me. Did you try Master of Command? No, it's on my to-do list, but so is 100 other games. EU4 is very popular 12 years after release. I wouldn't worry about EU5. I wasn't worried about that either. Yeah, Total War games drop in popularity really quickly, but Paradox games have a tendency not to. I mean, again, look at what's it called? Hearts of Iron 4. Where is it? Look at Hearts of Iron 4 right now. 41,000 people currently playing it. This is a nearly 10-year-old game. Warhammer 3 has slightly more players than it right now, and they've just released a DLC. It's a bit higher than it was before. Interesting. I'm curious to see what people are saying about the DLC. I'm just curious. I don't actually want the DLC itself. Hey, look at that. They got out of mostly positive. They've still got a bit to go to get all reviews out of there. So, Sale, Tides of Torment, positive. Aislinn, positive. Decala, 3 user reviews. So I imagine that, yeah, Aislinn would probably be the most popular. That seemed obvious. Warhammer 3 upgrade pack. it doesn't matter. I've already got it. Probably for people that don't have Warhammer 3. Right, whatever. Yeah, okay. Is it just me, or did they actually increase the base price? It wasn't $100 Australian dollars when it first came out. It was $90. They've increased the base price. I don't know, whatever. Doesn't matter, I've already got it. The phenomenon of Paradox games gaining players over time, even after a decade, is literally a subject of YouTube video essays. Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, this is what I've experienced so far, right? When it comes to Total War, anything that you say against Creative Assembly, you just met with like instant resistance. But Total War games, it's pretty obviously that they're undercooked, because they come out and then like a week later, there's hardly anyone playing them. These are big campaigns. Like, there's no way you could finish all the content in a week, unless you're just like auto-resolving everything. Then with Paradox, you have a game come out and it retains its player base months after it comes out. But then you hear nothing but complaints about the games from the community. It's like the complete opposite. And then people say that Paradox and Creative Assembly are exactly the same. I just don't believe it. There may be two peas in a pod if one pod was rotten and the other one was fine. I don't know. Should we become a Gardener streamer? No. Would you say you enjoyed the last bit of Medieval 2? Sorry, would you say you enjoyed the last bit of Medieval 2? How many hours did you have? That's one of the favorite community games. Yeah, I always enjoy Medieval 2. That's why I've been making disaster battles and campaigns off Medieval 2 more recently. I just don't get that many sent in, so I'm like kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel at the moment. As in, like, don't have much left in the tank forum in my inbox. But I've got 1,700 hours in it. That might not seem like much, but you gotta keep in mind, I had the disc version up until relatively recently. So I'd say that the actual number of hours I've played Medieval 2 is probably closer to 10,000. The Hoi 4 player count graph is a linearly upward with spikes on DLC. Yeah. It's very interesting what's happened with Hoi 4. So I reckon if Hoi 4 comes out in a couple of years, and if I'm in good with Paradox and in good with the Paradox community, Hoi 5 could be my ticket to getting back to a six-figure income. We'll see how we go. Would you share your YouTube recap? Me? It'll be like 99% watched Asmongold, pretty much. I've watched a lot of Asmongold recently. Damn Legend, you lost a lot of weight. You good, brother? Yeah. Look, what happened was Creative Assembly came over to my house and they cut and just like, they just starved me. I'm starved. Yeah, ever since I stopped covering Warhammer, I've been starving. I can't afford my bills. No, I'm just kidding, by the way. Looking forward to the $20 Byzantine launch DLC. Yeah. Based. Yeah. Don't call it Hoi. Pronounce the whole name. Nah. You're gonna steal Bitter Steel's viewers? Well, I tell you what. Why don't Bitter Steel? Why don't you play Total War and you can steal all my viewers? How about that? We'll do a swap. Nah. They raided his pantry and ate all of his junk food. Dude, I do not buy junk food. Dude, I'm not a big junk food eater. I'm a big burger eater. Burgers and pasta and that kind of stuff. Like, I don't really like desserts. I do like sweets, but I would prefer to have a second dinner over a dessert. But yeah, I lost weight by just not eating as much. Nice to know you are a fellow roach. No, I'm not a roach. I'm a rat. Let's be real. Like, Asmongold is the roach king. I'm the rat king. Thoughts on Feral's Total War posts? Are they doing good? I think Feral does a really good job. Yeah. I mean, they take their games and they port them over to mobile devices and then they make improvements to them. They do a really good job. I don't think anyone has any serious complaints with Feral. I think the main complaint is that these updates don't get rolled into the PC versions. Burgers aren't junk good? Alright, that's a good question. It depends on where you get the burgers from. I like to get good burgers. I don't eat at McDonald's. I haven't eaten at McDonald's in like 10 years because McDonald's is shit. At least it is in Australia. But Legend Asmongold eats it at McDonald's all the time. I don't know how we can do it. Like, McDonald's is garbage. Are you the burger eaters or nobility? Oh, burger. I getcha. Would you play a Dawnless Days mod for Attila? I'm actually considering doing Dawnless Days as one of the live stream days for the charity live stream. Pirate is the Roach King. Pirate Software. Man, that was a big fuck up. Whatever. What are you gonna do? If you're at McDonald's or shit, I guess it just comes down to the personal palate. Like, I like to eat at tier 2 burger joints. So it's like, tier 1 is what I'd consider like hungry Burger King and McDonald's and KFC. That's like tier 1. Tier 2 is like a bit more expensive, but not like proper restaurant. Have you checked Mandalore's newest update? They turned it around quite a bit. I haven't, no. I would like to get into Mandalore again. Again, it all comes down to time. I haven't played it really since it first came out. I have way too many games in my list. All from bloody ages ago that it was sent in. And there it is. And a decent number of players. Still in early access. I'll leave that there for my to-do list. That way I'm constantly reminded of it being there. You check it out again? Yeah, well, I just put it on my favorites list again. I'm not going to install it right now, but yeah. I want to look at that again. Maybe once I'm done with EU5, so in like 3 years. Did you also play Knights of Honor 2? No, I never played Knights of Honor 2. What's your favorite pasta? I don't know, bolognese. How much costs a decent burger in Australia? Depends where you go. I mean, you can get a burger for like $5, I guess, from McDonald's. If you want a good burger, $15, $16. Dude, you should do a vintage strategy game stream. Saw you rocking Lords of the Realm too. Nah, I don't think I'm going to do that. Would you consider playing EU5 expansion mods later? How Abanar... Let's look later down the track, maybe. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'll look at Asmongold, then go to original videos. They get into freaking response videos to response. So stupid. I'm not sure what you mean. Why am I Australian? Because that's just where I was born. And I never moved away. That's on par with America. Yep. Asmo makes content that is generally based on objective reality, which, unlike many people today, he is capable of properly perceiving. I think he is more perceptive than the average person for sure, but I don't agree with all of his takes. I agree with a lot of his takes. That's why I watch him. But I also watch him because, like, he's way more right wing than me. And I like to center myself by watching left-wing people and right-wing people to sort of go, okay, right, that's interesting. I'll go somewhere in between that. If I may ask, how old are you? I'm 10 years old. No, I'm 38. Legend, where's your Aussie accent? You don't sound very Aussie. I have done my best, my absolute best to rid myself of my Australian accent. Is he still quitting Total War January 1st? Yep. Yep. I mean, it was possible for you guys to convince me not to quit. But don't worry, you convinced me to quit. Don't worry, I'm very much convinced. Since you were enjoying most Paradox games, what about CK3? Yep, I'd love to get back into CK3, but right now, I just want to play EU5. You, the disgusting and emotional normie. Maybe you say so. Since you're enjoying most I already read that out. You should get a sponsorship from Ground News. No, I don't like... No, I don't think so. I don't have any problem with Ground News, but I don't use sponsorship. So I don't take sponsorships from products I'm not going to use, and I wouldn't really use it. Like I can tell when like something is right wing and left wing. I can tell pretty easily. Are you quitting streaming too, or just Total War? Just Total War for the most part, but I'm going to take a hiatus. So taking a break from YouTube, but full quitting from Total War. January 1st. Wait, so you don't put any shrimp onto Barbie? Nope. Well, for one thing, they're prawns in Australia, and you don't put them on the barbecue. So no. How to spell Australian accent? I'm not native English speaker. If they say water, then it's probably Australian. If everything ends in AH, then it's Australia. Have you ever played Warcraft 3? Played loads of Warcraft 3. Back when Blizzard was good. Do you read books? I can't read, dude. Books? Reading books is gay. No, I'm just kidding. Have you tried XCOM 2? I actually own XCOM 2, but I don't think I've ever played it. I think I picked it up for like $1. Yeah, I never installed it. I played original XCOM quite a bit. And I was like, oh, XCOM 2, I'll buy that. And I'll play it one day. And then I never did. But, you know, it was $1. So, who cares? Oops. Have you played Elden Ring? I have played Elden Ring. It wasn't for me. I don't like those kind of games. Like, I see them as being good, but it's just not for me. Like, you can look at a game and go, this is objectively good, but it wasn't made for someone like me. Like, I'd rather play other games. So I think I gave it about 3 hours before I was like, oh, I just would rather play something else. What about Space Marine 2 content? Space Marine 2, I really enjoy it, but I think it's the kind of game that I just play in my own time. I don't think I make content on it. CZK20 Super Chat. Take some time. I will always be watching. Watching? Well, okay. Well, we'll see about that. When do you think Medieval 3 will release? I think 2028. So I think it's about 3 years away. Late 2028. I didn't enjoy Elden Ring either, and I love Dark Souls. Okay, fair enough. Did you play Stronghold Remastered Legend? No. How much storage space do you have on your PC? 2 terabytes? Something like that. Yeah. Several terabytes. I hate quick reaction button mashing crap. I don't mind it. I don't mind quick reaction stuff. I would rather play strategy games. Have you ever played Heroes of Might and Magic games? They seem to be perfect games for you. I think I played one once, and I liked it, but there was other games, and I just never got around to playing it again. How do you think 40k, total 40k will work? I don't know, and I don't think about it, so I don't care, basically. You should try Sardom's mod for Medieval 2 as the Byzantines. It's a very hard campaign. Yeah, people say that. People say this kind of shit all the time. I've had this the entire time that I've been on YouTube. Legend, you should do this. It's the hardest campaign ever. And then I go in and I fucking smash it. And then I go, what are you talking about? And then do you know what they say? They go, oh, but you didn't do it right. You used an exploit, or you cheesed too hard. You're supposed to play it like this. And then I go, fucking, I'm not interested in doing that. So, sorry, it's not you specifically. It's just I've heard that exact same thing said so many times. I'm just going to do whatever I want. I don't know why people... I really don't understand why people even give me suggestions for mods. I almost always say no. I don't get it. Like, when is people going to get the hint? See Factorio, how did you avoid addiction? I didn't avoid addiction. It's set in hard. I got addicted. Big time. What I did with Factorio is that I set my addiction happened a long time ago. CA paid him a shitload of money. What? Who are you telling that to? Oh, I see. Legend's reason for quitting Total War speculation. CA paid him a shitload of money. Well, that's not true. You don't need to speculate. I told you the reason. So it comes down to this. Just to tell you again. The reason that I'm quitting Total War is because I think that Creative Assembly is a shit company, and that they are going to continue to be shit. and that there is more disappointments on the road. And the last 4 years, I think, is an indication of the next 4 years. And quite frankly, I don't want more of that. So I said, nope, no more. I've had enough. That's all there really is to it. Like, I just don't want another 4 years that have been like the last 4 years. If I thought that the next 4 years were going to be great, I would have stayed. I just don't think that. Phil Bra Wheeler did a CHF2 super chat. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. You ever go glutton for punishment in Thrones or nah? Thrones of Britannia? I don't understand. Why would I play something I don't like? It's not a difficult game. So, short answer, no. Have you... when was the last time I played Thrones of Britannia, actually? It might be a little bit off because I might have, like, installed the game just to, like, have a look at... like, just to get a screenshot of it. 2019. Yeah. Actually... and I'm pretty sure I didn't even play it then. Honestly, the fact that I've even got 44 hours in Thrones of Britannia is a testament to how much I gave this game a go. Because I did not like it at all. So that's why with with Pharaoh, I didn't even buy it. Couldn't be bothered. Not even gonna give it a shot. How is Vampire DLC for Age of Wonders 4 worth it? Look, I can't tell you whether or not something is worth it. Everyone's gonna give you a different answer. You should try Anno 117, dude. Legend of Total War here, and today I'm going to do a long gameplay video for Anno 117. So it's a sponsored video.
Legend, why don't you play this game? Why haven't you played it yet?
So Anno 117 is set in a Roman-themed world, whereas Anno 1800, the previous game that I played thousands of hours in, was set in sort of like the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah. Okay.
CZK50 did 50 CZK super chat. Is your family good? That's the main shit. Fuck all others. Yeah, love my family. Legend, are you gonna try the Lord of the Rings mod for Attila? Yeah, I probably will. Yeah. Legend plays Anno. Sorry, AI Legend plays Anno 117. Yeah, I haven't played as much of it as I have with EU5. If you're wondering why is it not on this list, it's on my Uplay account. That's why. It's just, yeah, it's not on Steam. You have many hours in Factorio. What about Satisfactory? I do have Satisfactory. It's on my Epic Game Store account. Yeah, I've probably played about 1,000 hours of Satisfactory, although I think Epic Game Store doesn't log it. And if you're wondering why have you got it on Epic Game Store, why not on Steam? Because it came out on Epic Game Store way before it came out on Steam, and I'm not going to buy 2 fucking copies of the same game, especially when it functions just fine on the Epic Game Store. You play? I agree, but that's where I've got it. What does CA have to do to make you be willing to give Medieval 3 a chance? Make it good. Just make it good. Like, make a good game. And I'll give it a chance. For sure. It's really that simple. Just make a good game. But as for me coming back to doing content creation, a lot of things would need to change. Like, if I left for like 2 years and then came back and saw that the community would like automatically give Creative Assembly a hard time whenever they're being... Basically, if I came back 2 years from now and saw that the Total War community was behaving the same way that the Paradox community behaves, I'd probably want to come back. But they do not behave the same, and I prefer the way the Paradox community behaves, which is they give Paradox a hard time. So that means I don't have to. Because I tell you what, I don't like talking shit about Creative Assembly. I know that people think I do, but I don't. I really hate doing it. The reason why I do it is because I feel like I need to do it. So it's like a want versus a need. Like, need to do it in order to get them to fucking wake up. Because they're so shit. But whatever, being a dead horse with that. What would it take for you to want to play Warhammer 3 again, broadly speaking? Radical Siege rework? Sorry if this has been asked before. Like, I don't know. It's just, like, I think it's, like, pinpointing at one thing is pointless. It's really the whole package. I've played so much of it. Okay, if I was going to pinpoint it on one thing, this is what I'd say. If I was to play it, and after 30 turns, not get bored, that would be good. But I don't think in the past several years, I've been able to play a Warhammer 3 campaign beyond turn 30 without going, well, I'm painting the map now, because this is boring. But that's it. The content is fine. I don't think there's a problem with the content. The problem is the AI, and the difficulty is entirely front-loaded at the beginning, and then it drops off a fucking cliff, and it just doesn't scratch my itch anymore. I am late as fuck. Did they announce the next game? Yeah, it's Thrones of Britannia 2. Thrones of Britannia 2. I'm a bit miffed that Slaney Chan doesn't get their own DLC next. I don't know what that means. What would you like to see in Medieval 3? Just be a good game. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be specific with it. It's not my job to design the game. Whatever their vision for the game, fine. But, like, do a good job of it. That's all. Like, they sometimes have a pretty good vision for a game, and then they just fuck it up with nonsense. Like, I think that Warhammer 3's idea, like the Realms of Chaos idea, in essence, it's a good idea. But the implementation of it was so fucking horrendous, and they were so resistant to criticism that it ended up killing the Realms of Chaos campaign. And then you take something like Daniel the Dickhead Demon Prince, right? Damned Daniel. Great idea on paper. Fucking horrendous execution. 4 years later, and they still haven't touched it. Like, come on. At what point? Like, they just don't. They come up with good ideas, and then they abandon them. They just. They have no commitment to quality, basically. And so it's hard to hold yourself to a certain standard when you see the developer having no standard whatsoever. So it just becomes exhausting, and you just give up after a while. I think the Medieval 3 will be average game, but I'm happy now. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think the launch of Medieval 3 will be pretty mediocre, and they might fix it afterwards. That's not really what I'm looking for, though. What are your thoughts on making Skaven campaign in Age of Wonders 4 doable? Yeah, you can definitely do that, for sure. Caesar K20 Super Chat. I'm sorry, something happened. I'm not blind. Huh? Okay. Well, good. Appreciate it. What happened there? Alright, I think we'll end that poll now. Although it does seem to be gravitating more towards yes as time goes on. Still, there's a huge disparity. 30% to 70%. But yeah, honestly, probably more people having faith in CA than I would expect with that. But 30% is not very good. When's it getting released? Not for years. Not for a long time. Honestly, I don't think Medieval 3 will actually release. There's a good chance CA will be shut down by Sega before that. I actually agree with you. I think there's a chance of that happening as well. Not necessarily shut down by Sega, sold to someone else. Maybe Paradox, we'll see. I can't believe 30% said yes. Yeah, okay, so here's something to understand. A large portion of the Total War community are really stupid. This isn't unique to Total War. Like, it's the case of every community. But yeah, when it comes to Total War, one thing that I've really started to notice is that there's a lot of morons. Like a lot of them. They mostly hang out at Reddit. Yeah, there's a lot of morons. And the thing is, I don't even mean like sub 100 IQ. I mean like sub 80 IQ. Like they're like barely functional. Like they're so dumb that you can't even have a conversation with them because they can't understand basic concepts of abstract concepts at all. Think you mean spineless? No. Yeah, maybe a bit of that, but I actually mean dumb. I mean really dumb. There are way more in Total War Discord. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I have no interest in joining the Total War Discord. I play Tarkov, and my community is smart. Fair enough. Saying 30% of your viewers are morons, this is a good way to keep viewers. Yes, it is. Look, let me put it this way. 50% of you guys are below average. Oh my god! Legend said that 50% of his audience are below average. This is bullshit. Go ahead. Go and be stupid. And who says I'm trying to retain moron viewers? I have done my best to weed out moron viewers. I try to make things as like difficult to follow as possible so that people with really short attention spans click away. They go, too long, didn't watch, bleh, and then they run off to Reddit. Be like, Legend's video could have been 1 minute. I'm trying to get rid of them, man. It's hard. They're like weeds. Please go. Please, okay? You're not needed here. Oh my god, Legend is discriminating against people who are dumb. You slow us down. You slow us down a lot. You know? If you can't understand abstract concepts, then fuck off. I just don't have time for you. Legend, I made a super chat question. Please answer. Alright. Sorry, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, sorry. Just put the question. If you had written the question out there, I could have read it. Sorry. I have Down syndrome. I'm your biggest fan. You're probably smarter than my average Total War player as well. But I appreciate you. But Legend, why would you call everyone morons? Yeah. Do you know what's the funny thing is? That person that said that, right? What I just said was pretty insulting, I think, to a lot of people. But my viewer count just went up. So don't tell me that insulting my viewers is a way to lose viewers, because it doesn't fucking work. I've tried it. I've been doing it for years. I've been insulting my viewers. They never fucking go. Do you know what causes them to go? Bad game. Anyway, what happened to Lord of the Rings next? I don't think anyone was thinking that Lord of the Rings was next. How about you understand the concept of my fist? Brilliant. You have proven me wrong. 50% of my audience is below average. How about I punch you in the face? You've proven me wrong. Belligerently insulting people is cheese. Yeah. The people you insulted left, and new people came in, and that's fine. Like sometimes you gotta get rid of the weeds so that new plants can grow. That's the whole reason why you gotta pull them out. That's just how it is. And the thing is, though, if you keep the weeds in your garden, the new plants can't grow. So yeah, by all means, get rid of them. Here's another thing as well. It's also, it's a self-report. Most people don't think they're below average. And so if you say half of my viewers are below average and they get offended by it, they're probably really below average. They're probably like in the bottom 10%. It's okay, let's get out of the way, okay? You're slowing everyone down. Okay, don't need it, go away. If you're offended by idiot, you probably are one. Maybe. And then I thought the Total War community was older than 16 years old. The average age of my audience is 35, on average. Is it hard to play EU5, or is it too much complex from Total War player perspective? And any recommendations? I would say that it does have a long learning curve. it'll probably take a while to get used to it. It certainly took me a while to get used to it. But I think in essence, all of the things that are going on in the game are simple when you break it down into its simplest form. Like how the economy works. It's actually quite simple, but the complexity comes from it having simplicity multiplied by 1,000 times. And then trying to figure out exactly what the fuck does profit mean and what does tax mean. I'm still trying to figure it out. As in like the exact what it means. And I'm getting there. But basically it does have a long learning curve. So this is what it feels like. With Total War Warhammer, I feel like Total War Warhammer is just too easy, right? And then I go to EU5 and everybody is better at the game than me. Which is kind of interesting to have that sort of scenario. Anyway, did you just say that 50% of your viewers are below average? I'm not talking about brain power. Sadly, that word is a no-no in Super Chats. Did I just say 50% of my viewers are below average, and I'm not talking about brain power? Sadly, that word is a no. Well, I did mean brain power. But yeah, thanks for the Super Chat. Is it easier than 4? I found CK3 more easy than 2. No, I'd say that it's probably more complex than EU4, but I wouldn't say necessarily more difficult. It largely depends on what you're doing. Total War Medieval 3 will come out as soon as my first son is planned, conceived, born, raised, and accepted into university. Okay. Yeah, most Paradox games are at their core pretty simple once you understand. Well, all complexity is just... it's just simple things that it's just a lot of them, which creates the complexity. Whereas I think Total War oftentimes comes up with a convoluted system at its base form, but it's actually quite simple. A really good way to point that out is actually the resource system for the Chaos Dwarfs. Like, it looks kind of complex, but it's actually really quite simple. It's like you turn this resource into that resource, and then you turn this resource into that resource, and then you turn that resource into that resource, and there you go. That's how it works. Basically. The hardest Total War has to be Shogun 2 on the hardest. Yeah, maybe. I'd say it's a tie between that and maybe Warhammer 2. Do you have in mind to make guides, tutorials for EU5? I've probably not at this stage. Have you ever tried Helldivers 2? No, I've never played it. I heard it was good, and then I heard it was bad, and then I heard it was good, and so I'm just like, I don't know, I might give it a miss. Paradox game's a game, so there's no reason to lose your mind about complexity. Yeah, but you gotta understand, you're talking to a Total War player. Like, going from Total War to Paradox is two complete things. People go, it's a strategy game. You're going from a strategy game to a strategy game. No, you're not. You're going from baby's first strategy game to a real strategy game with Paradox. So Total War is like strategy light. Wait, really? Harder than the Western Roman Empire and Attila? So the Western Roman Empire in Attila is not actually hard. It's just daunting to begin with because of how fucked it is to start off with. But the thing is, the solution for the Western Roman Empire is actually in the game itself, because the more you shrink, the easier it comes due to the stupid design of the game, where the more territory you have, the weaker you are. So as you lose territory, you get stronger. It's just this, it's like, it just appears to be actually really difficult, but it actually isn't. So all you have to do is to try to have like if you're having difficulty, you just have a controlled withdrawal, and so you don't lose your best regions, and then it's actually not difficult at all. 20CZK, Virtual Hug Man. Okay, thanks for the chat. Paradox is complex but intuitive. CA is basic but arbitrary, complete opposites. Yes, that is a great way of putting it. So in EU5, nothing feels arbitrary. It feels like everything has a purpose. Every ducat has a purpose. Every bit of stability, every bit of legitimacy, every resource has a purpose. There's nothing that just sort of out of fucking nowhere goes. It just sort of makes sense. The restrictions make sense. The rules of the game make sense in Total War, there's arbitrary shit everywhere. Oh, why can't I launch the assault right now? Well, you don't have a siege attacker. Why do I need a siege attacker? I can climb over the walls. Well, you don't have a siege attacker. Yeah, but there's one unit in the fucking city, and we have ladders. And I have flying units. Yeah, but you don't have a siege attacker. It's just dumb. That's just like an obvious example. Are you quitting making content for Total War or quitting playing the games altogether? Sorry, this has already been answered. I'm quitting making content for Total War. I will probably continue to play Medieval 2 in my own time, but I won't be making content from it as of January 1st. I'm going to make that distinction because there will be another video come out for Medieval 2 because I've recorded a few. And people are like, I thought you said you were going to quit. You know, how many times have we had that today already? I will purchase future Total War games based on whether or not it's actually good. I'm not going to pre-order anything. So if Warhammer 40k is announced on the 11th and it seems like it's good, I'm going to wait until after it comes out. And if people say, yeah, this is actually really good, I'm going to buy it. But even if it's good, I'm not going to make content on it. I'm quite done. What are you talking about, man? There's no combat in Paradox? Yes, there is combat in Paradox. It's just not manually resolved combat. That's all. There is actually combat. You're right in regard that it is not as complex as Total War. Total War has complexity in regard to its battles, for sure. But also, Total War hasn't really advanced its battles in a long time either. They've still got the same problems. The strategy is definitely light, but nothing beats the battles in Total War. Yep, I agree. Nothing does beat the battle in Total War. But in my opinion, it's not enough. Would you ever stream the original Medieval Total War? No. It's not coming in the charity live stream. It's a pain in the ass to stream. You owned and begged for Medieval 3 for 10 years. Now I'm so tired of CA that I'm not hyped at all. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah, I feel you. Because, yeah, like, you asked for something for such a long time. It might be too little, too late. But who knows? Maybe... What's the general consensus within the community? Because I haven't really had a look. Let's have a look at the Reddit. Ugh, I don't really like the Reddit, but I'm going to have a quick look at the Total War subreddit and let's just see what people are saying. Just having a quick look. So Medieval 3 announced trailer, 4.7 thousand upvotes. That's pretty high. Yeah. I mean, it's just the Reddit being the Reddit for the most part. Nothing there is really a surprise. Yeah. That's all good. Do you think Total War will reach out to you after having half their viewers during the live? No. Why would they reach out to me? They've never reached out. Sort of. The only time that Creative Assembly ever reached out was to bloody tell me off for talking shit about them. So, yeah, no, I don't think they do that. Oh, but they've never, like, reached out and be like, hey, we've got an opportunity for you. It was always like, hey, there's an opportunity for you to help us. Not even that, really. I don't know. I'm vague posting, but I don't want to go into details. Look, typically speaking, this is creative. You got to understand who you're dealing with Creative Assembly. This is a company that has a brittle sensibility. They don't reach out to people that are negative towards them. They just don't do it. They don't build bridges. They don't rebuild relationships. They wait until you go away or that you change your tune. I'm not going to change my tune because they're rotten. They're never going to reach out to try to make amends. That will just never happen. It didn't happen last time either. So I've been blacklisted twice, right? The first time, I had to do all the fucking work. All of it. I had to take all the responsibility for everything and I had to do all the work to fix everything. They did nothing. Second time, I said, fuck it. I'm not doing a damn thing to fix this relationship. Fuck them. So there's no chance of that happening. The comments are mostly critical of how long it will take for it to come out. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. But like I said, Creative Assembly has found themselves in a really shit position because of their own doing. They had to announce something. Because imagine this. Imagine people have been asking for Medieval 3 for such a long time. You're making Medieval 3, but you don't announce it until you've actually got something, which is going to be like 2 years away. I don't think Creative Assembly can survive that long. They had to announce it. Have I streamed Paradox games before? Yeah, I streamed it the other day. AI declared war on me and has 10 armies parked around its cities. Glad it was fixed. So done with this shit. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. Like, I'm not going to make another video on it. Like, what are you going to do? Is that on the DLC, like, today? Is that 7.0? That they're doing this? Because you've been playing it for, I don't know, a couple of hours. Early pre-production in 2030. Yeah, well, no, it shouldn't take that long, but we'll see. Sorry to see the channel, and I hope you might return at some point to keep making content. We'll see how we go. Like, I would love nothing more than to have continued doing Total War for the rest of my life. I really would have. But at some point, you gotta jump off the ship before it sinks. The bug hasn't been fixed? Yeah. Any EU5 streamers you'd recommend as you ramp up EU5 content, like for exploring mechanics, tips, and stuff? I'm still I'm just casually watching a guy here and there. I just don't know them at this point. At this point, you know they are going to release an Underworld Medieval 3 and sell the studio to China. Maybe. I think Paradox would be more likely to buy them, but I guess it's not unheard of for it to be. From what I heard, Creative Assembly tried to sell Hyenas to Tencent, but Tencent didn't want it. So I don't know. Maybe China might not buy Creative Assembly. They're like, hey, Sega's like, hey, Chinese, do you want to buy this British company? And China like, nah, I don't think so. Nah. So what's this company make? Oh, it made Hyenas. Oh, no thanks. Like, I don't know. If you were an outside investor and you wanted to buy a company, would you buy Creative Assembly? I wouldn't. Like, it's not a smart investment. Especially if you don't have any experience at strategy. This is why I think that the only people that would buy it would be Paradox, because they've got experience with strategy, and the only ones I think that could take the rotting corpse of a company that is Creative Assembly and turn it into something that's maybe less of a rotting corpse would be Paradox. They're the only ones I think that could do it. Anyone else, maybe Crypto Bros, but I think they'd end up ruining it as well. I just can't see anyone thinking it's a good investment. Like, in the age of AI, why would you buy CA AI? That's like if everyone's riding around in flying cars and someone says to you, hey, do you want this horse and buggy? Literally, horse and buggy. I don't know, I wouldn't. I guarantee you, if China bought it, they would push out Three Kingdoms 2 and fill it with Legendary Lord Gacha. Yeah, and it probably would do really well in China. Like, I think that Chinese developers right now are having kind of their golden age. For the most part. I don't know, more or less. I don't have a problem with gacha. Like, if people want to buy it, I don't have a problem with it. I don't like gambling mechanics, but it's not real. I don't know. I don't play gacha games, but I don't have a problem with them existing. And if they've turned Total War into a gacha game, well, I've already clocked off of Total War anyway, so it's like if your ex-girlfriend got together with the loser, like, who cares? I couldn't think of another example. You're buying it for the IP, not the people. Yes, I would buy the IP, You're exactly right. I think if someone wants to buy the IP, absolutely, yeah, for sure. So yeah, buy the Total War IP and get rid of the actual company. Yeah, for sure. That's a good investment, I think. Yeah, I'd do that if I could afford it, which I can't. But I kind of feel like you can't have one without the other. Like it's like a package deal. It's kind of like buy this product and get a piece of shit with it along with it. It's like, buy this house, but also you have a bomb that goes off in your house 5 minutes after you buy the house. I'm being extraordinarily mean. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. David Ryan did a $20 super chat. I know some games are being developed with like AI game masters. I think it could be cool, but on the other hand, will it get to the point where games become unbeatable as a result, like the way Stockfish dominates chess? No, I don't think so, because at the end of the day, they want to sell copies, right? So you don't sound bitter at all. No, I am very bitter. I'm very bitter. Yeah. I get you're being sarcastic, but I'm just saying, I'm definitely very bitter. So we don't need to have that conversation, because yeah, I am. Anyway, no, I don't think the games are going to be unbeatable, because if games become unbeatable, people aren't going to buy them, because ultimately people complain about the AI being too easy, right? But ultimately, games have to be beatable. Now, games can be very difficult, but if you make a game that is actually unbeatable, you're not going to sell very well. And at the end of the day, the goal is to sell you the game. So they might make the game just hard enough for it to be beatable. Do you know why CA abandoned Three Kingdoms if it seemed like a success game among community? Okay, so the simplest answer is it sold a lot of base game copies. It didn't sell a lot of DLC. And so the mindset was, rather than make more DLC that wasn't providing as much of a return on investment as what Warhammer was doing. So think of it like this, right? You've got a company. You've got a limited amount of resources. Every company has a limited amount of resources. Some companies have more than others, right? And if you put $1 million into Warhammer and it makes $3 million in DLC, they put $1 million into Three Kingdoms and it makes 1.1 million. So the difference is a 10% return on investment if you put it into Three Kingdoms, where it's a 200%, 300%, I don't know, return on investment for Warhammer. So what Creative Assembly probably thought was, okay, instead of doing DLC for Three Kingdoms, let's just make Three Kingdoms 2, and to the 10 million people that we sold the first game, we'll sell 10 million to the second game, because people just buy the base game. But then the second game never came around, so I think that was the general mindset. It wasn't that the game was a failure, it's just that in the effort to create more profit, they ended up shooting themselves in the face yet again. I think people are jumping to Skynet level AI too quickly. CA can't even work out pathing from point A to point B. They're not going to make good AI. CA are not going to be the ones to make good AI. They're definitely not. CA programmers incapable of making an AI that don't cheat? Well, they can make an AI that doesn't cheat. It just depends on how you want to go about what you consider to cheat. Like, if Creative Assembly wanted to, they could make a Total War game that is incredibly difficult for you to win, and doesn't even have to have smart AI. And the way that you can do that in the simplest way possible is by making the AI team up against you. The moment that you become strong, the AI team up against you. And this is what happens in Paradox games. The other AI factions do not let anyone become too strong. Coalitions form and they block you from expanding and try to knock you back down. There's like if you want to take on the coalition, you're going to be pretty good at the game, but you can't do it. Otherwise, if you're not confident, you have to sort of expand slowly enough that they just don't consider you enough of a threat. But Paradox games do this quite well. Total War games, it's like you become a major threat and the game goes, well, I'm going to do nothing. They've come around that with things like Endgame Crisis and like Realm Divide, but they're not very good systems. Byzantines restore Rome in Medieval 3 run in 2030? Well, we'll see. Have you played The Witcher 1, 2, or 3? What do you think about The Witcher 4? I played all of The Witcher 3. I didn't play all of the Blood deals. No, what's it called? The Blood and Wine DLC. You know, the DLC that adds Blood and Wine to the game. Oh wait, no, it adds an entirely new storyline. Sorry. I just didn't finish that one. So bloody long. So yeah, I played a lot of Witcher 3. Love it. I'm keen to play Witcher 4. Yeah, I don't have a problem playing the series. 179 rupee super chat, I think. Nothing to say, much to say. Merry Christmas in advance. All right, thanks, dude. You know I'm Jewish, right? I'm just kidding. How dare you get my religion wrong? What? That was the best DLC. Yeah, I was kidding. Oh, I know it's the best DLC. I ran out of time. I wasn't able to play it. Do you think Medieval 3 trailer was kind of made by AI? Honestly, it was a bit disappointing, and honestly, it looked a bit strange too. No, it wasn't made. It wasn't. It was live action. Let me have a look at that again. It's live action.
We rule by divine right. And yet, our realm is far from holy.
This is live action, right? Am I being a retard, or is this actually?
The armies we command paint red the map.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think it's AI. You could be right. It's hard to spot it these days.
Why fight when hearts and minds are easily swayed?
One way to tell if something's not AI is look for imperfections.
Only.
He looks too grubby for this to be AI. Like, obviously intentionally. Like, it's obviously a very smooth focus to a degree. Do you really think it's AI? I think if this is AI, then this is the best AI that Creative Assembly has ever made. I think this is live action.
Enemies lie dead.
Patience and time will beget our gain.
We are stability.
Dignity.
And authority.
We bear the weight of pain.
And of defeat.
Yeah, I don't think this is AI. Look at the teeth.
Greatness shall ever define us.
And we shall never
be forgotten.
Forgotten.
So,
how will you
shape?
Gotta spot it at the right moment. Those look like veneers to me. Yeah, like they look like veneers. Yeah, I see what you're saying with this, but that looks like veneers.
You shape your realm.
Hang on.
Your realm.
How?
It's heavily edited. Well, yeah, obviously. Those look like real teeth to me. I think he needs to go to the dentist.
Your realm.
How will
you make history?
Yeah, looks like real teeth to me.
History.
Make history.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it looks terrible other way around. Look, if it's AI, cool. Count fingers. I did. That was the first thing I did. That was the first thing I did was count their fingers. Because yeah, that's another indicator. I wanted to check to see if they got 6 fingers.
Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah. Let's check some of the other ones.
When hearts and minds are easily swayed.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, she's holding it like that. Okay. No. Wait. Wait. Hang on a second here. Is it just me, or does she have 6 fingers? I don't know. This is too blurry. Like, I gotta get in closer. Ron, 25 super chat. Nice to know that this game exists, but most likely I will play it 6 months after release, after we get a general opinion of the game's quality. Yeah, me too, probably. Thanks, super chat. That's just distortion. You could be right. You could be right. But I don't know, like... That could just be the palm of her hand. It's just me? It's not a finger. Yeah, okay. Hang on, I gotta go back and... See, now I'm looking for it. Now I'm looking for it.
Sway.
Is this on the highest it can be? Yeah, it is. Wait, hang on. Yeah.
The realm is ours, only when our enemies lie dead.
Patience and time will beget.
Yeah, I don't think it's AI. I don't think it's AI. Slow motion. How do I even do that? Just go through this frame by frame so we can gotcha on Creative Assembly. Legend is a boomer. Well, yeah, I am a bit. Thanks for the super chat. You go frame by frame. Yeah, I don't really want to do that. What's with your... What's up with her thumb? I don't know. I'm not convinced it's AI. Yeah, it's just a live action trailer. I think we're spending way too much time on this. You can see the hair on her fingers. It's not AI. Yeah, I think you're right. I think her pinky is just very bendy. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I've got one of those as well. AI would have fuzziness with mismotion. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, if it's AI, it's really, really good AI. Which leads me to believe it's not AI, because that's just not Creative Assembly doing that. Hey, look, I'm getting recommended here. Arab guy looks AI, and old man looks AI. Rest look real. I don't know. I don't agree. But interesting for sure. Hey Legend, do you think they will announce Warhammer 40k on the Game Awards? Yes, that's what I think is going to happen. They're going to announce it next week, yeah. Which is fine. Do you guys want to do another one of these streams then? Because they're pretty easy to do. It's actually really easy to actually just not play the game and just talk to you guys. It's actually way easier than playing the game. Good point, if CA used AI, they would fuck it up. Yeah, unless they use someone else's AI. If a company buys CA and reworks the company, could that screw with the relationship with Games Workshop? I don't think Games Workshop cares. CZK 10 super chat. Alright, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Legend, how OP will be Nagash? Pretty OP. Pretty OP. Is this just a hate stream now? No, it's not. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a react. I'm just reacting to it. If it's Haiti, that I don't know. Legend becomes Total War vlogger instead. Nah. What other Total War games would be similar to 40k Total War? What would be their inspiration in your opinion? Fucking I don't know. Their inspiration is just money. Nothing wrong with that, but that would be what it is. There's got to be an AI detector. Look, yeah, I have done nothing with AI apart from destroying it in Total War. So I wouldn't know how to deal with that. I don't know how to identify it. Don't know. Can't hate if there's nothing to hate. That was a pretty empty announcement. Look, I don't know. I don't really disagree with them saying it's just a hate stream. I don't really disagree. So it's fine. If you want to think it's a hate stream. Legend of Total Lazy. Yep. Look, hey, if I can make content and no effort, then I'll do that. I don't care. Sky Gaming YouTube channel did a $10 super chat. It's sad when you can't trust anything on the internet anymore. At this point, AI posts even influence it so much. Real people believe it's real, and AI uses it as a source and gets even worse. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Just become a chatting streamer? Easy? Maybe. I think I run out of things to talk about. We've never really been able to trust anything on the internet. Yeah, that's true. If next Total War is godlike good, will you take what you said about CA? Nope. I'm not going to take it back. Because, from my perspective, the Jedi are evil. Sorry, I got distracted. If something is true now, and then isn't true in the future, that doesn't mean it isn't true now. Now, if Creative Assembly turns things around while I'm away, and they become a really good company that treats people with actual respect, and they make good Total War games, then if I come back, I'll say, Creative Assembly changed. But I'm not going to take back what I've said. Because everything that I have witnessed has indicated that they're a piece of shit. So I'm not going to take that back. Now, if they would like to take me aside and go, look, why don't we settle this? Every grievance that you have with us, why don't we explain what actually happened? And they can explain every little grievance that I've got with them, and they can actually explain it, and it's just a misinterpretation on my part. Then I will say, guys, I was wrong. I had a complete misinterpretation of the situation. But in my attempts to talk to them in the past about this, they have just wanted to shut me up. Like, I've wanted them to prove me wrong. But they don't. They have put no effort to do that. So yeah. But like I said, that's what it would take. Because yeah, like some of the stuff that I perceive about them, it could be wrong. But like, I gotta base it off what evidence I can see, and all evidence points to them being just like absolute piece of shit. What are you gonna do? So yeah, if 40k ends up being great, then the way that I'll look at it is they got a fluke. Anyway, which happens. So Medieval 3 sounds like Crusader Kings, just probably way easier to learn with way less complexity. Probably will be, yeah. And that's fine. That would probably be what they need to do in order to make a good Total War game. But as I've said before, is it going to have a lot of the same problems that other new Total War games have had, like when they've actually sort of advanced their engine? Like what happened with Rome 2. Is Medieval 3 going to be Rome 2? Is it going to be the AI can't pathfind properly on launch? Is it going to be trying to do objectives that are really stupid? Are they going to constantly forget what they're trying to do? Are they going to send suicidal attacks at you? Is the AI going to be brain dead and allow you to abuse the system by like turn 1? Is there going to be arbitrary shit all over the place and nonsensical mechanics? And is there going to be like arbitrary dilemmas that come in and just dictate the pace of the game? Not does the game play you, or do you play the game? That's a big one here. I think that Creative Assembly oftentimes designs these games to play the player. Biggest example of it, have you ever played Greasus Goldtooth's Quest Battle? The game is trying to play you. So what it does in that quest battle, this is a perfect example actually. The game says, we've got the high ground here. We should sit up here and wait for them to come to us. And what ends up happening is that right behind you on that hill, enemy reinforcements are going to come in. Now, this actually happened live. The very first time I played that battle, and I saw that notification came through. I had not pre-played that battle. I went, okay, so the game is telling me to stay up here, which means we've got to run down there. Because I know that these developers, they constantly fuck with the player. So just do the opposite of what they said. So I run down the hill to charge at the greenskins I think you're going up against. And then as I get down the bottom of the hill, guess what happens? From my start position, a big fuck-off army of greenskins show up. Now, if I had waited at the top of the hill like the game had suggested, the first army would have arrived at the same time as the second army arrived, and I would have been pincered. But I had destroyed the first army before the second army got to me. So by not doing what I was told to do, I actually had a better result in the battle. The game constantly tries to play you. It's bad game design. And there's plenty of other examples of that in Total War, where it goes, do this, and this will be what happens. And it's just wrong. And it happens in the Total War streams as well. They like show you how to play the game, and they're just bad at it. They have no idea how to play the game at all. To be even, if CA does something good, after over a decade of screw-ups, they will need to do more to prove they are deserving of any credibility. Well, it's not. It's like, I think that a company should be allowed to make mistakes. It's not that I expect Creative Assembly to never make mistakes. It's that if they make a mistake, they shouldn't try so hard to cover it up. That's the really big problem that I have with them, is how much effort they go into covering shit up and suppressing criticism. It goes to way more effort than I would expect, which it really should be none. And we saw that in this stream here. Chat replay is disabled for this premiere. Fucking Creative Assembly. They disabled the chat replay. So don't tell me that this is a well-meaning company. They've disabled the fucking chat replay. They don't want you to know what was being said in here because they had to fucking moderate half of it. They're always doing this shit, controlling the narrative. Okay? They don't want you to know what everyone else is thinking. It's like it's a complete... whatever. They haven't learned a fucking thing. Not a damn thing. Not, like... It's so easy. Just let people say what they're going to say. Do you know how many people I've banned in this stream so far? So let me put this in perspective. I've had 135,000 people show up at some point, and I've had people piss me off. Do you know how many people I've banned? None. Not a single person has been banned. And I know none of my moderators have banned anyone because I don't have any moderators. I removed every single moderator. There's only one. And I don't think he's here today. So nobody has been banned. And I will not disable the chat replay. So yeah, go for it. I don't know. They just don't want you to know. They just want to control the narrative. It is what it is. Hey, Grudge, it's good to see you. They were banning people left, right, apparently. No, I saw it happen. The thing is, I was watching that happen live here. So if people want to see the chat replay, they can actually see it through this VOD. We didn't watch the whole thing, but yeah, we were watching as things like the chat was just going all over the place because things would get like they were working overtime deleting comments with that. That was ridiculous. It felt like the ban hammer that they did back in the Steam back on Steam in 2023. That's what it kind of looked like. Just going ban hammer on it all. They cannot handle any criticism whatsoever. And you bet that they're just going to... Oh, no, they do allow the comments to just announce an announcement. That's what they do. Here's an announcement for an announcement. Yeah. I don't know. Like, this is what Creative Assembly does. They go, this is... Like, they build up, and then they give you something, and it's shit. And then people go, oh my god, this was shit. This was not what we expected. You built it up to be way... They overpromise and underdeliver. And then when people say that they have overpromised and underdelivered, they then get upset with you. They're like, how dare you say that we underdelivered? We worked really hard on, bullshit like that. Nothing changes. They haven't changed one bit since 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. They're the same thin-skinned, brittle, brain-dead, smooth-brained company that they've always been. Time to open rum with that Coca-Cola. I prefer lemonade. I prefer to just get really. Do you ever just take a lemon and just drink it and be like, oh, it's so fucking sour, I love it. That's what I'm like. I just want to pour it right into my. Let me get this lemon and squeeze it in my eye. No, it's all good. I could already imagine Joan of Arc at level 50 conquering Jerusalem at Medieval 3. Oh yeah. You mean Rapance? Wouldn't it be funny if they did that and they just got Rapance's voice actor, the voice lines from Warhammer 3 and just cut them up and put them into Medieval 3? Zero introspective from CA. Well, they don't ever learn. This is the thing. They say they listen, but they don't really listen. If they actually release a 40k, do you think it's going to be like other Total Wars, or it's going to be a new and completely different version of Total War? I think you should look at Total War the same way that Warhammer Fantasy changed Total War. Back in 2015, 2014, people said, oh, there's no way that Warhammer Fantasy is going to work. How are you supposed to do magic in Total War games? How are you supposed to do flying units? How are you supposed to do big monsters? And they made it work. They didn't make it work great, but they made it work. So as for battles in space or space battles over a galaxy, they could make it work. I don't know if they're going to, but they could. Legend, I like you pretending to not be a Warhammer lore nerd. Okay, so something to understand. I think that Warhammer is very interesting, but prior to 2016, I knew nothing about Warhammer. I've never been into Warhammer tabletop at all. But when I got really into Total War Warhammer in 2018, I decided to learn as much of the lore as I could, because one thing, I found it interesting, and the second thing is that if I'm going to dedicate myself to something, I want to know everything that I can about it. And so I would read as much as I could. So that during streams, when people were like, Legend, what do you think about Nagash? I didn't go, what the fuck is a Nagash? So I actually knew most of what was being talked about, so I could actually converse with you guys. That's why I learnt it. But as Warhammer 3 progressed, I stopped doing that because I don't know, it just wasn't interesting to do it anymore. I don't read Warhammer lore these days, so it's not Warhammer's fault, but I'm not interested in Warhammer at the moment. Ironically, you may get more friends with tabletop. Who says I'm looking for friends? I got enough friends. You shouldn't... the number of friends that you have should not be the quantitative measure of how well your life is going. You only really need one or two, really. Better to have one or two good friends than a bunch of fair weather friends. I've had a bunch of fair weather friends. Fair weather friends are useless. They're only there for the good times, and they're not there during the bad times. I've tried my best not to be a fair weather friend. And I think one of the best examples of that is me and Voland. We weren't friends, right? And I stood up for him. Did not benefit me, but I stand by it. I will continue to do that. And the funny thing is that kind of turned us into friends, which is weird because that was not on my bingo card. Why can't we be friends? And why can't we be friends? Well, anyone can be friends. It's just that you don't need lots of friends. That's what I'm saying. Who has time for more than one friend? Yeah, well, there's different types of friends. There's friend for a reason, friends for a season, friends high school friends that you just don't see after high school, stuff like that. Different types of friends. I have information. It will be Chrome Hounds Total War. I have left a sneaky trap in video to catch the air out. Please believe me. Huh. Okay. Look, that's fine. But did you actually do that? Thanks for super chat. Thing is, I actually proved that I did that sneaky thing. The evidence is right there. Hang on. I get what you're trying to do. That's fine. So IMDb, Warhammer 3. Where's the cast? Let's click on cast. Extended cast. Where is it? Top cast. Is that where first? Yeah, still there. I've never mentioned Taoyan the Merciless before that video. It's the only piece of that thing that I omitted. The only one. I listed everything else. There was, what, 50 names that I mentioned. That was the only one I omitted. And it's the only one that's on the IMDb. Could be a coincidence, but it's a really fucking big coincidence. And if you don't believe it, that's totally cool. But the level of coincidence of that is unbelievable. But, you know, whatever. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. And it's still there. It's still there, and it's not in the game. I think he's mocking you. I know he's mocking me. That's why I brought it up. The thing is, like, he's mocking, but he didn't disprove it. So that's fine. Whatever. Totally fine. Thanks for the super chat. You paid £5, £5 to someone you probably don't like. I'm going to take that money, and I am going to invest it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to invest it. I'm going to buy myself some NFTs, and you watch as I turn that £5 into 1 cent. Like a miracle. Anyway. How are we going? How are we so certain it's going to be 40k next? I mean, you can't be 100% certain, but like, in terms of how strong leaks are, this is pretty strong. But you know, it could be wrong. Do you like history in general? Do you have some part of history that you like the most? Donate to Voland. Oh my god, that would piss him off so much. Oh my god, that is a good one. Wow. Yeah, I should do that actually. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Rather than buy an NFT. I'll pass that £5 on to Voland. I can't think of anything that a Redditor would hate more than that. But anyway. According to Sotek, CA does not have an end plan for Warhammer 3. Could be a lie. It's interesting because he could be right. He could be right. I don't trust Sotek though. I don't trust him. So, yeah, Sotek has lied. Like he's been dishonest. So, I don't trust him. And previously, like a couple of months ago, I did trust Sotek, and now I don't, because he's lied. I'm not trying to start beef with him or anything. But yeah, he's lied. So I don't trust him anymore. So yeah, I wouldn't take anything that Sotek says seriously. What's the beef with Voland? Oh, no. I have no beef with Voland. But the Reddit hate him. And they hate me as well, to be honest. You've missed out on a lot of context, basically. You shut up employee, he's compromised. I wouldn't say necessarily he's compromised. I just say I can't trust him. It's gonna have all that Attila family tree bullshit. That's fine. Holy shit, what if they Age of Sigmar Warhammer for DLC as hold off for new game? I don't know. But yeah, so going back to Warhammer 3 not having any plans to... it's going to be developed for years to come. I think there's a possibility that that's true. I'd say that it is actually likely. It just depends on how you look at it. So the plans within Creative Assembly have changed a lot over the past few years. And I think CA Sophia don't really have a project to work on. Whereas previously... So from my understanding, Pharaoh was not supposed to be the last game in the Bronze Age trilogy, right? There was supposed to be a Mesopotamia Total War. basically the plan was Troy first, then Pharaoh, then Mesopotamia. Now, Pharaoh did shit, and so what they did was incorporate what they did have into incorporate Mesopotamia into Pharaoh, but it's not. I don't think it's as big of a game as what it eventually would be. Eventually it would have been. And so they're finished with Pharaoh now. And so they've got this studio that isn't working on Medieval 3, it isn't working on Warhammer 40k, and they don't know what to do with Warhammer Fantasy. They're a team that costs them 1/5 of what a Horsham or England employee costs them. So they're probably going to have CA Sophia basically give Warhammer the Rome 2 treatment, which was to extend it out and just make like low effort DLCs for the most part, using bits and pieces of what they haven't used yet. If that's the case, then that's fine. I don't think that's very exciting though. I don't think it's it's not something that I would want to stick around for, to see one DLC a year and it's like, here's your next DLC, Moonclaw, or here's the next one, fucking Marius Leitdorf DLC. Oh man, what legendary lords aren't in the game? I don't know. Just really small scale, lame DLCs, but they're technically keeping it going. So it's not necessarily that they're keeping it going. Like, how well are they going to keep things going? How well maintained is it going to be? Like we've had people come in and say that the AI is still busted. They're still pulling 10 armies around the city and just sitting there. This is something that wasn't the case originally with Total War Warhammer. It's a new phenomenon, and they're not fixing it. I don't know. So I don't know. They might continue to develop it, but like, how good's that development going to be? I don't think very much. Not something that's worth like investing your time and energy into. Me personally, I thought that Sophia was working on Warhammer 3 DLC. Yeah, they're working on Warhammer 3 DLC now after like not working on a Mesopotamia game. They could go back to Warhammer 2 style. Be happy with that if the price gets reduced like £10. I don't think they're going to do that. Just started a Dwarfs campaign after months away. Never seen a Siege AI such in a shitty state. Yeah, and don't forget as well, they did that whole like closed beta, open beta for the Siege rework. Where's that Siege rework? Where is it? So I don't know. Like, the level of support that Warhammer 3 has gotten this last year has been pretty shit. It has been an extraordinarily boring year. It's been so boring, for me personally, that I was waiting for DLC. Because DLC, like, even if you don't get early access, DLC time is usually money-making time, right? It's been so boring that I cannot be bothered to cover the next DLC, the Tides of Torment. That's how boring it is. It's been. So, whatever. Did they ever roll out getting rid of ass loaders? They haven't rolled that out yet, as far as I'm aware. I'm still pissed I bought Shadows of Change, to be honest. I'm not buying anything else until get more value out of that, and I think that's perfectly fair. Same game since 20 years ago. Have you seen Bannerlord? I haven't played Bannerlord in years. Has Bannerlord not changed? Oh, I see what you mean. Bannerlord is the same game as Warband. Right, I see what you mean. I gotcha. To be fair, I haven't played Bannerlord in a really long time. Could Total War Warhammer 3 go on maintenance mode like Blizzard did with StarCraft 2? Yeah, that's what I mentioned. It just probably is. It's probably going to be, like, being supported, but what you're basically going to get the same amount of content that you're getting now, which is 1 per year, I think. What do you think about the new engine? Everything they said about the new engine is just like pointless rubbish, basically. You're not going to know if the engine is actually, like, hang on. Like, when they were talking about it around here somewhere.
Challenge, we're a small team, we use proprietary tech, but we're really excited to bring something new to Total War. And so today we're happy to reveal the new iteration, the new evolution of the game engine, Warcore. And we'd be happy to talk about it today.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about the current version of our engine. We started evolving that from 2009, and all the products you see, those foundations.
Total War.
Everyone else is seeing in other games at the moment. Total War games are rendering so much on screen at the same time. You've got VFX, characters, massive, include new lighting techniques.
So yeah, they're focusing on lighting techniques, not important.
Dynamic shadowing. We've
Not
improved
important.
our screen space ambient occlusion,
Not important.
which means you're going to see much more fidelity in
Not
the
important.
Self-shadowing of
Not important.
models on the terrain.
Not important.
Gives it much more realistic feel.
Not important.
The meshes and the textures
Not important.
now, because of improved rendering techniques,
Nope.
we're able to put more fidelity
Not
in those
important.
things and not compromise on that performance of
No,
gameplay.
yeah, that's important.
We also have looked at new rendering techniques for VFX, so where you see projectiles, there will be high fidelity because
Not
we've now
important.
got a new ribbon technology,
Not
which
important.
means we're not going to have so many overlapping
Doesn't matter.
particles. This means it's more performant.
This doesn't
and
matter.
means we
This
can
is
get
not important.
crisper kind of projectile visuals.
Nice.
Yeah, our
Yeah,
previous
you can see he's
is
super
amazing.
excited. Nice. Most of it's not important. So, yeah, here's the thing. Does it allow for a unit with 100 men in it to engage with another unit with 100 men in it and not turn into... You know? Is that going to happen? Or will the two units... Will they actually clash? You know, is that going to happen? Or are they going to... Are they going to dance around each other, trying to target each other? Just trying... If I could just get the right hitbox. Are units going to be able to walk through each other? You know? They didn't talk about any of that. They're like, oh, you know, we're going to be lighting and shadows. When I'm playing a Total War game, I don't think to myself, oh man, look at the lighting and the shadows are so good. I'm usually thinking, man, my unit won't fucking target the other unit because it can't fucking detect it because there's a pebble in front of it. Something like that. So this is what Creative Assembly will do. They will focus on shit that doesn't matter, that reviewers will care about. That's what this is for. So there'll be articles being like, oh, the new engine looks amazing. Oh, the lighting looks amazing. Ugh, fuck off, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay, is the unit being rendered in this game going to actually function properly? That's what matters. If we do a cavalry charge, is the unit going to rubber band? Is it going to charge into a unit properly and knock it down? Or is it going to and try to rubber band because it's constantly trying to detect whether or not a unit is in front of it? And many, many other things as well. So it might do that, but they didn't mention it in this. So I don't know. I feel like what they should have done, if they really wanted to showcase this Warcore engine, is that they should have simulated a cavalry charge. Like, just get a cavalry charge to charge into a unit of braced spears. What fucking happens? Like, if they had a unit of braced spears... This is what I would have done. I would have announced Medieval 3 first, then talk about Warcore, and then have the cavalry charge into a unit of braced spears and demonstrate, show people that you can actually use these units and it doesn't look like complete shit. That would have been impressive. But they probably haven't gotten that far in the game yet, in terms of development. So, yeah. That's the kind of stuff that actually matters. Hey, look, our one moderator has showed up. Hey, Niskimble. You know you're the only moderator on this channel now? I removed everyone else. Anyway, we haven't needed to do any moderation. But anyway, so yeah, I'm not really impressed by anything until we see how it actually handles the actual gameplay. And they're not showing any gameplay. So, I think if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, that's fine. But I think it's a pretty safe assumption that they probably don't have anything at the moment. Do you think that 40K will use the new engine? I do think it'll use the new engine, yeah. Which, lucky, because I tell you what 40K needs more than anything is lighting. We need to really make sure that the visual effects works. The fact that the performance is good, that is actually important. You need to have good performance, so that's good. So credit where credit's due. If the War Core engine can offer the same level of graphical fidelity while not compromising on performance, that is actually good. Good job if they're doing that. Really good job. But ultimately, gotta make the units actually... Like, in Warhammer 3, come on. Units are fucking non-responsive as shit, and their line of sight's terrible. Especially single entity on single entity combat is fucking horrendous. Trying to run down another single entity with a single entity is just pain. These are things that really should have been sorted, and that's just in Warhammer. I mean, you go back to Rome 2, like the Rome 2 collision was just fucking horrendous. These are the things I think that they should actually be focusing on. Legends, you check out Bannerlord's Naval DLC? Probably won't, but thanks. Do you think they will show gameplay in 40k? I don't know. Usually they don't show gameplay. They just show a cinematic trailer. That's what I'm expecting to see, is just like a cinematic trailer. So it'll be like watching a movie. Because usually, with Total War games, the game doesn't really come together until like the very last few months. And like, I don't think they're going to want to do something like the Rome 2 Siege of Carthage. Let's bring that up, actually. Whoops. It's a really good question, actually. Oh my god.
In 2004, UK developer Creative Assembly created Rome Total War, a PC strategy war, Rome 2.
2 years have passed, and the walls of Carthage still stand in a futile Rome's turn to civic
the siege for several years, and we're going to see old Scipio's grandson, the young consul Scipio Aemilianus, command the final assault on Carthage.
Consul, the fleet is ready.
Now, is it just me? They don't do this in the game. And this was actually explained by Julian McKinley. This is not actually part of Rome 2. It's like a separate program that is basically just pre-scripted everything. It's like they render a movie inside of their engine.
Burn the city, Tiberius. No prisoners, no mercy. Kill them all.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Yes, I've got it installed. We're gonna check out the Siege of Carthage in Rome 2. Oh, come on. Okay, whatever.
Yes, Consul.
Guys, I think this might actually be AI generated.
Scipio here commanding the Roman fleet approaching the beach. So you can see there the huge scale of the fleet, and the fact that we've got multiple ships per unit, which really adds to the sense of scale.
Multiple ships per unit.
And here's the Roman fleet approaching the beach. So this really showcases a new battle type, which is a combined battle. So you've got naval forces and land forces in the same battlefield. But not only that, you see the men on the ship disembark to fight on land. And so here they're approaching the beach, and they're going to disembark to join this.
Where are they? It doesn't matter. I'm just going to show it. We're going to get that intro cutscene, right? We're going to get that intro cutscene from the trailer.
Carthage had been subjugated by Rome since the conclusion of the Second Punic War. For 50 years, Carthage paid a crippling indemnity and submitted to Roman authority. By 151 BC, the debt was paid. However, Rome had her eye on Carthage's territory, and excuses were found to resume hostilities. Carthage found itself under siege, but resisted Rome's attacks for 2 years. In 147 BC, Rome sent the popular young commander Scipio Aemilianus to end the war once and for all.
Oh, what the fuck with this bitch?
No prisoners, no mercy. Kill them all.
Yes, Consul.
You know, we've got Scipio here commanding the Roman fleet approaching the beach. So you can see there the huge scale of the fleet, and the fact that we've got multiple ships per unit, which really adds to the sense of scale. And here's the Roman fleet approaching the beach. So this really showcases a new battle type, which is a combined battle. So you've got naval forces and land forces in the same battlefield. But not only that, you see the men on the ship disembark to fight on land. And so here they're approaching the beach, and they're going to disembark to join the siege. And the combined battles really add a load of gameplay in terms of, you know, cat and mouse around the coast and the defense of the beach versus the defense of the city. And we're really experimenting with different ways to make that gameplay work really, really well. So here you see the guys disembarking onto the beach. This is, you know, what we're trying to achieve here is get a real sense of almost a Saving Private Ryan of the ancient world. So we really want to get the camera down and get that sense of that darker vision of war, where you really make this human scale of battle come alive, and it's part of that darker vision of war, a more gritty, realistic feel to the way the battles work. Feel from a navy. So we're really tactical view, city environments. This third type of unit, we play absolutely not. An example of
Never battle, men. Remember, we fight for Rome. Attack! Destroy them! Rome! Glory!
But it's part of humanizing the
Pre-alpha
combat, really
footage.
bringing out the idea that these thousands and thousands of men, each one is an individual fighting his guts out. And so we've got things like facial animations, emotional interactions between men.
Oh, hey,
really
Darren, good to see you.
Bring out that,
Don't mind me, I'm just
that
being a
sense
retard.
of warfare at the human scale as well as the grand scale.
The game's gonna look better than this, guys, when it comes
This
out.
huge city obviously has multiple capture points. That's something we haven't had before. Where previously you'd have a core battle for a central plaza, but Carthage here had full breaches, so that you again samurais seeking out other, you know, impact. So I think it's. The Total War engine, you know, over the years we've learned so much about how to get a really optimized performance in terms of being able to
they
deal
really
with
did. They
thousands
really
and
did.
thousands of men on screen at once, and the fact that when you zoom in, you get a huge amount of detail. But we also want to make sure that the game, as well as taking advantage of the best that the most powerful machines have to offer, we also want to make sure that, you know, the game is playable on lower end machines too. So. Our goal is to make sure that the game has the same minimum spec as Shogun 2.
Oh yeah, totally did.
You know, we're going to do everything we can to try and achieve that. We can't guarantee it, but that is what we're trying to achieve. We're really pushing the look of the game, but this is super early code. We're way pre-alpha, and what that means is there's loads of features, not just in terms of the graphics, but also in terms of the combat and the animations that actually aren't in the game yet.
Yeah.
The final game's actually going to look way better than this. You know, we're working our guts out on this game, and we're determined to make it the best Total War game ever. We've got a huge budget for the game, about 40% bigger than anything we've done before.
It went into
we're
marketing.
absolutely determined to make it
40% more
the most
marketing.
epic Total War title ever. The bad news is we're not going to be releasing until the second half of 2013, late next year.
That's the game we got, guys. That's the game we got. Yeah, that's the game we got. Here's the thing, guys. That Creative Assembly is the Creative Assembly that they are today. They're the same fucking company. So if you thought that this is ridiculous, You got more of this. Okay? Same company. It's the same people in charge. It's the same bullshit. But it's 13 years later. Nothing has changed. They say the same shit. Oh, it's gonna look really good when it comes out, guys. Oh, it's gonna be way more features when it comes out. Just trust me, bro. Yeah. Come on. How many times do they have to like shit on your face before you say that's enough? How many times? You know? Now show us the real Siege of Carthage. I don't want to play it. So I just wanted to show that they didn't show this cutscene at the beginning. Like this bit here. Like we got into the game and it was just like a narrator. Like this didn't happen. Like this is not in Rome 2.
Fleet is ready. Burn the city, Tiberius.
It's not in the game.
No prisoners.
Isn't this straight up lying? False marketing is illegal. Yeah. That's creative assembly for you. They lie all the time. All the damn time. The thing is, they called this pre-alpha footage. Do you know what it was? It was a completely separate program. It's a completely separate program. They weren't even running this in Rome 2. So it was a complete lie. That's the kind of things that you can expect from creative assembly. Now, they'll probably be a bit better at hiding their bullshit this time around. But again, when we go to... What was it? I've got so many tabs open now. No, that wasn't. Oh, I think I went out of it. So if I go back. So when they're going on about...
we're quite
like
happy that...
for the mocap actors that.
And gore.
For animation.
So when they're going on about this stuff here, like, it doesn't mean anything. They didn't show... Like, what did they show? They showed a building being destroyed. Guys, that's what Total War is all about. Projectiles hitting buildings and then they're collapsing. Cool, that's the reason why I buy a Total War game. And also, you know, the rendering of like, where was it?
Up our technology to support.
We really had to upgrade on screen at this. We really had lighting techniques, dynamic.
Yeah. Guys, this is pre-alpha footage. It's pre-alpha. It's gonna look way better than this when the game comes out. Trust me, bro. To be fair to CA, I don't think they lied about Warhammer 3's launch or what the game looked like. Rome 2 didn't have any footage before it was released. They do at least show their games now before you buy. Yeah. Yes, they are slightly better at their marketing transparency. But at the same time, when it came to Warhammer 3, like, do you notice how the Realms of Chaos was completely omitted from the marketing? And we weren't allowed to talk about it or anything like that. So, like, it's when it comes to like the Rome 2 Siege of Carthage, that's like an obvious case where they fucked up. It's probably going to be a bit more subtle now. That's all I'm really trying to say. You can believe them if you want, but they're going to do a better job at hiding their mistakes. That's all I'm going to say about that. So, you buy into it as much as you want. Like I said, how many times do they need to do this over such a long period of time before people go, oh yeah, this company can't be trusted? No, don't worry, guys. This time it's real. This time, it's the real deal. When they focused on the most important thing to talk about in their 25th anniversary showcase was the new lighting techniques. I can't imagine anything less interesting than the lighting techniques. Rome 2 didn't have reviews before launch. Warhammer 3 did have reviews before launch, and creators such as yourself did get to play Realms of Chaos before release, just saying. Yeah, but we weren't allowed to talk about it until like the review embargo, which was 2 days beforehand. Don't get me wrong, I fucked up with the Rome 2 Warhammer 3 stuff. We weren't really allowed to talk about it until 2 days beforehand, but we were allowed to showcase everything else until for like a month prior to that. It allowed to build up loads of hype. By that point, people were already buying it. People pre-ordered. And we weren't able to properly tell people about how bad the Realms of Chaos was until it was too late. But they had enormous marketing and even invited people to Rome. I think at least it was a fact for a Polish community around some forum fan site. Yeah. I just can't believe how well you are roasting Creative Assembly at every turn they take. Well, they've just given me so much ammunition over the years, that's all. And the thing is, like, if you continuously roast them, stop being a negative baby, dude. If I want to be a baby, I can be a baby, okay? You can't stop me. Anyway, so the more that you criticize them, the more shit that you throw their way, the less likely that they'll try to pull the wool out over your eyes. That's all I'm saying. Like, the more that you do this, the harder it's going to make it for them to do bullshit. I don't know. My thoughts is that if they make a good game, buy the game. But don't ever buy into the marketing, because like you giving a like to this video or saying, oh wow, it looks amazing, that is not going to end to a better result for you, which is the game. So everything that is marketing, you should throw nothing but shit at it. Throw nothing but shit at Creative Assembly for their marketing. Don't ever be satisfied with anything that they do, even if you secretly are. Never be impressed with anything they showcase, so that they have to work as hard as fucking possible to make sure that it's as good as it can be. And that is why it seems like Tides of Torment is doing fairly well now. Because like they actually reflected on it midway through the year and thought, this wasn't good enough. They're not going to buy this. We have to do better. But you got to stay on top of it. You can't just, well, they did a good job once, we should just never give them shit again. You kind of have to do it constantly. It's like weeding out the garden. You don't just weed out your garden once. You have to keep doing it in order for it to the garden to grow. It's just, marketing is a weed. It's a necessary weed, and you have to pluck it constantly. I didn't mean it in the wrong way. I mean, they are deserved of the roast. I've spent €350 on Warhammer. It's literally unplayable right now for me. Yeah. Always remember that they tried to make a game like Hyenas. Nobody asked for a game like that. Also, they basically admitted that they want to do other stuff on the Total War. Yeah, look, that's fine. They can do things other than Total War. My problem with Hyenas is not that they tried to make Hyenas, but they spent $100 million on it and end up with nothing. Now, as far as the business is concerned, that means that they have to make that $100 million elsewhere, which is going to be paid for by the Total War community. You just don't realize it yet, because a business always passes its expenses on to the customer. It's just that they do that with slight price increases here and there, which is why I think that the base price of Total War Warhammer 3 has actually gone up slightly. I mean, you guys tell me, because I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't always 100 Australian dollars. Has the base price gone up a little bit? So the price of the game goes up over time. So it's subtle, like I get there's a sale on right now. Subtle little things over time is how they're going to eventually extort $100 million from you plus interest in order to pay back Sega, because they got nothing out of that. That's just how businesses operate. They have to get that. You don't just get to forgive a debt like that. You pre-order out of want. I pre-order to crack the game. We are not the same. Okay, fine. They should have stayed in their lane. They had no business venturing into the genre. No, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that if they wanted to do it, they could have done it. But because they are so blind to their own ego, they didn't detect that they were making garbage until it was 95% finished. Sega spent the money on Hyenas after Halo Wars 2 flopped. CA don't have to balance their books per company. They do it per project. No, that's just not how a business works. You can't just balance. Okay, that's. Come on, man, you run a business. You know how businesses work. That's not how it works. Okay, I'll explain again. So if you're running a business, right? If you're running a business and you have two projects, right? And you invest $1 million into both projects, so $2 million, and you expect to make, I don't know, 50% return on investment. So if these are abstract examples. So one of your projects does well, but the other one completely fucking flops and makes nothing. So that then puts more pressure on the first one in order to do better. Because if it doesn't, like if the first project makes its return on investment expectation, so $1.5 million, but you wasted $1 million on the other one, you're in a deficit of $500,000. Okay, that's So you started with $2 million and then you end up with $1.5 million. That is how you run a company into the ground. That's just not, you can't operate it. No amount of like, well, we'll just write it off on taxes. What taxes? You've made a loss. Okay, you can't just write off loss after loss after loss. You eventually have to make a profit. And so, yeah, Sega put $100 million into Creative Assembly. It's not technically Creative Assembly's loss, but Sega owns Creative Assembly. And if they're going to consider Creative Assembly an asset, what they were going to do is the cumulative amount of money that Creative Assembly has made for them, subtract the cumulative amount of money that Creative Assembly has cost them. If the amount that they have costed them is more than the amount that they have generated, Sega is going to brutally get rid of Creative Assembly because that's what a business would do. That's just business 101. If you have an employee, right, and you're paying them $100,000 a year, I'm just using an example. You pay them $100,000 a year, and they bring $90,000 worth of business to your company. You would be a fucking idiot to keep that person on. I worked at CA, as you know. If Sega lose money on a single project at CA, they need to balance their books company-wide at Sega, not individually at CA. That'd be insane if it worked that way. They need to balance their books company-wide at Sega, not individually at CA. Yeah. They'll balance their books at Sega, but they do that by moving money around, right? But still, Creative Assembly will still need to be profitable for Creative Assembly. Still needs to be profitable for them. Halo Wars 2 flopped, and Alien Isolation also wasn't profitable. They didn't then punish Total War for that either. Yeah? But they did with Hyenas. I think Hyenas is a different thing entirely. Like how much money do you think they put into Halo Wars 2? Again, if you have an employee, like Sega is owned by Creative Assembly. If Creative Assembly's net revenue is lower than their net expenses, why would you keep them? Why would you keep them? So there's two ways, basically, to make more money. You either cut down on costs, or you increase revenue. I mean, you can't just cut your costs down to zero and then just make no money. That's not going to balance it out either. They've got to make more money. I like how Sotek was trying to be like, guys, I'm one of you, and then he was on the video like the asset he is to the company. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. They would eventually have to move money out of CA eventually if the other project fails too, no? Well, it just depends. Sorry, Astadi did a £10 super chat, ad block fee. All right, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. So, it's not like Creative Assembly is going to just give you guys a bill for $100 million to pay off their Hyenas stuff, right? It's just subtle increases over time. That's all. Subtle things over time will happen, and subtle corners will be cut in order to compensate for that. Because like you can manipulate money to a degree, but you've got to have money to begin with. When you've got a gigantic hole, there's like not really that much you can really do with that. Like you can manipulate profit for sure, but manipulating like complete and utter debt, I don't know how they'll do that. I don't know where people get the idea that Halo Wars 2 or Alien Isolation was a flop. Both were considered successes and sold well. They're even making Alien Isolation 2. No, Darren's actually right. From every source that I've heard, Alien Isolation basically broke even. Because the Alien Isolation sold really well, but it had a very troublesome launch. Again, this is what I'm saying, right? So if Alien Isolation, I don't know what the exact figures are, so I'll use abstract. I know it's hard for people to understand. So if Alien Isolation made $10 million, but the game cost $9.99999 million to make, then it's not particularly profitable if they've got like $1 afterwards, right? Over time, they'll continue to make it a little bit more profitable as every now and again they'll get an additional sale coming in. But for the most part, they didn't get like massive amounts of profit. Like when you think about... let's use a different company's example, Palworld. So I think the budget for Palworld was like $6 million, right? $6 million. But it ended up making, what, $100 million in revenue? That's the kind of profit that companies like Creative Assembly, or just any company, dream of, right? Where you're not getting like 1 or 2% return. Here's another thing as well, right? I worked at CA. Halo Wars 2 flopped financially. MS wanted to make a new trilogy. CA got a contract for it, and MS dissolved the contract after Halo Wars 2, leaving Sega with a free team to pursue live service. Okay, this is interesting. So, does that mean that Halo, Microsoft paid up front for the trilogy, and then dissolved the contract after Halo Wars 2, leaving Sega with money to basically waste? Is that right? Hyenas failed at the same time Total War was in trouble. They lost 2 game directors and failed to meet their deadlines for the World War I game. The new engine cost was spread over 3 games, and 2 were canned. Yeah. So I'm just trying to get this understood, because you've actually given an interesting point of view there. So it's not really a $100 million hole then. It's whatever the leftovers were from the contract from Halo Wars 2. So basically Microsoft just took the L on that then. Microsoft paid up front for Halo Wars 2 with the intention of a trilogy. After it wasn't profitable, they didn't continue. CA spent the money on new building a bigger team with nothing to do. Right. Okay. It doesn't change the fact that Hyenas was a gigantic mistake, but that just means that however much money was left over, it isn't actually a $100 million hole. It's just that they wasted the profit from Halo Wars on Hyenas and then some. So that's interesting. So it's basically not as dire as because I've been wondering how Creative Assembly has even been functional with a $100 million hole. This actually makes that make a bit more sense. That's really good insight. Thanks, Darren. You know, if my perspective on this is right, I don't know what that money left over was, but you know, if that was like 10, 20, 30 million dollars, well, that's a decent amount of buffer off that. I think CA should stay away from ranged games. Empire and Napoleon are boring in my opinion. Well, those are 2 of their most popular games, so your opinion doesn't matter. So, good luck. Game publishers throw money around and shit goes downhill as well. Why do those execs never get fired? Sorry, I'm saying that the Total War trouble comes from a new engine spread across 3 games with 2 lost directors and declining reception to Warhammer 3 that caused Sega to come down on them hard, on top of Hyenas, of course. Yeah. Yeah. So that means that they don't have to pay back the money that they wasted on Hyenas? Like, I know there was other things on top of that. Sure, I'm not entirely blaming Hyenas. I know Pharaoh was poorly received, and Warhammer 3 has not been doing the greatest. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't have all the details, for sure. I don't have any of the details. I'm just speculating on what information I do have. God, what a wasted time instead of talking shit about game developers 2 hours. Just move on with your life, dude. Why are you even here, then? Why are you here? How do I increase manpower in EU5? You have to build armory buildings. So they come in the Age of Renaissance. You have to research the... you have to get the institution Pike and Shot. I think that's the one. Is it Pike and Shot? Or is it the one before that? No, Professional Armies. Sorry, that's the one before it. Professional Armies, and then it's about halfway down through one of the trees on that. Get the armory. You also need to make guns for it, and that'll provide you with 10 manpower per month, which can be modified. Damn Legend, you lost weight. Hope you're okay. Yeah, ever since I quit Total War, which I haven't actually quit Total War yet, I've been starving because I don't have any money now. All my money's gone. No, I'm just kidding. It's been a deliberate. I've been trying to lose weight. No fiscal years exist. They don't have to pay back anything. Hyenas was written down as a loss. That team was dissolved. Total War then was losing money because of their new engine and missed deadlines. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, though. Hyenas was written down as a loss. So if in order for Creative Assembly to be profitable, like Sega doesn't own Creative Assembly because they love Creative Assembly. It's an investment, and so that investment has to get a return on investment. So if they've lost them $100 million on one thing, they have to make more than $100 million on other things in order to compensate for it. Because if the balance is, like, if you just write it off as a loss, well, then this company is not profitable. What you do is, like, as an investor, like, if I was an investor and I was in a stock and it was not making me money, I would pull out of that stock. End of story. I don't care what else they're doing. I know you have answered this question a million times already, but I'm just coming in from work. Will the End Times be the last DLC for the Warhammer series? Apparently not. Apparently not. But I don't know. I'm not really keeping up with that one. If you lose money in 2023, you don't have to recoup that in 2024. You just need to be profitable yearly in a publicly traded company. If you lose money in 2023, you don't have to recoup that money in 2024. Yeah, no, I didn't say that, though. I didn't say that. So, okay, let's do it this way. So if you lose $100 million in 2023, right, and then you recoup $5 million of that in 2024, it'll then take you, and you do that again for 5 years. It takes you 20 years before that lost money is recouped. So they don't need to earn the cash back for Sega either way. Like, surely they'd have to keep note of the losses. Like, that's just, like, I don't understand any business that can run. They could just, like, write off a loss and just be like, no big deal. That's not how businesses work. Like, you can manipulate, like, maybe if they're doing some sort of funny money manipulation, then sure, but I don't know what that is. But yeah, like, that loss is not going to be forgiven. Not until it's paid off. Plus inflation? Yeah, so it'd be indexed and interest, probably. Your stock analogy is not a good one. Loads of companies have rising stock prices without a clear path of profitability. But the rising stock price means that you're making a profit off of your investment. But that's exactly what I meant. Like, okay, so if I was investing in a company, and it was not, let's just say I invested in Creative Assembly. They're not publicly traded because they're part of Sega, but anyway. And the stock price went from $1 to $2, but their revenue went down. That would, for one thing, not really make sense and would indicate something wrong with the market. But I wouldn't sell because, like, as long as my stock price is going up. But I might sell anyway because it's an indication of it actually about to come down. You usually don't want to wait until it bottoms out before you sell your stock. But it's up to you, I guess. It's not counted that way, Legend. It's done by the year. Sega were still profitable the year Hyenas happened. It counted as a large expense, that's all. It doesn't need to pay it back or earn it back. But again, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, maybe in the grand scheme of things, or maybe for that year, that just doesn't make sense. Like, if I lost $10 million one year, okay, so let me put it this way: if I was in debt by $10 million, and then the next year I'd still be in debt $10 million, I don't know how you're gonna make this make sense to me, because it just doesn't. Either I'm just a dummy, which is possible, but yeah, just because, like, if Creative Assembly lost $100 million on Hyenas, but Sega overall was profitable because of all their other projects, nobody's in debt though. That's the thing. Okay, so, like, the whole thing just doesn't make sense to me. That just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Like, they spent $100 million and there's no return on investment. It's just $100 million holes. They lost 100 mil but made 101 mil. Yeah? You're a person, not a corporation. Yeah, but I know how companies work. Sega, CA is not counted as the company. Sega is, and the loss is counted as an expense, not a loss. Okay, again, let's use another analogy. So if you have an employee, okay, so let's say your company is profitable. Yeah, that's what a write-down is. They lost it. Okay, so if you've got a company, but it's profitable, right? But you do a review of the employees. There are some employees that make a return on investment for you. You pay them $100,000 a year. They get you $110,000. That's not a huge return on investment, but it's something. And then you have an employee that you pay $100,000 to, but they only bring in $50,000 worth of business. You would fire that. You would fire that employee. So the way I look at it is that CA is an employee of Sega, and for that year, they were not profitable by $100 million, right? So in order for them to keep that employee, that $100 million has to be compensated later down the track. Otherwise, they would have fired him. I can't make sense of it any other way. Just a reminder, half the viewers are below average intelligence, which explains some of the takes we've seen in chat. Yeah, fair enough. Thanks for the chat. Other games could have covered that 100 million fail for Sega, but no way they won't remind them. Okay, so, all right, again, you've got multiple employees, right? One employee makes $150,000. You're paying them all $100,000. One employee makes you $1 million that year, so 10 times worth their investment. And another employee makes you $10,000, so 1/10 of their investment. You don't go, well, this one here is going to compensate for that one. You fire the second one because that person only made you 10% of your return on investment back. Like you've lost 90% of your investment. Like you would still fire that other one. So even if Sega has got other companies that compensated overall for their to make it profitable that year, Sega Creative Assembly would still have been a severely underperforming company. Let's say they had $2 million in the bank already, and then they lost $100 million. They still got $100 million to keep going. Also, not like they spent the $100 million all at one time for Hyena. Yep. Okay. So you had $200 million, and then Hyenas happened over the course of several years, and then you got $100 million. I would fire that person that made that happen. Like, okay, imagine your bank account, right? Imagine you've got a bank account, however much money in there. You got $10, that's not enough. You got $100 million in your bank account, and then one day, one of your employees did something, and you then only had $50 million in your bank account. Would you fire that employee? Yes, I would. Legend, we the people fans of the Total War games need you to stand up to CA and punish them for not giving us Warhammer 40k. I need Space Marines in my life. We just need to wait a week. Thanks for Super Chat, though. Imagine a car company invests in making 4 different cars. 3 of them make it into one market, 1 does not. The car company is profitable. They dissolve the team that did the bad car and move on. Okay, I got you. So I'm trying to understand this. The $100 million over that period of time was a smaller amount than the revenue that was driven by all of the other projects from Creative Assembly, and that even though they had this $100 million hole, all of their other projects already compensated for that $100 million. Is that what you're saying? So they were actually profitable, but thanks to Hyenas, just nowhere near as much. See, my understanding of it was that it was like vastly outpaced their the amount of money that they were making, the amount of that it cost them. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense then. So they just dissolve. They don't need to dissolve the entire company. They just dissolve the team that made Hyenas. Sega launched 4 cars. CA was the least performing one. Yeah. CA just didn't lose money. They lost projected money. That matters to investors. Those losses don't get washed just because Sega made money. Yeah, I know. Well, I was just trying to understand exactly how it works. So basically, Creative Assembly was making so much money on Total War that they could lose $100 million and it still be profitable to Sega. That's what I didn't understand. Think of it like an intercompany investment. The investment went bad, so you dissolve what is left of the investment and recover the cost elsewhere. Yeah, but that's what I've been saying. Like they can recover the cost by selling Total War. So you pay for that other project's shit. Legend, technically they're out of debt because those publicly traded companies are also getting subsidized. Their large business expense is just added to the corporation's totally not debt ceiling. Well, I don't know how true that is, but if you say so. Still moping around. We're not moping around. We're discussing how this worked with hyenas. Look, here's the thing. I get that you might not care about hyenas, but it will impact, it should impact on Total War, but maybe not as much as what I thought. You're right, Legend. At the end of the day, Sega was hurt, but not complete crash, but CA was really hurt, and trust lost with Sega. You are in right? You are right? Fair enough. Nobody is owed anything because even though 1 year CA weren't profitable, Sega as a company were profitable, so there's no money owed back. It's just an expense. All right. Fair enough. I'll just have to trust you on that one because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, I get that you can manipulate things like that. I just don't think that that's good business, but whatever. I would have come down a lot harder on them, basically, if it was me. Yes, Darren is right, but it simply says they only lost 100 million. Sega can go further, but still lost 100 million in profits from hyenas. Yeah, fair enough. Take it this way, CA could make $500 million, but made $400 million instead of hyenas. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, and they did dissolve the team for hyenas, so that makes sense. I guess the thing that I had trouble coming over was that Total War had made so much profit to compensate for that loss. It can be confusing because CA is made of multiple teams with separate budgets and then are part of a large organization made up of many companies. It's normal to find it confusing. Well, it's only confusing because you don't have all the information. Like, once it's pointed out what the actual situation is, then it makes sense. Like, I just don't have all the information. That's the only thing that makes it confusing. As soon as all the facts are presented in as clear as way as can, it actually makes perfect sense then. I have trouble believing that their other projects made them $100 million over that period of time. That's the bit where I have trouble swallowing. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And that is life. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But if you want to run a business, you have to win more than you lose. It's just how you run a business. Like, you can't be like, well, you got to spend money to make money. Just lose $50,000 a year and write it off on taxes. Eventually, you're going to have to make a profit. Now, if you've got loads... If you had, like, several years where you had a really good amount of profit, then you can write off the bad years on the good years. It just depends on how bad that year is. CA are profitable. You don't punish a profitable company or hold a grudge or something. They cut the team that weren't profitable, take the loss and move on. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, if that is the case. I honestly can't imagine how that they would be profitable, but it's fine. You've always had pretty reliable information, Darren, so I'll trust you on that. What would you rather buy, the next Baldur's Gate or Warhammer 40k Total War? I'd actually probably buy Warhammer 40k Total War. Like, I think Baldur's Gate's good, it's not really what I want to play. I mean, if I had to choose one or the other, putting a gun to my head. BG3 has been out for a long time, though. Yeah. Did the stream still be up? Oh, I thought I would end it ages ago as well, but the conversation has been interesting, so I kept it going. I can end it whenever I want. I don't need to be here. And it impacted Total War. Remember how expensive DLC was for Warhammer 3? Yeah, but it could be due to multiple factors. Like, I try to put 2 and 2 together, but sometimes you don't have all the information. So I'm sure that Hyenas getting cancelled had something to do with the increase in price of DLC. Because one thing to know about companies, especially greedy-ass companies, which that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, I'm going to have to wrap up real soon. Is that companies are always trying to make more profit. So if they feel like they can get away with raising the price by $1 or $2 or $10 or $20, then they're going to do that. Now, there's going to be more pressure put on them if other things do badly, because they've always got to try to be profitable. 40k should still be coming before Medieval 3. Was really surprised not to see it today. Game Awards seems like a bit big for CA, but maybe. What do you think? Could be cancelled? I talked to CA in months. No, it's 40k is going to be announced at the Game Awards. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Because, like, the Medieval 3 stuff, they said it's years away. They can't go 5 years without releasing a game. Well, I don't know. Maybe they can. I don't know. I'll tell you what, if that's the case, and Medieval 3 was the next one, which it's not, I've made a great decision by quitting Total War, because, like, I'm not waiting around for that long. That's for damn sure. But yeah, I think that 40k will be announced next week, and then they really did kind of they massively teased you with this kind of stuff. Like this, I think people were expecting a lot more, and this was. CA are very good at overhyping things. They overpromise and then underdeliver, and this was just a perfect example of that. And so I reckon that next week will be a 40k trailer. I don't think it'll have any actual gameplay, but I don't know. I wouldn't trust any of the gameplay as being like pre-alpha. The cost of getting the Game Awards is extremely expensive. They'll be definitely on console if it's announced there. Oh, really? Well, you gotta spend money to make money. Hey, to put things in perspective, right? Let's see here. So where is it? Oh, it's not on this one. If we go to Total War Live, Total War Live, right, and we go to just any of these streams. Let's pick one of the earlier ones. Yeah, no, that one. It has to be one of the errors clash. Yeah. If we go to this. And, oh god, if I could, bring this up over here. Alright, so, from my understanding, this is based off just rumors. Everybody that is involved in this live stream here got paid $500. £500, I'm not sure. 500 smackaroos, right? So, you've got 12 people, that's roughly $6,000. It got less than 1,000 views. I don't think that is a good use of money. Plus wages and stuff. But I don't know. Maybe from those 1,000 views, they managed to generate more than $5,000 worth of sales while the game is on sale. I don't know. Seems unlikely to me. Well, that's so cheap. It might be cheap, but I still don't think they made a return on investment with it. How many views? Well, it says right there. They got 1,000 views on it. So I understand that people can like try to look at Creative Assembly and think they always make good decisions. But this is one that I'm like I like that they're supporting other creators. I just don't see how they're getting a return on investment off 1,000 views. And the thing is, this one is not like a underperforming. That's one of the better performing ones. I mean, you have a look at this one here. Of course, it's Troy. 583 views, 586 views. I mean, you're paying $10 essentially for every view that you're getting. That, like, if I was to buy views, I could get a way better deal than that. And I've never bought views before. I just view bot, get viewer botters. Anyway, they did get paid. Sorry, hey Pills, how's it going? They did get paid. It's been confirmed that channels that stream their announcements get paid too from the leaks. Yeah. So they pay a lot. So, but the point was that just because the Game Awards is expensive doesn't mean that isn't what they're going to do. Creative Assembly will probably waste. Their marketing will throw money around all over the place. Some of it will be good, some of it won't be good. Was it only streamed on the Total War channel or on the Creators channel as well? Pretty sure it was only on the Total War Live channel. But if we go and have a look at, hang on, who's involved in that again? Just want to double check. Oh wait, this isn't it. It's errors clash. Because I really can't check things based on Twitch, so I have to see if someone is only on YouTube. Who of these is Andy's Take only on YouTube? I know Arcard's on Twitch. Wait, sorry. That's Andy's Take. Does Andy Take is he on Twitch as well? Because I know Lionheart wasn't doing any live stream. I'll check Monsters Abound as well. So yeah, but also Lionheart does live stream on Twitch. So I don't know. I don't think he did. Who was the other one I was gonna check? I don't know. Oh, Monsters Abound I was going to check. My god, I got such a bad memory. Oh, god. Yeah, so, yeah, it looks like he streamed it. Yes, he's been streaming it. I think. Yeah. I don't know. Thoughts on Pilps catching CA using AI-generated images for their concept art in their anniversary stream? Oh, really? Oh, look, I don't know how to detect AI-generated stuff. It's not something that I really look into. I'd have to. I mean, Pilps was here just like a moment ago. Maybe still here. I don't know. Okay, let me just put it this way: if Creative Assembly was using AI-generated concept art, I don't have a problem with it. TGA has huge coverage, but the PC games don't often get much presence at E3 Game Awards because it's more mainstream audience. You're paying for the PS, Xbox, Nintendo audience who make up 80% of the views. Yeah, I don't know. The point that I was trying to make with this is that I don't think that has been a massive return on investment in terms of how much they've spent on it, but I could be wrong. Sometimes it's actually insane how profitable Creative Assembly is, despite seemingly how poor performing they are. It boggles my mind. Did they confirm it's a new engine and not fork off their old code? I think it's considered a new engine, but it is actually they cleaned up the Warscape engine and then called it Warcore. I think that's how it is, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't quote me on that. Just got on. What is even happening? Is CA doing a big all or nothing with Medieval 3 and the end times in Warhammer 3? So with Medieval 3, it's they've announced it. So again, going back, they've announced Medieval 3, but it's not for a very long time, like 3 years probably, just a guess. So they've announced it so they can basically get your attention, because they've essentially lost your attention for a very long time, and that they want to. I don't know, like, I feel like they used to do a lot better than this. Is it just me, or is it, I feel like they used to do a lot better than this for like views. I don't know. I mean, it hasn't been that many hours. I mean, quarter of a million views in an hour. I mean, they did announce Medieval 3, so I don't know. Could be looking into it too much. See, it's all about the Warhammer slot fans. The series has truly moved on. Well, they clearly haven't, because they're trying to go back to Medieval 3. 3 years is too long. Well, if they make it 2 years, then you'll get a bad launch. You'll probably still get a bad launch anyway, so I don't know. Anyway, guys, I think I need to wrap up now. They will announce Alien Isolation 2 next week. They need a quick cash cow. They've already announced Alien Isolation 2. They just haven't made it yet. That's all. But Witcher 3, 4, and Cyberpunk 2077 and it was on PGA and GA. It was a massive. CS coming up with 40k. Okay, whatever. Hi guys, just finished work. Did they announce 40k? No, apparently next week. Alright guys, I'm going to wrap up, and I will see you guys later. Hang on. In my opinion, this announcement is to give historical fans something to know about while they do more fantasy. Yeah, exactly. Keep them engaged, because they're not engaged at all. Like, I mean, that's why we see such low views over here. Creative Assembly has obviously noticed now that they have just lost a huge portion of their audience, because they used to be able to just stream anything and get like 1,000 viewers. But those days are long gone. Alright guys, we're going to wrap it up. I will live stream again next week for the Game Awards, and we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how we go with that one. I reckon it'll be 40k, but who knows? Who knows? Appreciate all the support today, guys. You guys were really generous. What did we peak at in terms of viewers? 12,500. That is almost. This is actually my second biggest stream of all time. The biggest one being the first Warhammer 3 live stream. But yeah, I appreciate that, guys. I never thought we would actually get more than 10,000 viewers again. And you know what? It doesn't fucking matter.